Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 meters, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change of possession and the defending team then receive the ball. To start the ball, when it's just a change of possession, i.e. it's not been a penalty, you put the ball on the floor and perform a roll ball. Despite it saying roll ball, it's better to put the ball down still on the floor and just step over it. You must only pass backwards in this game, which means you must run the ball forwards and pass the ball backwards to a teammate. There are a number of ways you can give away a penalty. 1, you could be offside. 2, you could throw a forward pass. 3, you can make a hard touch. There are lots of other different variations, but those are the main ones. A touch game can last for whatever length that suits you. In a full game of touch, it's 6-a-side and it's 20-minute halves for a 40-minute game. However, at many events, the duration of the games vary. If you are playing a boys or a girls team, it will be 6 of the same gender or sex. If you are playing a mixed version of the game, it will be 3 and 3. If you want to be inclusive, you can play with any combination of different genders or identities that suit you.
It's fantastic.
Hello and good morning and welcome to the Riverside Sports Complex here at Nottingham. And we have the England Touch Junior Nationals 2025. It is the last tournament of the Touch Rugby calendar this summer. We've had the seniors and the opens categories and now on to the juniors. This national competition growing year on year, with more categories, more participants, more teams, more regions, spread out over 2 days. Beginning in just a moment with the Midlands Tigers under-17s and the Southwest Saxons under-17s. This is the girls division to kick us off. And following on for the rest of the day is our 15-minute halves. Following the under-17s girls division that will get us underway, we will also have the under-14s boys once again. Midlands Tigers, Southwest Saxons. That's at 10:40. And and a little bit of a break moving into the 11:20 slot with the under-14s girls. West Wildcats and South East Sharks, new divisions, new teams, and it'll be interesting to see which region will come out on top. Historically, Midlands Tigers normally go for a bit of a clean sweep here at the Junior Nationals, fighting with the talented South East divisions. But the emergence of Trisport UK means that we have many more regions, more players, more people getting into the sport, hopefully staying in the sport for a long period of time. And all of this over the 2 days will be brought to you through the Next Gen YouTube, alongside Trisport, England Touch, Vermeer UK. And around 90 seconds before tap-off, well, it will be the likes of Imogen Loveridge, Ella Dean, Acacia Hall, Thea Hall, names that a lot of players will know, a lot of people will know, follow Touch, talented juniors representing the Midlands Tigers under-17s girls. And then you move over to the Southwest Saxons and it's a lot of new names. It's Ava Bond, Aoife Joyce, Annabelle Platt. It'll be interesting to see which team starts quickest on this quite sunny Saturday morning. .30 seconds to go, and I will be joined by a co-commentator at some point today. I've got Chris Wormuth on my right. England Touch Media and Communications will be joining me and hopefully giving my voice a little bit of a break when it needs. But for now, that doesn't matter, as the ball is placed in the centre. The standby is called through the tannoy. It seems like it will be Midlands Tigers with tap-off. And the hooter has gone. Only one team is on the pitch. And it's a little bit stagnant to begin with. And now we're underway. And it is Ella Dean carrying up the middle to begin the Junior Nationals 2025. And there's early sweeper here. Oh, good space. One more ball, but unfortunately the pass just goes to ground. It was well worked there by Abigail Wolf. And 73, Brooke Prosser. But it just falls to the floor. And now the Southwest Saxons have an opportunity to try and get their maybe first transition. It looks like there is. It's a good couple touches coming in here though from the Midlands Tigers. It's just a little bit stop-start. There's a bit of isolation, and that might be a penalty for off the mark. I assume if this was the opens category, we probably would have seen that penalty given, but it is the juniors, it's a learning experience, and that is 6-touch turnover. So off the rip, a successful defensive set for the Midlands Tigers. And that is good playing around in the middle. Middle dump, dive at the line is on, but the ball goes to the link, and that might be ball down in the opening score. It is indeed, and it's Thea Hall that gets over for the opener. And it's an early score here for the Midlands Tigers, and I did say I'll be joined by a co-commentator at some point. Well, Chris Wormuth has made his way up. Chris, first of all, how are you?
I'm still buzzing, Joe, to be perfectly honest, after that opening ceremony, which was before we went on the live stream. But 450 young players, parents, coaches, referees. You know, this is far and away the biggest junior nationals England Touch has ever had.
It is indeed, and you know, I think it's the thing that everyone knows, right? the juniors very much feel like the very talented players who play in Opens. At least it has done in the past. Whereas now it's standalone competition. It's a competition that I've played in many a time growing up, and it's great to see just the sheer amount of people down.
Yeah, 100%. And already we're seeing some pretty decent skill sets from both teams in terms of handling and ability to move the ball and an understanding of gameplay, which you wouldn't have done a few years ago. You know, a lot of the time it would have been teams that would have been thrown together at the last minute, maybe not so many training sessions, but, you know, we've got hundreds of players in the high performance program and even more at nationals level, you know, at regional level training. And, you know, and we're just seeing, you know, you can just see the Saxons here, they're looking left and right, they're looking to stretch, they're looking to condition to the defence and exploit what's happened. We saw that with the Midlands opening try, you know, going in, biting, we're just seeing there in terms of, you know, keeping the ball alive, spreading the play.
Oh, it's a good touch that comes in there. And that was number 44, Josephine House, defending against Millie Bubbadia. And it is nice because, you know, the Saxons, that's a bit of a fling out to the wing, but it finds its way. And
it's good intent. Yeah, it was good intent there from the Saxons. You know, they're looking to get the ball wide. You know, it's a thing that ideally you'd want that to be either earlier in the play or to wait to the wingers, bit to come in where you've got space on the outside. But it's good intent from both teams here. You know, seeing a good set of, you know, driving play from the Tigers as they get fresh legs on. You know, it's, as I say, you know, this kind of game understanding you wouldn't have seen at this level.
Lovely scoop.
Oh, fantastic!
Great speed as well. Can she find a spare player? Oh, that's really good defence. This time, it is number 2, Aoife Joyce, who is one of those players who you know, the name rings a bell. Been having some experience at the Opens category, and I think it's no surprise that Midlands Tigers seem a little bit more put together. I think they're further along that journey than the Southwest Saxons.
Yeah, traditionally that's very much the case. You know, the Nottingham in particular has been a city where youth touch has grown. It was just a pity just on that, because the scoop was absolutely superb from Imogen Loveridge. It was just that Molly Whitmore just wasn't quite as alert to the opportunity. You know, so although she's going to potentially touch coming in there again, that's the little bit of the inexperience. You know, if we'd have been in Limerick a couple of weeks ago, you'd have seen the winger dive. Yeah. You know, so it's. But again, Tigers are really working as Loveridge comes in and
nice.
Just hits that short ball. You know, exploits the defender. You know, retreating slowly. Yeah. You know, that's textbook attacking touch on this. Just in this short play, you just see that come in.
Yeah, and as you say, it's good identification. Both middles really tight, and Loveridge bags of experience.
You know, a local girl here in Nottingham, and as I say, Nottingham have really grown youth touch over the last few years, but Peterborough was a big centre as well. But now we're seeing, you know, more and more and more young players coming, because the people who are involved enjoy it and then bring their mates.
Yeah, and it's growing that community as well, and I think that's what we're seeing here in the Nationals. I mean,
you can just see it in the background, can't you?
I mean, that is it's unseen really for a Nationals competition to have, you know, what did you say earlier, 450 people?
450 players. Woo! Plus about another 30 refs. Each team's got a couple of coaches.
Yeah, parents, friends.
I couldn't believe when I pulled up this morning and you look to the left and the car park's completely chocker.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. My Uber driver did not expect to be coming down that small road here to Riverside, and I think he was a bit speechless. He was like, "What is going on here?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's just the Junior Touch Rugby Nationals." And he was like, "How many people have you got here?"
Well, you can tell them tomorrow, can't you?
Yeah, I will.
I think what's also been really good as we see Saxons kind of run through their own box move and just try to get some go forward ball going.
Good hands.
Is, you know, we've got some really experienced referees here.
Yeah.
You know, we've got Mags, who is single-handedly setting up Touch Poland.
Amazing.
But also Leo here on this near side as an experienced international referee, Natalie Grimsey as well on the far side. And you can see them not patronising the players.
Yeah.
but they're coaching our players through to recognise that there are going to be some less experienced players here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, from a referee's perspective, the priority here is probably, let's still have good touch, let's still have the sport that we know it, but let's maybe provide a little bit of leeway and some coaching opportunities so every single person that participates goes home saying that they loved it.
That,
stunning.
Talking of loved it, I'm loving that attacking play. That's Imogen Loveridge again on the scoop, and this time she's got the ball away just as the touch was coming in, so it's play on. You know, we just see that there. You know, it's all of a sudden, two players are bitten in. The winger has bitten in from the Saxons, and then that's left Sophie Howes completely unmarked on that far side. You know, that is textbook in that situation.
Yeah, and I think the hands as well in the middle there from Isla Devlin, just catch, one step, pass. It's core skills, right? And I think that's what we're seeing in this junior division is, you know, these core skills that underpin all this amazing touch that you'll see, and you probably have seen all over the summer, is the core skills that start to begin at this age that start to make all the difference.
Just even that little play from Saxons came to nothing as they got the ball down the line. But I remember refereeing junior nationals 6-7 years ago.
Yeah.
Chances were that ball would have hit the deck at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now, as you say, the ball skills there from Tigers for that try. Just Saxons just getting the ball down the line. You know, they're all comfortable with the ball in their hands. You know, that's...
I think that might be called back.
Yeah.
Yeah, offside.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because, once again, the Tigers had found a lot of that momentum once more, and I think for the Saxons it's a case of just, you know, maybe just problem solving on the fly a little bit, just recognizing, you know, what are the things that we can control, what are the little things that we can change over the weekend, because, you know, it is a 2-day tournament, and also these divisions are massive now. You know, it's no longer a case of you just got 2 or 3 girls teams. It is big.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to go just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, when you had touch counts to play, and that's that little bit of inexperience there from Josephine House. They had touches to play with. You know, just bring the defence back out or get the ball back into the middle. Give yourself something to be able to build on a platform. You know what we saw with the defence from the Saxons for both of those tries.
Oh, there we go. Oh, foot race. Go on. Well, there is a covering defender that's going to get over and make the touch, but it's wonderful from the Saxons, and momentarily have 7 on. I wonder if the referees are going to pick up on that quite quickly. They might not, because there is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there is definitely 7. I tell you what, if there would be a score, it might feel a little bit aggrieved from the Tigers. But
that's one of those things where I think, you know, if it's semi-finals, finals tomorrow, you're definitely going to give that first game of day one. Is it really materially impacting play? Not really.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're Saxons, you know, already you're going to come and talk about, you know, communication and defence.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen a couple of times where 2 players have bitten in on the attacker. You know, when only one player needs to do that. Yeah,
and we're seeing now as well Saxons getting some joy in defence, getting an off-the-mark penalty. I think it was a good touch. I want to say it came in from number 14, Nyla Reeves, who got up at the line and made the touch. There's a bit of physicality in the touch. I think something that we'll see across the weekend is teams' abilities to, you know, recognise issues and then go and fix them. And I think so far the Saxons in this first half already, well, there's not as many drop balls, there's not as many errors as there were in the first opening minute or 2.
No, there aren't. And already, you know, lovely. We've seen some good pace on the far wing from Ethne Bird and Molly Simmons there with a lovely sidestep to go through the middle. You know, there's a lot of promise there for the Saxons. Yeah,
there definitely is. And you know, I think if I'm in that Saxons coaching area from a coach's perspective, you'd say, look, we've probably gone up against probably the strongest team in the girls' division, and we've held our own. You know, there's been a couple opportunities where one more pass, try goes in, or one extra foot on the line and the touch is made before the score. So there's loads of positives to take in this first half for the Saxons. I think it might be a bit of a shame that you're coming up against such an experienced division.
Yeah, 100%. Can't argue with that. It's as you say, it's for the first game and for the first half. You're looking at some fundamentals, and their fundamentals have been pretty good, apart from, like we say, those two. And that's again, that's an example of what we're talking about in defence.
Yeah.
2 players are going on the defence.
Yeah.
And where you only need 1 to go in.
Yeah.
Because then the defending winger's done her job. She's marking the winger. The link's bit in with the mid on the mid, and then it's left that gap for for the try to be scored.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it, as well, because from a Saxons perspective, and to be fair, I'm speculating because I have no idea how long these teams have been together. I imagine the Midlands Tigers have been together for the past year because Nottingham is such a hub for touch at the moment. But I imagine the Saxons have maybe only had a handful of opportunities to play together as a team. Yeah. And I think that's maybe one of the differences that we're seeing. I wouldn't say there's much disparity in terms of core skills, because the core skills on display from the Saxons when they get in their rhythm are great. I think it's maybe just those connections that aren't quite happening. But that's something you can fix in a tournament.
You can fix it in a tournament, but then also you're then looking for, as a region, and as England Touch now, we're looking for how can we generate those playing opportunities through the course of the year. And on that one, we've got a European Championships next year, so regional leads, and a lot of whom are part of the HP program, obviously focus on the preparations for that, but also coming out from this.
Pace. Oh, I think she's going to get caught. She is indeed. It's a great chase down from Millie Poulton.
Josephine House there, putting some pace on, but also showing some awareness that she didn't do earlier.
Yeah.
Where earlier she forced the ball, and now she's shown that that's a touch there on the far side. And this time she's shown awareness that she was going to get caught, and has then slowed up, waited for her support. We'll come back to the playing opportunities in just a second.
Lovely score, little show and go. Ruby O'Dell. And that is 5 now, averaging a try every 3 minutes. And you'll see, it's just a little show and go, gets around the outside. And those are those touch skills, right? You fix your defenders, you keep everyone wide.
It's any kind of ball game skill, really. It doesn't matter what level you're at, you want to sell a dummy. But what we see here actually is, ironically enough, the link has actually done her job in defence by marking really well.
Yeah.
And then Ava Bond, there's 2 number 4s on the Saxons, so I don't know whether that's Ava Bond or Millie Bobadilla, but then she has then just been skinned, basically. You know, that's and that's the one thing where, you've got 2 players biting in, shows really good intent, but also that actually has explained why the link would probably bite in.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's that, I suppose it's that feeling of, well, now we're in an uncomfortable position from a defensive perspective. Both of our mids are occupied. How can I try and influence this play? And we're trying to get involved when actually we then just start to create these 3-on-2s, 2-on-1s.
Yeah. If I'm Saxons coaches, I'm in that situation. If you can change your defensive shape a bit, I would almost want the 2 players to come in, and then for the winger to mark the link and leave the attacking winger unmarked, and then you're forcing them to play. Yeah. Because if the ball goes through the hands and it doesn't get dropped, or a long pass comes in over the top, then that's fair play. You scored on the wing, it doesn't matter. That you don't mind conceding the first 2, for example, but that one, as a coach, I'm more disappointed with that because it's gone through the middle, even though the defending link has done what you'd have asked it to do. But you just need to almost square yourself up and pick and choose when you're going to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
The challenge for Saxons, though, is that Tigers have shown that they've got the ball skills to be able to get the ball down the line. You just need to be more alert, get in the face of the attacker, and then and step back and work really, really hard in defence to get back to 7.
Yeah, and I think that's where Saxons might struggle, because this Midlands Tigers team, you know, for all of the Saxons' endeavour, and they have shown some really brilliant glimpses of what this team could probably put together. But I have a feeling that Midlands Tigers are just sort of cruising at the moment, sort of third gear, you know, just ticking, going through the motions and ticking over nicely. I also imagine there's probably a bit of rust from both teams. You know, first game, first day, maybe, you know, not as familiar with one another as they would like to be at this stage. And I think solving that going into the second half would be really interesting. I wouldn't put it against Saxons getting a few scores, but I'd also probably put my mortgage on Midlands Tigers getting a few more as well.
Yeah, I think this will be quite comfortably a double-digit win for Tigers.
Yeah.
But you just look at the top of the team sheet with Imogen Loveridge and Ella Dean. You know, they've got experience playing with England Opens and training with England Opens. You know, they're among the best players in the country.
Yeah, well, I mean, the team sheet from a juniors perspective is littered with, you know, as you say, Imogen Loveridge, Ella Dean, Acacia Hall, Thea Hall, Abigail Wolfe, Isla Devlin. Yeah, you might recognise Archie Devlin, the Ballon boy, as the cameraman coined over the University Series. Ruby O'Dell. You know, these are names that have been playing with with the Opens categories for at least a year, in some cases probably 2 or 3 years. And I think that is what defines these regions that find their success in the junior nationals, because it's not just playing ability, it's then experience and being able to problem solve and you know, identify information that you can use whilst you're playing, and then finding ways of, you know, making that as efficient as possible.
Yeah, and as you highlighted it just a minute ago, Joe, where there's been plenty of endeavour from the Saxons, but the little bit of class has come from the Tigers. And what we're seeing as well is the coaching staff. You know, they're young, but they've also been in the scene for a while.
Yeah.
You know, and we've seen, you know, the coaches now at this level have either played international age group, or they're playing Opens, or they've even been coaching in Limerick. You know, we had a lot of young coaches over there with at the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup recently.
Which is amazing. It's such a good, you know, we often speak about pathway for players, but pathway for coaches and referees are just as important, because they're what keeps the game alive. So, you know, it is going to be really interesting from a coach's perspective how some of these young coaches navigate the rest of the tournament, because I think Midlands Tigers will know that this won't be a game that defines their tournament, and they might have one eye on like South East Taipans or South East Sharks, for example. But it's also a really good opportunity for people to start brushing the cobwebs off and finding their rhythm, and hopefully what we see in this second half is Saxons demanding more from the Tigers in attack and stressing them out a little bit in defence.
Yeah, what we in the first half, we talked about, you know, the referees coaching the players and helping them out there. Natalie Grimsey was really helping Saxons out with their roll ball and making sure it's taken in the right place. But also, you're then showing a little bit of naivety from the players in that, you know, at a higher level, you're seeing, you know, you'd see them dominate the play, you know, initiating the touches, the attacker.
Yeah.
But again, what we saw there is some really good core skills from the Saxons players, keeping the ball alive. You know, they didn't drop it. You know, if they're feeling under pressure, they don't show it.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to the experience side of things. You know, it's ability. Be a duck. Look all really nice on the top and just go like crazy underneath. I think that's always sort of the metaphor that comes to mind, because I think Tigers do it so well, and I think that's what defines a really talented player, and also a player that you'd start to look for high performance, is this ability to play and start to think and play and identify areas to tackle and play. So it will be unique. It's a unique challenge, I think, for the Saxons to start to overcome. And you see Tigers, just lose it a little bit at the roll ball. A rare mistake there from Ruby O'Dell. And now it's a roll ball turnover for the Saxons. And again, good hands to get over onto that right-hand side, looking for some sub moves, which is great because, you know, we were saying just how much nationals has come on. Well, emerging regions performing quite nice sub moves to get legs on efficiently. That's a marker of how far these juniors have come.
Yeah, and also we saw the Saxons' defensive play, the pressure, you know, to get into Tigers' faces. Sorry for that. We've got one of our setup crew, the lovely people for any event. So we've got one of them who's stood in a coffee queue for a half hour for us, and then he's having to go back because I've said no, black is fine or cold milk is fine.
Yeah. Anything and everything is fine. Caffeine is fine.
Caffeine is fine.
In any way, shape or form. Tigers. Oh, nice quickie setup. This should be try time. And once again, they go to that link hole. And it's taken them 3 minutes, so they're still averaging this 3 minute a score. But once again, it's that link hole, isn't it?
I'd love to see the stats of how many tries they've scored with Imogen Loveridge on the field.
Yeah.
That's it. It's every 3 minutes, and you know they're working with 3 middle pods.
Yeah,
average of about a minute to a minute and a half on the field every 3 minutes. That's another one. This time, you know, it's that dump play, that quickie. You know, it's a classic thing where, as a coach, you know, you're going to highlight that and go, right, you need to be attacking the player as they're retreating.
Yeah.
That forces the bite in, and then you give unselfishly you give the ball.
Yeah.
So that's an absolute classic. You know, it's another.
Oh, pill.
Oh,
that's a nice pill.
Shame. It's a lovely pill.
I want to say that is. I'm going to stick with Millie Bobadilla rather than Ava Bond. I think that's going to be my.
We will.
I'm going to die on that hill. I'm going to die on that hill, even if it is Ava Bond for the weekend. Your name is now Millie. Well, yeah, Saxons, sort out your team sheets when you watch this back, please. I've started to do that this summer in every single bit of commentary that I've done for England Touch this summer. Rather than dropping people a message, I'll just, because I know that a lot of coaches will watch this back and you know, look for areas to identify. So I'll just drop in a little sort out your team sheets for me, please, and then you can have, you know, you can have everyone getting the just desserts that they've earned. So, well, what I like about, you know, we're 4.5, almost 5 minutes now into the second half. The scoring for Tigers has slowed down. That might be one of two things. That might be Midlands Tigers have become a little bit more sort of complacent and just want to see out this game. Or, what I think is happening is I think the Saxons are adding a bit of physicality into their roll ball and they're trying to force some turnovers.
Yeah, I think so. And you see they're working really hard in defence. But then when you're working hard in defence, your fatigue comes into play, and already, you know, it's game one.
Oh, it's again, and it is every 3 minutes. This time 4 minutes though.
Imogen Loveridge on the field again.
Yeah, once more, it's Imogen Loveridge.
But that was created by Saxons' core skills, just letting them down a little bit. As we can see from the flags on the far side, they're now playing into quite a stiff breeze.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you're working harder in defence, first game of the day, you might not, especially if you're not used to playing at this level, you might not have fueled up right, you might not have warmed up right. You know, there's all these nuances that the older you get and the more experienced you get, that then becomes part of your routine. But at this level, if you're not used, and again, to pick up on your previous point, if you're not used to playing in a team together, all of a sudden those bits just start to fall apart a bit.
Gone, absolutely gone.
Yeah, so the previous one, you know, Saxons lost the ball on their way out, gave themselves massive challenge, 6 touches to defend deep in your own territory. This time, that's just fatigue and a bit of pace just going straight through.
Yeah, it's Abigail Wolf. It just taps. And then, just sticks the hammer down. Just identifies that other middle had dropped off way too early. Maybe trying to snipe the next roll ball, but nothing doing.
Yeah, you just saw that completely fragmented nature of the Saxons' defence. Because you don't... I think in principle they were probably looking to work a bit of a Pistons.
Yeah.
But...
Execution.
Execution. You know, on that bit, as the defending player, you know, you'd not want to drop in too early. All you want to be is in line with the referee.
Yeah, exactly. And I think these are the nuances that create great behaviours on a touch pitch. I think one thing that you see a lot of coaches talk about is just good players making good decisions. And I think for Southwest Saxons, they've got good players, maybe missing the experience to consistently make those good decisions.
Yeah, but they will benefit from this. Of course, it's now if they come off the field in a positive, you've been well beaten.
Yeah.
It's a real challenge to then have a smile on your face, but it's then, right, what are we going to learn from that?
Yeah.
And as a coach, you want the players to be identifying what they're learning from that, because then they're more likely to, to work on it and get higher.
Yeah.
But again, we're seeing some good core skills
And
from
that was
the
a bit
Saxons.
of a foot race here, and I think there's only going to be one winner. Get the ball down, you will indeed.
Brilliant.
And it's
Love
Millie Poulton. And finally, the Saxons get their reward for their good work, and it's just a great pass. And then, there's a mismatch out on the wing.
Yeah, the 73 Brooke Prosser just got caught flat-footed on that.
Yeah.
The ball handling from the link to get the ball out was fantastic. You've got the defender in your face, quick, straight through your hands, out it goes in a pass that's sympathetic for somebody to catch.
Yeah.
Because it's all too often, you'll just, you'll get the ball there and then you'll just do a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
But that was not a Hail Mary. That was a good quality, accurate pass, as you said. And then when the defending winger isn't expecting that, which he wasn't, gets caught flat-footed and lovely pace around the corner from Millie Poulton.
Yeah, and it's really well worked. And again, Millie Poulton makes a good decision. It's just a shame it was a 2-on-1, but that's what we were talking about earlier. Is the wing forcing the opposition link to go make that extra pass? Midlands Tigers do execute, such is their talent. But these positive behaviours are becoming more and more apparent, and the Saxons have definitely grown in this second half, learnt a lot, and it'll be interesting to see where they can go.
100%, and as you say, that was the right decision for her to make. What you would want is for her to be more aggressive in making that decision.
Yeah.
Because she knew that she had to make the touch, but then if you're the last player, you give it absolutely everything to get there.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think from a Saxons perspective once more...
Sorry, coffee call.
I think from a Saxons perspective once more, it's important that they stop letting these scores in, and once more, it is Ella Dean that just carves the gap. That's twice now on the first touch turnover. The Saxons have surrendered a score. There's just that one initial pass and then the pace to get through the two middles that were mismatched. And Ella Dean with the pace to burn. Running with the wind, maybe giving her an extra bit of push that she definitely didn't need, had the pace already. And now once more it's up to the Saxons to find themselves back in the game, and Chris, you've probably missed that, although you've definitely not missed the Saxons' second score, and that is number 14, Nyla Reeves, that almost takes a leaf out of Ella Dean's book, finding a bit of pace, bit of space, and just using the acceleration to go and execute.
She backed herself. That's fantastic. You want a player in that position to go, right, let's have a go.
Yeah, why not? And the score that they let in earlier, though there's a roll ball error there from Midlands Tigers, so the Saxons will get the possession back. But the score that they let in earlier was again that first touch turnover. Defensive line not quite set, a bit too many gaps, and Ella Dean goes and executes. And I think there's almost a bit of there's a really good learning opportunity there. It's just trying to stay switched on all throughout the game.
Yeah, that's a classic moment just there as well from the Saxons, where they're running a box move. They've done all the hard work to get the ball into the right position, and then the players coming on are a little bit behind the play. The half has just popped the ball up without looking to see if there's anybody there to catch it.
Yeah.
Fatigue's coming in. I'm just delighted that they've not got a donut.
Yeah.
They've got a couple of scores, and they've got a couple of good scores as well, well created.
Absolutely, really good scores. And now get a really nice defensive set against the Midlands Tigers. That's a set of 6 successfully defended for the Saxons. And I wonder if they will go back to the sub move, or maybe go back to what worked initially, which was just feed the ball over to the left-hand side with Millie Poulton and let Millie Poulton put the gas on.
Yeah, they're running a box move, which is good. What they're finding though is the players coming on and behind the play, and we're seeing again it's that little bit of composure from the half.
Yeah.
You know, running a box move if you're not used to doing it is pretty tricky.
Yeah.
But then if you're fatigued,
yeah,
you know, it then becomes, you know, these are classic mistakes to be seeing at this stage of a game, at this stage of a tournament.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's good learning opportunities for the Saxons. And you know, as much as they may feel, we've struggled a little bit in this game, and I think it's fair to say that in moments they definitely have. You learn so much from games like this. You learn so much from playing an already established region. You can then start to pick up on things like, okay, what are they doing that's giving them a bit of an edge in this game? And that'll be the learning opportunities. But the Tigers will look to just go over once more. They do look for that link, and there's a bit of a gasp of the mouth there to say, oh, that pass was what it needed to be.
I think that if you're the Saxons coaches, I would hope that they're not going to say, you know what,
good feet, 2-on-1, and now they do give it the pace. But
I would hope that they don't just put it down to Imogen Loveridge being a good player.
Yeah.
Because you can still shut down good players.
Yeah.
So, right, what are you going to learn when you see somebody coming up on the scoop? How are you going to, what's your defensive shape going to be? How are you going to scramble? What are you going to communicate? What's your, almost like your mayday call?
Yeah.
You know, and actually, how are we going to combat that? Because you're going to come up against players who might be not as good, but players who are used to being in the international setup.
Yeah.
Across, particularly when you're playing Southeast, for example, Northwest. You know, these are these are teams who.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
sorry to cut you off there, Chris.
That's right.
But there's a lovely 32 short, hits the wrap, and once again. This time, Ella Dean pulling strings, but there's a lovely pass off once more. And it's just, it feels like Southwest Saxons are 3 or 4 individual moments away from making those touches.
Yep.
But the Tigers, I mean, it's a real marker, isn't it, of intent?
Yeah, what they need to do, I think, Saxons, is and the good thing about having the live stream is that when it comes to, maybe not today, but this evening.
Oh, through the legs. Ref, that's 6 more.
Obviously, somebody inspired by watching England last week.
Yes.
And just quickly before we take a bit of a breather before the next game, is that Saxons just needs to, if there was going to be one thing to take out of this, is that in defence, is just to commit a bit more.
Yeah.
That 5%, you know, if the winger's going to come in because 2 players are biting, work to get in, because you can see there kind of like a split frame of mind then, which was just what happened just there again.
Yeah. And
then if you do that, then you can shut down, you know, then all of a sudden you're then talking about 7 or 8 rather than 11.
Yeah. And it's those manageable steps, isn't it? You know, it's taking control of what what's in your power and just building consistently over the 2 days.
Hashtag control the controllables.
Yes.
We can't control the coffee, unfortunately. There have been so many people here that the water pressure has dropped in the coffee van. I kid you not.
It's a good problem to have.
It's a good problem to have. It's a great problem to have. You know,
it's a bad problem for us, but it's a great problem for England Touch.
But you've probably got about 300 or 400 parents here today. Anyway, we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, and it will be the under-14s boys, Southwest Saxons, Midlands Tigers.
reminder, if you are leaving a sweat box, take your kit with you, your bottles, your clothing, and your rubbish. We are representing not only your areas of England, such as well here in Nottingham, and we have a fantastic support with them. There are bins all around the area, so please ensure you get yourself any rubbish that is put into bins to assist the people site clean as possible. We will give you the usual 2-minute warning when the timer comes up. But the weather is there because it is a lovely day. As the sunshine is out, any questions or any issues, speak to control. Kevin in control. Well, I've been chatting away with Mr. 2-minute warning, so this is where the team's coming onto the pictures. You only have 5 minutes in between your games. We are already below the 2-minute warning, so we'll give you a shout in just a moment. There's a 1-minute warning. Is it going too quickly? Players and officials, stand by.
So welcome back to game 2. It's the under-14s boys, Midlands Tigers versus Southwest Saxons, and all of a sudden the Midlands Tigers boys going fast very quickly.
First bucket hat of the day.
Yes, first of many, I hope. 32 short, trying to dive in. Nothing doing there for Coldine. That's funny, somewhere near where I live is called Coldine. Oh, it's a good 2-on-1. Ball goes, unfortunately, for Daniel Gray. It goes to the floor, but very quickly, in an under-14s category, we are seeing a lot of structure and a lot of pace.
They're all tiny. It was a comment that was. I know we've got under 12s as well.
Yeah.
But you know, as what it goes to show, you know, we talk about this a lot, you know, with schools, is that touch provides an opportunity for players who are not as physically developed.
Yeah.
To play high quality oval ball sport, you know, because at this level, at 14s around that, that's when physically, if you're playing full contact rugby of any kind,
yeah,
you know, you start missing out, and you know, you might not get selected. Not everybody's Shane Williams, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is what I like about touch, is it's so approachable as a sport for anyone. You know, you hear about loads of sports being super approachable for everyone, but touch genuinely is, and that's a lovely catch and pass to the wing. It is number 40, Ben Gresham, that just whips that ball out to the wing.
Core rugby skill of any code. You know, he takes that step out, he makes himself available, he's attacking the defending link who's offside anyway, the winger is short. You know, we said in the last game you want to force the play to go wide,
yeah,
and they've done that. But you've also, if you've got players who've got the ability to execute, you know, that was, the patience that you saw. You don't often, sometimes you don't see that from players of this kind of age.
Yeah.
You know, you get a bit of white line fever, go for a dive. No, there's a player outside me, bang, give it, try.
Yeah, and yeah, again, it's this. I think it's the symptom of Midlands Tigers being the sort of unofficial centre of touch in the UK at the moment, because sort of dominating at the mixed nationals, the mixed competition with the Nottingham Touch Club, the Hoods, dominating Midlands Tigers at the Opens nationals, and now the under-14s boys are following on from the under-17s girls. That's 2 now.
Yeah, that was a little bit of inexperience in defence. You know, you're seeing the defender 24. That's Alex Webster. We could hear Julian Edwards, the referee from up here, call, you know, play through, play on, play on. That's because he hadn't got back to the try line.
Yeah.
You know, we talked a bit about commitment in defence. In that situation, you've got to bust a gut to get back to the try line. Otherwise, you're out of the game. And as Bill Shankly said, if you're not on the if you're on the pitch, you've got to be influencing.
Yeah, absolutely. Saxons want to get the next score on the board, and it looks like they've got the ability to do so. Some good core skills on show. That is 5th touch though, so have to create something from nothing now. Ball wants to go to the wing, and it does eventually. It's recycled well. That's an opportunity. That's a good bit of footwork, but that is 5th touch and turnover, and it is, I want to hazard a guess at the brother of the try scorer, Ethan Dobson, the try scorer being Austin Dobson, as I've got a bit of a paparazzi. Go away, Ash.
See, this is what we're talking about for the commitment in defence and waiting for the whistle. This near side winger, that's Isaac Reeves.
Ooh.
You know, they've got the turnover, they've got away with it there. But he made the touch and he turned around and he looked to the referee. He's like, what's going on? No, to make the touch, get back, work really, really hard, and then come and bounce up and try and keep Tigers in their own, deep in their own half.
Yeah. Oh, good footwork to get through and beat a couple players. It's wonderful from number 35. Where are you on my team sheet? You do not exist on my team sheet, unfortunately. Oh, no, you do. Rufus Whitford.
I was just going to say mystery man.
The mystery man, reveal yourself. But it's good from Whitford. But now, not a lot of width, not a lot of pace, not a lot of depth. Can they create something? And the Saxons, I think, almost a direct opposite from the Tigers. The Tigers are sort of, at the moment, from what we've seen this morning, sort of doing their work through structure. And I think the Saxons have moments of brilliance so far in this game. They just need a bit of structure to get the players offside.
It's going back to experience playing rugby or playing netball or playing the kind of sport that gets the ball into your hands versus playing touch.
Yeah. There's a good spot there from the referee. Easy forward pass.
What we've seen with Saxons is that when they're throwing the ball about, 7 style, so to speak,
it is.
They've got the ability to get the ball in hand, but to turn that into a straight up, a quickie, a 32, all of these technical things that you would then bring into somebody's play that we've seen Tigers execute.
That's a really good roll ball. Now there's a bit of danger, but that is half court. And it's unfortunate there.
I think he was unfortunate. I think the defender would be marginal offside there.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, and so Saxons are unfortunate, but Tigers, we've just seen they've just got away with it. And in this one, not that I'm going to, I don't want to be critical of referees. You need, if you're going to ask players to commit in D, you also need your referees to get back and set the 7.
Yeah.
And, so, Tigers have scored. But Saxon, if you compare the experience of referees now, is that Julian is at level 5.
Yeah.
A full level 5 experienced international referee. And, he'll be anticipating what's going to be coming.
Yeah.
And then that gives the defenders a good platform to work off if you're less experienced.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think we saw a little moment there of both players, they're both defenders for the Saxons not really understanding what the referees were asking of them, and I think that does speak to that level of clarity. And now there's a good offside penalty there, so Saxons get a fresh set of 6. It'd be interesting to see what the likes of Dylan Hone and co can create from this. Tap and go straight for the line.
It's good, that's fine. You go straight for the line. You know, you're going to see how a team defends. Saxons now, yes, they're spreading it wide. They're looking to play rugby, not play touch.
Yeah. Although there is a good bit of platform there. The player receiving the pass is very static. Oh, did he go through? Unfortunately, he didn't. You would think it was number 20.
Now, if you're the coach, you're going to say to him, right, next situation you do that, you see the defender stood on the 7, you accelerate in, you make the touch, you've got the defender on the back foot, you've given the half platform to scoop on, and you're there to support. And then all of a sudden you've got yourself an opportunity. Whereas, you know, again, Saxons, let's see if they've learned from that previous set.
Yeah.
But this is, again, is where the coaching becomes all important, because if they're less experienced touch players, you're asking them to make changes on the fly, which they don't have the experience to do.
Yeah, and I think that's the tricky thing. And I agree with your assessment from earlier as well. There's been a few moments where I think the expectations of the referees are making Saxons' problem solving really difficult. Because there was a moment there where the ball was rolled and the ref just allowed all of the Tigers players to approach rather than actually, you know, allowing the half to get there and get set, which is maybe quite a stickler one from a referee perspective.
Right, I'm going to do ref watch here.
Okay.
Now you see how Julian is setting a clear 7. He's communicating around to the middle.
Yeah.
So he's calling players back. He's letting them know how far they've got to get back. Whereas what was happening in midfield before, got away with one there in terms of over the mark. But that's now a penalty for a late pass. So that's a really good defence there from the Saxons to get in their face. But what you could do is you could see the communication from the referee to the players in the middle. So all of a sudden they know where they've got to be, what they've got to do. If you've got a less experience, it's really hard as a referee to referee a game with less experienced players.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen it at, you know, Division 4 of National Touch Series. You see it with entry-level teams at UTC.
Yeah.
You know, if the skills aren't high enough, then you're basically refereeing shuttle runs.
Yeah.
But even if the skills are high enough, is that you've then still got to communicate better so that the players can play the game better.
Yeah, I think it's a case of both parties setting expectations and also limitations of what they can and can't do. I think at the moment it feels a little bit sort of stop-start, and I think Saxons are struggling with that. And it'd be interesting to see if they can defend this set and then potentially go and threaten the line, although it's another great bit of core skills. Twice now the ball's gone over to that far wing. And it is just that case of pick up, identify space, execute.
You know, if I'm actually the Tigers coach there, you know, you're wanting Liam McChristie to actually, from a rugby perspective, that's a great score.
Yeah.
From a touch perspective, the link in the middle are offside. You want the player who's hitting the short line to come in and attack those players, not rely on the ball to get on the outside, because the winger, was within a couple of centimetres of making the touch. Whereas if he'd have gone and committed on that short play.
Oh, unfortunate from the Saxons.
If he'd have committed to that, you saw him come onto it at pace and then slam the brakes on.
Yeah.
Keep the pace up, dive from a little bit further out. The ground is pretty hard. It's pretty dry.
Yeah. That might be a bit off-putting for some non-touch purists out there.
You want some grazers.
Is it touch unless you've... You really play touch unless you've got some really gammy knees at the end of it. Yeah,
it's ironic as well for Riverside to be this dry.
Yeah.
It just shows how dry the summer has been. See, this is the thing now where actually the Saxons are now setting the play up quite nicely. You're calling you're getting the players out to the 7, and the setup play was what you would have wanted for 21. for George Lewis there to attack the defender, who was a bit lazy.
Yeah.
Who was a bit of a lazy runner. Unfortunately, the ball hit the ground.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're seeing from the Saxons is we've got one pod that wants to use a lot of structure, but then maybe is lacking with a bit of momentum. And then we've got a second pod, that's great pace to go through. And you don't have to worry about what I'm saying, because Tom Part is getting over for the Tigers' 5th. And now the Tigers are starting to average more tries per minute than the under-17 girls, who went away with a very comprehensive win.
They did. Oscar Shepherd just got caught flat-footed there, the defending link.
Yeah, so, you know, this pod, for example, from the Southwest Saxons, have loads of momentum, but not a lot of sort of line attack structure. The other attacking pod that we've seen, great feet! Has loads of structure, but not a lot of momentum. But I know in this case which one I would prefer is Dylan Hone's momentum.
Well, that's a great bit of opportunism. It did set them up with a, he's just, and that's one of those ones where, again, to use a kind of Bill Shankly, if you're, you know, what are you doing if you're not on the field but influencing play? Alex Webster was then a good roundabout.
Yeah.
You know, the defender was in the right position, but it was a nice bit of opportunity to come around. But the 3-player drive to get into that play was kind of what you wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. And good structure starting to emerge here for the Saxons. But just as they claw one back, the Tigers get over once more. And it's, again, similar from what we saw in the game prior. Both middles splitting in opposite directions, parting of the Red Seas. He was Moses.
Previous try, hit the short line and went wide, could have committed to score in the middle. Came in a little bit slower, but committed to score in the middle. Defending mid is slow to get back. Hey presto, try.
Yeah. So this is the pod that I think is lacking a little bit of structure. So I wonder what's going to happen here. Looking to run a 32 short. Actually maybe a bit of a long pass could have gone, but doesn't. And now they need to set something up once more. Flat pass tries to find its way to the wing, and I wonder from a coach's perspective if there's any temptation to maybe muddle some of these pods up, because there's a couple players who clearly want a bit of structure and there's a couple players who clearly want to just run really hard. I wonder if you could pair those up and sort of complement both sets of skills.
I'm not sure you would. If you've got players who are a bit less experienced, you can kind of get them to work together as a pod to get that teamwork a bit better, rather than disrupting other pods that are working well. Because you've been around the block long enough to know you've played in teams where you've been playing with touch players, and then you played without touch player or with a non-touch player experienced, and then all of a sudden it inhibits you. So that's kind of what you want as a, so if you've got more experienced touch players, keep them together, because we've seen them create as try. And I think that's the recipe for success here for the Saxons, is those pods working well together. But for the Tigers, it is all relatively straightforward as we go into half time. Here's the Tigers leading 5-1 over the Saxons.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 metres, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change.
Welcome back to Charger Talk.
Yeah, if you wonder what commentators talk about when they're not, when they're not live, we're just discussing charges and
it's how to manage your hotspot on the phone through the day. We're in the middle of a field. There's no Wi-Fi, so we're running off hotspot, which is fine. I've got like 100 gig of data or something like that, but then you're going to need a power bank at some point.
Yeah, definitely. My phone, for whatever reason, your hotspot is a lifesaver because my phone, for whatever reason, refuses to connect to anything when it's out in the middle of Riverside, which is always great fun because this is one of the places we spend the most amount of time.
Well, seeing as I'm showing the age of my phone by saying that it's got a lightning cable, no school like the old school. It's hotspot by carrier pigeon.
Well, it's doing the job. It is doing the job.
It's going to be interesting now in the second half. As one of the other things we were talking about is just as a coach is the amount of information that the coaches will have been trying to get across to the players. Just hope that Saxons haven't tried to overload, particularly the less experienced players.
Yeah. What I'd be really hoping for from a Saxons perspective is just a little bit more sort of heads up play, bit more recognition. A bit of level-headedness as well, not trying to force too many things. I think that's a nice transition to the wing, but unfortunately that last pass just wasn't as accurate as it needed to be. That half is isolated, so if they go make that touch, did he make it? I think you've got to call it a little bit louder if you did, pal.
Yeah, he's got to, again, they've got to commit in defence. I think what we've seen with just watching the defending winger just on that on this near side, Stan Wiltshire. By the way, that's a good northwest name. That Stan Wiltshire.
Yeah. You're in the wrong region.
Yeah, is to not be backpedaling.
Yeah.
Is to make a touch and then bomb it back, and try and either if you're not making the next touch, is to work through for the next 7.
Yeah, and I think, again, that's the difference between a bit of touch experience and a bit of contact experience. You see in Union, you are taught to sort of like tread that water and then go and engage. And, there are some telltale signs that the Saxons may be lacking in a bit of touch experience, but still getting their score quite early. For me, it'll be interesting to see if they can go back down that route and really try and stress out this Midlands Tigers defence without surrendering too much position, such as this, backing off a little bit too much and providing 10 metres of uncontested ground.
Well, it's just this defensive, just the lack of defensive cohesion down this near side.
Yeah.
So, you ended up with Stan Wiltshire getting caught in no man's land, Arlo Bird's quite obviously making the touch. So then as the defender, you get back to 7. He kind of stopped at about that 4 or 5 metre.
Yeah.
And then he's out the game.
Yeah.
Completely as a defender. So what we saw as well as in the attack there is that their touch shape was quite nice. But then the player who came in on that short line didn't quite come in on a short line. The half popped it off for a bit of a longer line. They weren't really on the same wavelength completely.
Yeah, yeah, and it's tricky, yeah, especially for someone who's maybe lacking with a bit of touch experience. It's you know, it's almost asking you to, you know, kick a football with your left foot, or if you're right-footed, it feels quite alien. But teams that can adapt to that find their success, and Tigers, you know, good example of it.
Yeah, 100%. Cole Dean there, just hitting the short line. We see he's just coming in, getting the ball, stepping out. You know, he's capitalised on the defender not quite getting back. That's Josh Graham in D. Sorry. Bit of a cold. In defence, just not quite getting back. And then Cole Dean's able to step away from him and then dive over. You know, good, committed, short play there from Tigers. Just what you want to see.
Yeah, exactly. And what I want to see is the Saxons find a bit more success. That's good. That's a good dive as well. And unsure what's happened there. I was trying to find a way to rationalise it.
I think the ball came loose. I think it was 6 touch, and then the Tigers kind of picked it up, tried to have an interception. Obviously, you don't do that at touch. Got to roll the ball on the 7. That's just what happened there, I think. But Tigers now getting some good go forward ball, some good momentum. You see number 40, you see Ben Gresham. They're looking to initiate.
Yeah, now trying to go down the wing.
And again, that's what you want your mids to do when you're attacking and getting some momentum going.
Can he finish? Can he finish? No, unfortunately not. Touch just comes in, and it's, you know, it's good defensive touch there from Stan Wiltshire.
Yeah.
Name of the day so far?
I don't know. No.
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 Do you like Liam McChristie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds like a great packet of crisps.
I like Millie Bobadilla.
Yeah.
From the previous. I'm assuming it's Bobadilla, 2 L's.
Yeah.
What we saw there from Wiltshire though was, you know, when he committed, is that he then got to the line and going to defend. And this time he's then got caught in no man's land, and it's a lovely finish from the Tigers here on this near side. A bit of a dummy, Schoencoat, right. So what's happened there? Ben Gresham has just come in. He's created that with a dummy, which is then had Stan Wiltshire's then bitten in when he didn't really need to bite in.
Yeah.
And then that's left the winger unmarked. You know, he didn't really need to do that. That's a defensive breakdown that, you know, it's easily fixable. But it was a lovely bit of play there from Ben Gresham. Actually, I think that's one of the plays of the day so far.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree. But, you know, the Saxons have started to manufacture a bit of space. But again, it's that last pass. But they much better go forward. And they started to play around some shooters, which is a great sign from a coach. It's just not quite clicking for them in the final third.
2 hands up from the winger.
Yeah.
You want 2 hands up, that ball is in the hands, and then you're away.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe a little bit of sympathy as well in that pass, because, you know, you always want to sort of pass that ball on the front foot, let someone run onto it, but there's running onto it and then there's falling forward for it.
Yeah. What we're seeing now is Saxons. You've got multiple players biting. We had 3 just here, 2 in the next one, 2 in the next one. That at some point against a team that's as well structured and as well coached as the Midlands Tigers is you're gonna get torn apart.
Yeah, yeah, and then unfortunately there's a bit of a roll ball error, so possession surrendered. And what's nice as well, the Tigers maybe had an opportunity to just go straight away and try and hands it in the corner, but decided against it. Look back for this short side quickie. That's a link dumping on a mid though, so numerically doesn't give you much advantage. And that's a 33, trying to set up for a hammer, not quite doing at the moment.
I quite like both plays here. The Tigers are looking to condition. The Saxons' defence to that point had been really good. They'd gone player on player. They weren't letting themselves bite in.
Yeah.
That score's then been created because Ellis Stewart hasn't got back to the try line.
Yeah, yeah. And it's that repetitive nature of that attack. You know, it makes a defender so tired. There is that level of fatigue, constantly going forward and back. And from a touch perspective, it's a pretty textbook example on how you go and beat a tired defence. You know, you just make sure they're having to get back to their 7, and at one point they will start to fall a bit short. Saxons, though, I think this pod is the one that's going to make something happen. There's a nice open side quickie, but supporting players not quite there. The ball does go to the wing, and it's good hands and great footwork, but it's a really good covering touch there from Oliver Cleary.
Yeah, that was a really lovely attacking play there from Saxons.
Yeah.
You know, it's good bouncing. They're not forcing it. So, but it was a good bit of defence there from the Tigers, but Saxons have done absolutely everything right to get into that. But Tigers coming up through the midfield now. Oh, a little bit of a ghosting run has taken Edward Wriggler all the way to the line. Little bit of left, little bit of right. Bit of Strictly Come Dancing skills, and then turning on the afterburners into the clear. Oh, that was... there's one where as a defending middle, Jacob Lightfoot, you know, you can really empathise with him because he's been stood up there and done like a kipper. But just with a little really subtle show and go or step there from Edward Wriggler.
Let's try the scoreline. Oh, I think they're going to rule that he picked that up, and I think it's a bit favourable.
But that's the first really individual try we've seen from Tigers.
Yeah, and I think that's a testament to the coaching staff and the way that they've got these players playing together. That scoring on the 7, we've all been there. Everyone's done it at least once.
Mate, I've done it over the dead ball line once.
Have you?
Playing rugby union.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was...
unforgivable.
Yeah, got the ball 5 metres out. So I was a forward, got the ball 5 metres out, started driving, got wrapped up by the D, kept on driving, saw a bit of whitewash, flopped over it, think I scored a great try, great forwards try. Barracking from my teammates for not realising it was a dead ball line.
Oh, good attempt at a switch there from the Saxons, but again, just struggling in execution.
Yeah, this one you're wanting Tigers to be dominating the play, or to be dominating the speed of the attacking play. What was it? So that was exactly what you want to see from Tom Parr. You know, as the middle, he's the one who's dictating when the touch is going to be. A couple of phases before that, the attacker. Excuse me. The attacker is letting the defender initiate the touch, and then you kind of take the control out of it.
Yeah, and once again, half is isolated, but Saxons do a good job at recycling that, and I've got to say, by and large, I have been very impressed with number 5, Isaac Reeves, over on that far side, and I wonder if they can go and execute here, the Saxons. That's great speed on show, and that's Arlo Bird, and that's the Saxons' second score.
That's even more impressive than the solo score we saw a minute ago from Edward Wriggler. Because, you know, Tigers are much more structured in their defence. Yeah. And he stood him up, and he's gone, and then he's gone again and backed himself. So really impressive try there.
It is very impressive. And Arlo Bird, one of those players I imagine a high performance coach might be keeping an eye on. He's got great feet. You imagine what he can do with a bit of touch structure. You know, that's an exciting prospect. And I think that's sort of the end goal, right? Like the junior nationals, everyone wants some silverware, as we see the Tigers once again manufacture a 2-on-1 and then execute. But everyone wants silverware, everyone wants to win. But this is a very brief moment in a lot of these players' times in the touch scene. High performance is really the end goal here, right?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. For us, from England Touch, it would be great if these kids all took touch back to their schools.
Yeah.
And got the schools playing in their local areas.
Yeah, and then we grow the university game, and then we grow the nationals game, and then we grow the mixed, and so on and so forth. It's like there's a really good way of growing the sport that's well researched and structured. And it does start at this level, which is why I think it's so worth celebrating just the sheer amount of players we have here at a junior nationals. I mean, you know, you might be able to pick it up when the camera pans through this transition, but at least 7, I'm right in saying 7 pitches?
Yeah, 7 fields.
All in use throughout the day. All different divisions, different categories, age ranges, ability levels. Everyone here on a sunny weekend at the end of August playing touch.
Yeah, including an under-12s. You know, it's been introduced. It's very, as we just let this play out from Tigers, 6 touch. Just couldn't turn that numerical advantage into a try there. Amos Warren getting touched. But the under-12s has been brought in even as a high-performance training squad.
Wow.
And what you're doing there is you're aiming for, you know, it's recognising that players who are 12, 13, 14 can play in the under-15s.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're getting them into a setup early to try and get their skills good.
Yeah.
And then better. Because that's the only way long-term where England is going to have to catch up with Australia is by having younger kids in a more elite, performance-oriented environment.
Yeah, and we've seen from an England perspective, we've seen that it works. I mean, the name that comes to mind straight away is Ollie Simon. I think he started playing touch when he was 12, 13, I want to say. Grew up in Nottingham, obviously Chris Simon being his dad, loads of introduction in touch, playing touch all the time with some of the best players that Nottingham has to offer, like for Meredith, Will Lupton when he was still kicking around Nottingham. So that template is there for these kids to grow very quickly when given the right environment.
Yeah, and you've also got to balance. What we'll do is we'll let this play out for Tigers as they are just looking to build on the 7. Loss of control there, unfortunate. Impressive mullet, not so impressive roll ball there. You've also got to find the balance between kids of younger age playing alongside or against adults.
Yeah.
You want kids to be in a high performance environment or playing touch against their peers. Yeah. Because even a 12-year-old playing against a 14-year-old, we talked in the first half about physical development.
Yes.
When you're a teenager, that can be really intimidating.
Yeah.
So to play alongside an adult or against an adult, you've got to be a pretty special player. Nottingham, have that ingrained as a club. That's not going to be the same across the country. But it's the thing where in Australia they play high-level touch early.
Yeah.
If we can get more young players playing a higher level or training at least, whether that's with the Tri Sports Academy or whether that's with a high performance squad, then all of a sudden we're seeing them go. That's really interesting. If you see the Johnny Liotta interview that Cat Diamond did in Limerick, he was coaching the mixed 15s. He's saying that the quality that he's seeing, from the under 18s to the under 20s now, is that you give it, maybe not in 2028, but 2032.
Yeah.
Olympics, maybe?
Whisper it. Hope for it. Pray for it.
Then all of a sudden, then we are challenging New Zealand properly, rather than occasionally. You are consistently challenging New Zealand and then, getting better and better results against Australia.
Yeah, and that is the end. And that is the end goal for England Touch and the Junior Nationals, playing a big part in that. But Game 2 does come to an end, and these Midlands Tigers once again with a convincing victory, 10 tries to 2 over the Southwest Saxons. And coming up for you in just a moment, we have the girls 14s, West Wildcats versus the South East Sharks. So welcome back to game 3, and it's the under-14s girls. It is the West Wildcats versus the South East Sharks, and already we start fast with Georgia Oates, England mixed 15s in 2025. We're number 14 trying to carve a line. Now there's a good pick-up and scoop, there's a good bit of acceleration. But matching it was Matilda Fox. And I've got to compliment the South East Sharks on their commentary notes. There are paragraphs for each player. And I'll try and get through as many of those as I possibly can. But now the Sharks. Let's go through their transition. That's great hands over to the far side. And now there's a bit of space here. Good touch coming in, slightly off the mark. I wonder if the ref will just call that back. A moment. They do indeed. And there's number 12, Trixie Alcazab. England under-15s girls this summer. MVP as well, so one to watch. There is Trixie Alcazab. But is just caught, and that looked to be off the mark. The referee is slightly unsure, but that is 5th. So no touches remaining for the Sharks. And it does, the set does come to its natural end. It was Freya Woods. Wildcats now going through their sub move. Good bit of footwork on display. And this is 3 touch, forthcoming. Up onto the 10, onto the opposition 10. This is 5th coming, so they'll look to set for a scoop. Libby Steele barking orders from the sub box. And there is a bit of an overlap, and the ball does go. It's really good endeavour there from Abby Kirkman. England girls 15s. Oxfordshire under 15s javelin champion, so we know she's got a bit of a long throw. And we'll see if they can make the most of that in this game. Big communication coming in there. That'll get picked up quite confidently from number 15 for South East Sharks. Unfortunately, I don't have a number down on the team sheet for a 15. So hopefully any changes that have happened last minute to these team sheets get sorted pretty quickly. And there's just a bit of chat coming from the referees. And the game has slowed down just for a moment. And no, there is a roll ball. That was Trixie Alcazab. This is Evelyn Fairbrother. Oh, it's just a bit too low there for Sadie Wilkinson to bring that in. It's only first time she picked up a rugby ball was a year ago, and now representing the South East Sharks at the Junior Nationals. There is Sadie Wilkinson wearing number 7. Once more to Sadie. 2-on-1 opportunity hit down here, but it's really good touch coming in from Zara Midwinter.
Walking up now, 5, walking up 5, 15, walking up.
Looking to try and find a 2-on-1, but again it's another good touch that comes in from Ariana Harris. New to touch this year. Bit of a bobble at the roll ball, but we'll see what the refs want to do. And that is 6-touch turnover. So looked at a scoreless first 5 minutes. That's good momentum. Great touch profile coming in as well. Roll ball is really positive for both teams. That's good momentum coming onto the pitch there. Number 4, Kimberly Phillips from the Maidenhead Mohawks. That's a great team name, and that's a great scoop as well but on this occasion, Sadie Wilkinson is able to go and make that touch, but both teams using all the touches in their set well, using all the 6 that's afforded to them. That's great line speed coming in from the West Wildcats as well. Wildcats doing really well at trying to shut down this transition, but that's a great extra pass made to Saffron Selvin Bruce. Saffron playing rugby since aged 8. Saffron is currently playing for 2 different countries, and if a touch career continues on this trajectory, could be playing for a 3rd. Well, that is the best tri-national I think I've ever heard. Really impressed with the West Wildcats so far. It's like a very well put together team. And we'll see if they can go and create some scoring opportunities. There's Whelan carrying well. There is Whelan. They're going to find that's ball down, and that's the opening score of the game. And it was Poppy Whelan to Georgia Oates. Georgia Oates, England mixed 15s in 2025. And Poppy Whelan apparently makes a mean banana bread while creating a mean score for the opening try for the West Wildcats. Celebrations in the touch box. And it was a brilliant finish. Great identification of the space. Good core skills to get the ball down cleanly. Great hands. And the West Wildcats take the lead. 7 minutes into the first half. We are just coming up to halfway through, and well, the Wildcats having fun. Here is Trixie Alcazab. Cannons that ball into the midriff of Matilda Fox. And that ball just drops down and surrenders possession back over to the Wildcats. And now the Wildcats go through their transition, and it is a slick transition, especially considering that this is a girls' 14s competition. And that some of these players will be, well, there'll be a big difference in experience, person to person, player to player. And here is Whelan, the architect of the first score, might be the architect of the second score. For me, that's ball down. The referee thinks it's ball down as well, and it is. And it is once again Whelan to Oates. Oates has a brace of scores. Whelan has a brace of assists. And in fact, I think it's the opposite way around. I think they've now assisted each other in scores. So interpersonal connections coming out on top for the Wildcats. It's Oates and Whelan. And Livy still forever the critic. Great score. Coaching notes. Next time dive and the ref won't have to think about it. I love it so much. Forever the perfectionist is Libby Steele. It's good hands there from the Sharks. However, number 4, Sophia Speet, has to take that ball back. So just losing a bit of momentum. This is better though from the Sharks. Has great momentum into the roll ball, but that's off the mark, unfortunately. And it's a shame because the depth at which they were attacking was really positive, but unfortunately, just getting over the mark. Surrendering possession once more to the Wildcats. There's one. It was Kimberly Phillips carrying the ball up, but again, there's an off-the-mark penalty. So 2 unforced turnovers, just breaking down this midfield grind. Great hands there on display from Grace Douglas. He's come back from Limerick and Ireland, and I think both teams have plenty of players who went to Limerick, found some success, most notably for the South East Sharks, Trixie Alcazab, MVP in her division. And Grace Douglas has a twin brother who was also at the Nationals, playing for their home region of North East Raiders. Who said touch isn't a family affair? Good momentum. That was Imogen Arringstall, another England mixed 15s player. Good hands away. There's now 2-on-1 opportunity. That pass had to go, but unfortunately it didn't. Number 31, Libby Hazelton, was in acres of space, and unfortunately Imogen Arringstall just couldn't quite identify that's where the pass needed to go. But they do force the turnover to the Wildcats. 4 minutes left to go in this first half. Oh, and that ball just bobbles up, sort of thrown at the face of Abby Kirkman. And the Sharks, that's good first touch momentum. And she's half. I wonder if they'll identify. No, unfortunately that is half court and turnover. The West Wildcats celebrating in the sub box like they've scored a try. They know how important this field position is, and the turnover does them the world of good.
Hey, Lena Bachelor.
And that's good momentum from the Wildcats. There's Evie Druitt, wearing 7, working alongside Abby Kirkman. There is Kirkman. There is an offside penalty though, and it is Kirkman and Druitt working in the midfield. Here is Kirkman, there's Druitt. Kirkman diving at the line. That looks like it's ball down. It is indeed, and now it's the third for West Wildcats. And this time it is Abby Kirkman that just slides out, textbook dive, getting underneath the covering defence. And West Wildcats have put on a bit of a show in this first half. 3 tries to the good over the South East Sharks. 2 minutes left to go in this first half. Now it's up to the Sharks to find their momentum and try and get one more back. It'd be crucial really for the Sharks to try and get a score before half time. Put them in real good stead for the second half. That's brilliant hands there. That's a good pass away. Good touch made there from Maggie Byrne, half New Zealander. Commentary note says possibly explains her passion for all games involving an oval ball. Feels like a birthright with any New Zealand heritage. That's 5th touch. West Wildcats are going to go down this short side now, stepping away and trying to move the ball open. That's great catch and pass. And just straightening, trying to go through a gap that closed at the last minute, but there is less than a minute left to go. And at the moment, the West Wildcats sub-box will be delighted with not just the 3 scores that they've got over, it's the 0 on the opposition that I think will excite the Wildcats most. But this South East Sharks team has the quality to go and make something happen. Sadie Wilkinson on that occasion was driving up the box side, and unfortunately there for Maggie Byrne, that ball just gets trapped under her feet. That's good momentum again from West Wildcats. I think it's the West Wildcats' first and second touch in their transition. just setting the depth that they need. Good touch coming in. Now this is last play. Hooter has gone. Can the Wildcats create something? No, they can't. And that does bring us to half-time, just as the wind starts to really swirl. It is 3 tries to nothing in favour of the West Wildcats. The South East Sharks have a bit of thinking to do in the sub-box on how they breach the Wildcats try line. But the West Wildcats happy going into half-time, leading the South East Sharks 3 tries to nothing.
It's fantastic. Having so many schools and so many mixed grades and also girls rugby involved within this development scheme, it's fantastic. It's something that I think needs to be developed a bit more so that we can see a lot more skills and a lot more development within players in schools who have never played rugby or who are looking to improve their skill set. This has been a fantastic experience for us as a first-timers coming to the competition, to see the different skill sets within all the different schools. It's been fantastic. It's allowed our school to improve on their skills and allowed us to see where we could get to in the next few years when we come back.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer miles so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of showed me using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name, it makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to
So we are back underway in just a second with the West Wildcats leading 3-0 over the South East Sharks. But the Sharks with early momentum. I want to say 18 is actually number 12 on my team sheet, Trixie Alcazab. That's good feet. That's a try scoring opportunity. Oh, but that's played out unfortunately, and that might be 6 more. And that'll be a learning opportunity for the West Wildcats. And yeah, the ball was dropping to no one but the floor. And unfortunately for the West Wildcats, the defence played at it, which creates another set of 6 here. The Wildcats once more. It's great momentum coming on from Kimberly Phillips. Just struggling with their midfield transition now. This is 5th touch, so Scoop has to come. Looks to go down this short side. Oh, the ball does go to a player in space. That was Evie Druitt. It identified a bit of a gap and had found the ability to get through it, but that pass didn't stick, luckily for the South East Sharks, otherwise that might have been 4 quite early. The West Wildcats sub-box heavily involved in this midfield defence, and they get the reward that they want with the midfield turnover. So now here is once more Kimberly Phillips with it, trying to get a bit of momentum going. There is a penalty though for offside. So the likes of Phillips and Druitt. Here is Druitt. We'll get a crack at the line. Well, that ball just drops, and the West Wildcats so far struggling to find the intensity that got them their 3-score lead in the first half. And now there's a foot race on, but Kimberly Phillips eats up that ground very well. And I think that's Trixie Alcazab. But this is definitely a scoring opportunity, but it's a great touch that comes in to stop them getting all the way around. I think that was Abby Kirkman that ate up the ground in behind Rose Harris. Harris was herring down the touchline, trying to get there. And now the Sharks, dump the ball really close to the 7. It takes the ball back instead.
Yes, 9. Walking up, stay up, Blue. 9 now, 9, no 9, no 9. Keep working 9. Winger, you're off, keep working back. Good there, now you can proceed. Good, really good. Right, make the line now, make the line.
So apologies for the break-in commentary. There's just been a bit of a care package has come through up on the scaffolding.
Don't apologise, mate. It's called ice cream time.
But South East Sharks, they've definitely started this second half the brighter. It's currently 3-0 to the West Wildcats. brought a lot of intensity to the first half and have struggled to find that intensity in this second half. The likes of Trixie Alcazab are really sort of grabbing the South East Sharks team by the scruff of the neck and dragging them back into this game.
I think, with all due respect to the two games that we've seen so far, is that now we're seeing two regions that are both pretty well developed in their youth touch. You know, Wildcats, we're seeing plenty of effort put in up and down the region, which, you know, goes as far from Maidenhead and Reading all the way up to Staffordshire. And across Birmingham, you know, based out of the Revolution Club and Claire Rylance and Claire Davis, people like that. So, as we see another try beautifully executed there by the Wildcats. Claire Rylance in particular and other coaches in the West Midlands, but then Sammy Phillips in Maidenhead, Claire Davis in the Oxford region. You know, they've got players they've got people who are really committed to growing youth touch across the region. We're seeing that in numbers, but now numbers translating into quality and then into competing. Southeast traditionally have been the strongest region as far as youth touch is concerned. But now Wildcats, you know, winning 4-0. You know, if you'd have given this 5 years ago, that would be a shock. I don't think it's a shock now, and we've seen that just with the finish there.
No, exactly that. And I think to complement the finish as well, I think it was Abby Kirkman on the ball. Just that delay of pass to bring that defender in. I mean, it's maturity beyond the years of the players on the pitch, and that's what we've seen from a from a West Wildcats perspective. Is they're just making really good decisions, and as things are going, it's going to be really difficult for the Sharks to get back into this.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. When you look at the time, 8 minutes to play, give or take a few seconds. You know, that's a hard, 4 tries is a hard enough margin to pull back, let alone when you're against a team that's shown repeatedly that it can score good tries and is structured in both attack and defence. And you know, they're working a really good box move now, just getting players on. It's, you know, it's not fast, but it's efficient.
Yeah, and I think that's been, you know, we definitely saw more intensity from the Wildcats in the first half. That might be something that Warren and Libby look at. That's a really nice pass. Oh, dummy, but a touch does come in. But, you know, Libby and Warren might look at why that intensity has dropped a little bit, and it might be, you know, these breaks are 5 minutes. You can sort of lose a bit of that adrenaline in those 5-minute breaks. But also, South East Sharks have shored up defensively in this second half, and yet the Wildcats are still finding a way to get over. I've been mightily impressed with the likes of Kimberly Phillips, Abby Kirkman for the Wildcats, and Evie Druitt wearing number 7. Definitely players to keep an eye on, players that have really, you know, dominated this first half.
By the way, I love Kimberly Phillips is wearing the same number that her mum wears. Number 4. Passing on from one generation to another.
It is great to see, isn't it? It is great to see. And I think this is part of the reason why I love the Junior Nationals so much. Because, you almost get to boast a little bit when you spot a player and you go, oh, they're going to be good. And then in 2 years' time, they start to really dominate on the, you know, on the open circuit, and you go, oh, I called that. And also, you get to see all these little storylines starting to come through. It's great for the sport.
It's great for the sport in 2 counts. I think what it does is it gives, and this isn't about anything to do with nepotism in the slightest, but what you start to have is kids who grow up in the sport. You talked about Ollie Simon in the last game, Kimberly Phillips in this game, the Penicids, Clan. You know, Andy's been around touch for, you know, for an absolute eon. But you know, Max and Tom and Isabel, what it does is it gives the rest of the team, you know, a really good experienced core to build around. And, you know, we're seeing from the Wildcats, you know, there's a real togetherness. Obviously, you know, when you're winning 5-0, you're going to get that anyway. But, you know, sometimes you can just score and just come off and, you know, and just have a bit of a handshake and move on. But, you know, they're celebrating their successes. But it's really important that a sport just isn't based around the kids of people who have been in and around the sport for a long time. You know, we're seeing lots and lots of names that you wouldn't recognise normally.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly that, you know, because on some of these commentary notes, there's people who've only picked up a rugby ball this year. You know, there's people who've been representing their country. There's such a wide variety of playing ability, playing history, playing background, that to get what is a really great example of good touch, I think it's a testament to not only both regions, not only both coaching staffs, but how the sport is growing at this age group all across the country. You know, this is one of those divisions where loads of divisions have a team in it. That's amazing, especially for a girls category, because historically you might see some regions only enter a mixed because they don't have enough girls for both a mixed and a women's. That seems like it's no longer the case, and it's brilliant for the sport.
Now, what we're seeing as well is this happens a lot with a lot of rugby setups, a lot of women rugby setups. You know, that's just that's really well defended by Wildcats in terms of their structure, but you know, Sharks be really disappointed that they weren't able to put any pressure there. But you know, when you go down the list of sports that these girls have played, what you find, particularly in military sport, is you see the women rugby players are women athletes, and they will play multiple sports. On the men's side, they are rugby players. And what we'd probably find on the boys' side is that a lot of them are rugby players first and foremost, of whatever code. What this does show is that, you know, touch is a sport that can be played alongside multiple other sports and can be considered. But I was chatting to a mum earlier. You know, with the boys, you know, it gives boys an opportunity to play high-level oval ball sport when physically they might not be ready to play contact, and particularly at an age where obviously you get physical disparities, but particularly if you're in a big rugby playing school, when you get to under 15s upwards, you're going to have kids who have been involved in elite player development groups, developing player programs for a couple of years. They will have S&C programs, they will have nutrition plans. Physically, their development will be accelerated because they are part of that system, which then puts other players at a disadvantage, even if they're talented, because they either have been cut from an EPTG, for whatever reason, or they just don't want to take it as seriously.
Yeah, and I think touch fills that gap really well. You know, it creates opportunities when there might not have been otherwise, as we see Kimberly Phillips. Oh, great footwork. Oh, it's a brilliant touch that comes in just at the last minute. And actually, I think she resigned for that ball to be down, was Rose Harris. But no, don't do yourself a disservice. And again, you know, you start to look down some of these commentary notes and you recognise that these players have bags of ability. That's a intercept, but you know, to pick on Rose Harris for a moment, Wolves Touch Rugby Club is her first year playing touch alongside netball, football and hockey. So as you know, to really emphasise the point that you were making earlier, there's players that have been playing since 2019, there's players who are absolutely brand new. You know, this Southeast under 14s category, it really does seem like they've prioritised just bringing people in, you know, flesh out the sport, bring people in, let people enjoy it and have a bit of fun, and that's how you keep people in the sport. You know, if you love it, you'll do it come hell or high water.
In marketing and brand speak, you talk a lot about tone of voice.
Yeah.
Above and beyond anything else, and our tone of voice at England Touch we try to have is fun.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can look at that as a bit of a gimmick, but actually so many people have fun in this sport. If kids in schools were not having fun at events, they wouldn't be growing as quickly.
Yeah. And you know, especially at this age level, that is how you create growth. You know, you create enjoyment, you create a buzz, you create some excitement, and what we're seeing at the moment is a West Wildcats team who granted, have had a lot of players, you know, England girls 15s, mixed 15s, training squad plays Phoenix Ladies. You know, there are a lot of players who have touch experience, but then you've got Ariana Harris, who is new to touch this year, hasn't played ever before. This is her first competition, and she's part of a 5-0 victory over the South East Sharks. Like, what better way to create enjoyment?
Well, we say 5-0, could be 6, could be no, 5-0.
It is indeed 5-0, and the West Wildcats will be absolutely buzzing with that. Although,
they've got a penalty. Can't finish the game on a penalty. Quick tap now.
Yeah, quick tap, ball to the wing.
Oh, you know what? This is like the Oscars. The music started playing. You've got to get off the field. No, you don't. See if they can sort.
Oh, good feet.
Oh, lovely feet.
Is that ball down?
That ball is down.
I think it's down. I think it would be a fairy tale finish for number 9. But unfortunately,
I know, it's not been given.
Not given, but B. Lloyd won't be too disappointed because it is a 5-0 victory over the South East Sharks. And as you say, historically, you would not have thought that this would be the case, but nowadays it's different.
Post-pandemic.
Yeah.
Post-pandemic, it gave a lot of regions the opportunity to do a bit of a structure, of bringing a structure, and to really focus on some easy wins, getting lots of youngsters into training, and then all of a sudden from numbers you get decent coaching, decent quality, and then you get decent wins like that. We'll be back with another game in just a couple of minutes. We've just had an ice cream. Go and get one yourself. It's really, really, really good for the soul.
To the control tent by the pavilion, and there's also a total cost along with the sale as well. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please stay to the pitches ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
So welcome back to our 12 o'clock game. It is an all Southeast affair. Sharks in blue, Taipans in red, under 17 girls. And we've just been having a bit of a chat. This game we think is going to be a really exciting affair.
Lots of players from the same clubs, Horsham and Wolves in particular. More importantly, see lots of, as you're going down the two team sheets, Limerick, 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 Limerick. And we're not just talking about that they're very good at 5-line poems of questionable origin, but they were over in Ireland winning medals.
Yeah.
And recently, so they're part of the high performance setup, and they'll all know each other really, really well.
Yeah, they will indeed. It's going to be an interesting game because it's going to be a case of two teams that know each other really well. How do you unlock that? You know, unlock the door, get your first try. And I think, for me, if I was a betting man and someone said, which way do you think this game is going to go, I would hazard a guess that maybe the Sharks have a little bit more experience. But that is a really tentative guess from someone who really doesn't want to have to do that.
If you're going to, as a coach, you know, how do you unlock the defence with a team that you know? You either kind of do one or two things. You either understand...
Oh, foot race. Foot race. Oh, it's danger. And I think it's going to be all she wrote. Oh, no, that is touch
comes
first.
In. That's the definition of never giving up.
Yeah, Maya Klutz. National champion at the Schools Touch 2025, so we're starting to see that tri-sport influence as we see.
Yeah,
the Taipans.
It was just a pity for the Taipans that they couldn't finish that off. It was, you know, Felicity Urquhart there just, you know, put the pedal to the metal, and then all of a sudden just either lost a sense of where she was,
yeah,
or just, you know, just thought, am I half?
Yeah,
can quite easily happen. What I was going to say is that if you know people, you either do one or two things. You either know what buttons to push to wind them up.
Yeah.
But that's very much a male thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I think if you're a, you're going to know people's strengths and weaknesses, but you just keep it simple.
Yeah, you
keep it simple. Just get a really good driving game going.
Scoop there from Leela Batchelor.
Get a really good driving game going. Really put the defence under pressure to work hard to get back 7 meters.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how you, if you know, they'll know the moves that you're going to try if you're going to be too intricate too early.
Yeah.
So simplify it down and just go for it.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Taipans doing a good job at that. Could have been an off the mark penalty given there. Nothing doing there for the referee.
By the way, that getting under the skin of your opponent, we had that once at when I was playing for Northampton Touch, is that we played at a social festival in Royston.
Oh yeah.
2 Northampton teams get to the final, and one of them is stacked full of pace and skill, and the other one is stacked full of age and treachery. Who won?
Age.
100% age and treachery. We saw the referee. The referee was not a touch referee. Slightly on the older side, and we knew we could get control of the game, control the narrative, control the pace, control the temper.
Easy win.
It was actually in the end.
The Sharks, this is 5th, looking for a good scoop. They do get it. It's a really good covering touch though. That comes in from number 12, and that is B. Gray. Making a good touch for the Taipans. And at the moment, we're in the grinder at the moment, aren't we? It's transition v transition, not a lot of repeat sets.
It is an interesting thing where you saw both teams before the tap-off, and they weren't on the field for the hooter. It's almost like they weren't in the mentality to switch on and go.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a bit of a slow start, I imagine.
Is, yeah. I think, you know, it's a good thing that this is a half-hour game, because I think this will, you know, this will develop really nicely.
That's good hands away. They can continue to play. I think the sideline ref is trying to call something for the on-field ref. That doesn't really result in anything usually.
Good ball skills there from Taipans 18, Matilda Tinker.
Yeah. And I think this is the thing, right, for me. If you look down the Taipans team sheet, you've got 3 Horsham Tigers players. If you look down the Sharks team sheet, you've also got 3 Horsham Tigers players. So you talk about knowing each other well. Well, us down at Horsham, I'm a Horsham compatriot now. I've made that switch over. It's great, from club perspective, to have these young players representing your club for both sides of the Southeast team. For the Southeast Division, it's really strong, and I think maybe one of the faster players that we'll see here from a Taipans perspective, Molly Brown. I've got to big her up because her pace is unreal when she gets going. But I imagine it's feeling difficult to find the opportunity to do that because the team started a bit slowly. Yeah, the team started slowly. There's not a lot of touch structure. It's very individual based. Neither team have got their shape going. There's trying to think of what you're going to do before you actually do it. That'll be the opener. This time there's the commitment from Felicity Urquhart to know where she is in the field. Good finish, getting down early. Yeah, good score. And it's a good pickup as well from B. Gray to identify that that's where the space is and then go and execute. That is, Maiden Wolves Touch Rugby Club. And it's first blood to the Taipans, and surprisingly so. And Sharks, you wouldn't say either side deserved to be ahead at this point, but then Sharks have then compounded that try with a critical error at the start, straight from the tap-off. Yeah. That's a lovely bit of play there, bit of over the top, taking the defender out the game. Just need Taipans just to start dominating it a little bit, or they've got a penalty for offside. Great set of 6-10 meters out. Just need them to start to build, and that's kind of summed up this game. Yeah. Some good opportunities, some promising approach play, and then all of a sudden somebody's taken their off the ball. Yeah, and that was Tilly Parnell, another Horsham Touch Rugby player, looking to get on that link punish, and that pass just a little bit too demanding in the moment to try and make something happen. Yeah, this is what we're seeing from Sharks now, is they're trying to be too clever. Yeah. Trying to be too clever with the box, just get on, downshift, simplify it, get on quickly, quick pop off the deck, somebody coming on at pace, get your driving game going, and don't try and do too much. Yeah, but you say about trying a bit too much. It seems like the Taipans did not try enough on that on that turnover. Easy roll ball to go and execute, and just almost throwing the ball to the ground, unfortunately. I'll say this is one where this is where it's really challenging as a coach. How do you get your players to switch on mid-game? Well, you concede a score. It would be my normal answer. You go and concede, and you sort of learn your lesson quite quickly, and then go and execute again, as we see the Sharks hit with Ruby Irwin wearing number 9. That's a lovely short play just there, cutting against the defence. Yeah, and recycles the play well. No touch was called, so here is Irwin looking to get on the link punish. And here is a really good scoring opportunity, and that unfortunately probably should have been a score, but just a little bit of decision making. It's just left wanting. Should have gone. What we've seen in the previous games, we've seen patience in that situation to recognise when the winger in particular has bitten in on the defence, where you've got a player who's unmarked out in the open, and to give the simple ball. That was a classic case where that should have gone. The Taipans winger was in. The Sharks wingers was unopposed, and that should have gone. But this time, the players are making really, considering this is going to be their second game of the day. Yeah. The players are they're making some really core basic errors. Yeah. The ball's coming your way, and you're not switched on to the fact that it could come your way. Yeah, that's a good link punish though, but the winger is tucking underneath the link from an attacking perspective, and that doesn't provide any sort of attacking momentum. Looks like there might be An open side quickie here. There is indeed. That's better from the Taipans. That could be ball down in try time. It is indeed. And again, it's Taipans are finding the odd bit of quality, and that's what is unlocking the Sharks' defence.
Yeah, that was, you could see Hattie Hitchings from Wolves, you know, she's calling the player around, Finn Russell-esque.
Yeah.
You could see the hand gestures around. You know, she's got the ball. She knows she's going to take the touch and then make herself available. The call is there. If you're the Sharks' defence aren't switched onto that, and then she's gone over for a well-created second try.
Oh, that is superb hands. That has to be a score. Unfortunately, it's, the touch is made, but Leela Batchelor combining with Ruby Abashane, and unfortunately for Maya Klutz, the ball does just, the touch is made, but that was first touch, so this is now second coming. Sweeper play, stepping back against the grain. It's a good option. Can they get the ball down in time? No dive comes in, so it's easy for the referee. And the fifth has been called, but I'm unsure on the touch count because that was a one touch, second touch into the corner, 3, and then this should be 4. But who am I? Just a lowly commentator.
What we've seen there is Sharks have left a couple of certainly even in that set of 6 alone, have left a try out there. The winger would have, Maya Klutz would have been able to, if she'd have dived, she'd have scored.
Yeah.
And then the next time around, if the player had dived, she'd have scored.
Yeah.
So appreciate the ground is hard. It's really unforgiving. It's understandable why players might not want to dive, but that's going to be the difference when you're evenly matched. And we saw it at the other end. Hattie Hitchings dived, took a quick play, went at the feet of the retreating defender and scored.
Yeah.
That's going to be what breaks the deadlock.
Yeah, absolutely. And, from a Sharks perspective, like players like Leela Batchelor are going to make things happen for you, but it can't be a one-man band. She needs a bit of support and other players taking opportunities when they come. And, both of these teams are littered with international experience, playing at Limerick, under 15s. It's an important sort of area of development now, is how do you now grab a game by the scruff of the neck when things aren't quite going your way? That player's offside, so the Sharks scooper can play through. Can she find the spare player? Looks towards Hannah Marsh.
Lovely mirror defence there.
Yeah, it was. It was indeed.
Really good player on player defence. I think what we're seeing is a bit of a lackadaisical approach from the Sharks there. They're getting pace on with the ball carrier, but then if you're getting pace on, you need the half to be right there. If you watch, it's really difficult to compare it to Australian touch. But you look at the core. When you watch Origin, for example, Women's Open Origin, the ball is on the deck for a nanosecond.
Yeah.
And it's a thing where even though we're not playing anywhere close to that kind of pace, the principle is there. As the attacker, you've got pace. You need to be, you need your half to be right there.
Yeah.
So that you've got ball in one hand, initiate the touch, ball down, somebody's up, bang, and it's gone. And what's happened is that the Sharks, they're trotting up.
Yeah.
And then that lackadaisical approach. If you've got it's one of these. Again, it's really difficult. We're talking about teenage players, but when you see the amount of international experience, you do have higher expectations.
Yeah.
And if you've got a bit of a lackadaisical approach in your support play, that then creeps into other areas. Your defensive play or your ball handling, you're not as switched on as you might otherwise be.
Yeah.
And then your overall standard just drops by that 3-4%, and then you're not able to capitalise on opportunities when they present themselves.
Yeah, completely agree. And Leela Batchelor's there and claims to have made the touch that should have been touch pass, but the referee's not quite picking up on it. And Taipans go quickly, and this could be danger. I think the only thing that might save the Sharks is that ball was grounded on a foot of the defender.
Yeah.
But we are just coming up to half time. 2 tries down isn't a nightmare situation to be in from a Sharks perspective. but it just seems like they've never really got going in this game yet. You know, that's a better roll ball.
Yeah, all of a sudden we've now got some momentum. Ball's down, ball's up really, really quickly.
Yeah, it's good from Hannah Marsh.
There we go, 5th touch on the scoop. Defence is fragmented.
Oh, danger. That'll be 6 more, and they'll have to go quickly because there is only 10 seconds left.
All of a sudden, should have been a roll ball. They got away with one there, but...
Well, I think also the defence is entirely offside, so there could be a couple of things called here. The on-field ref might want to get a little bit more authority going.
Yeah, that could have been called as a play-through for a try, but you know, it's one of those 50-50 calls there. You know, you're not going to criticise a referee for calling the... You know, I've made a couple of really bad calls the last time I refereed, so I'm not in a position to do that. Lovely hands.
Oh, good finish as well. That's ball down and try time. And that is a great finish coming across.
Lovely finish, lovely step. Makes it 2-1 to Taipans, but I'm gonna rewind both selector style and go. That was made by some urgency in the drive, in the subbing play. All of a sudden, you've then got 2-3 touches, getting from 10-meter line. On your own 10-meter line, players coming on, you get 15 meters into the opposition, defense is fragmented, somebody then goes,
there's opportunities.
Then they're scrambling to defend, play at the ball, fresh set of 6, get a penalty and score. That, all of a sudden, somebody switched on.
Yeah.
You got to try.
Yeah.
Half a dozen phases later.
Yeah.
So that's what you need more from the Sharks. Taipans need a bit more of the same. If Sharks can show a bit more of that in the second half, then I think it's very much game on. If they carry on like they did for the first 14 and a half minutes, then Taipans should win this quite comfortably, I think. Yeah. But if Sharks play like they did in the last 30 seconds,
it's a game. It's a game. And that score's probably come at a really good time for the Sharks. You know, just before half-time, you finally start to click into gear and show what you can do. But as it stands, it is 2-1 to the Taipans, with us having a 5-minute break.
They really enjoy being like equal to the boys and doing the same kind of sports as the boys do, and just this opportunity to have lots of fun. I think the sport is just a fun sport to play.
So I think being able to play a sport like this and be able to kind of play it after school as well, you know, turn up on a football or an outdoor space and join a touch game, is amazing.
Oh, it's really nice to see them playing. He goes to a very small inner London school where there are no sports facilities as part of the school, so to have him running around outside and competing in a proper competition is so important, and it's been great to watch them be trained. I mean, it's all credit to their teachers for actually even getting them this far. It's sport, and I think it's an accessible sport. If you don't have the facilities, it's something that you can learn and participate in and then actually compete at a reasonable level. And that's quite important, because if you've got all the space and all of that, you can learn other rugby more effectively, I imagine. But actually something like touch, I think, is great. It's good, it's fast, and they like it, I think. Because
So welcome back. And it is now the second half, and that might be the first touch and pass that's given, and it is indeed, and it's a good, I'd say, a very good decision from the on-field ref identifying that touch and pass. So Sharks get the early turnover, and we were having a bit of a chat at half-time, and we were sort of saying that, you know, for the Sharks, it feels like everything's really hard work at the moment. There's not a lot of, you know, get your head down and go forward.
You saw it just, you know, we saw it at the start of the game where neither team had their 6 on when the hooter went. And just then, you know, Taipans had their 6 on for the tap. Sharks were ambling on 4, 3, 4.
Yeah.
You know, they weren't ready. You know, we saw them in the first half, you know, that last 30 seconds when they played with purpose and they played with intent. You know, you could see the damage they could cause.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they just seemed to have switched off again.
Yeah.
And you know, it was interesting. You know, you were having a chat to one of the Taipans 17's boys walking past. You know, and you're saying, if you play good touch, we'll call it. If you play bad touch, we'll call it. I've been really disappointed with this game so far.
Yeah.
I think it's almost like there's a good game threatening to break out, but the teams have got to rise to that.
Yeah, yeah. I've got to say, this is a better transition from the Sharks. Extra pass, a little bit unnecessary, but taken well. Back on the inside to Leela Batchelor. But again, it's a bit of overplaying. Not a lot of meters made from those extra passes. That's better.
Yeah, just need to straighten up and just go for it. You know, you're killing touches.
That'll be 6 more.
I'm not I think he's giving that as a loss of control.
There's a very big 7 as well.
Yeah.
I think a bit of indication happening there with the Sharks getting the turnover, because it was quite clear, you know, if the touch is made on the ball and your hand is sort of dragged backwards, there's, you know,
well, it's a touch.
It is a touch, but it's also, okay, you just take the touch, you know, take the roll ball. You know, you see that in all levels of touch. So maybe the Sharks feeling like they've got there's a balancing of the scales a little bit. Sweeper set up here for Leela Batchelor. Leela looks to straighten up. Good bit of footwork. Open side quickie now, but there's no depth on the play. That's a good covering touch that comes in from number 12.
From the Sharks' perspective, though, all of a sudden, you've seen them play with a bit more directness. You've seen them with a bit more accuracy and a bit more pace.
Yeah.
And a bit more intent, and they've created a try-scoring opportunity. So, you know, yes, you know, they were fortunate that the ball hit the ground from the Taipans. You know, so they got a set of 6 in a great part of the field. But they then capitalised on that by playing pretty straightforward stuff.
Oh, danger. It's just a opening of the legs there. The referee sort of got in the way of the covering defender, but it's number 18, Matilda Tinker. They just stuck the hammer down and got over, and as you say, you know, you drive with a bit of momentum, you find your reward, and unfortunately for the Sharks, that defence just had a big gaping hole in the middle of it.
Yeah, you know, you play with intent. You know, we talked about it with the Sharks playing with intent. The Taipans played with intent to get the ball to the far side, get the fresh runners on, and played with a bit of accuracy. There was nothing complicated about that.
No.
Apart from pace and intent.
Yeah.
And that was, you know, as I say, we've seen that now. The last try for each team has come from that. And that was right at the start. We said, okay, so how do you unlock the defence of teams when you know the players really, really well?
Yeah.
You go back to basics. You go back to your core stuff.
Yeah.
Sharks have done that at the end of the first half. Taipans have done that start the second. And it's paid dividend for both. Don't try anything too flash. Short play, just like that. Covering defence comes in from Hattie Hitchings, but that's one of the ones where, you know, you're attacking the retreating defender, which is exactly what you want to do. Put him under pressure.
Yeah, and that's better. The ball tries to go out to the wing. What I'd really like to see from a Sharks line attack is they go to that exact same setup and then pick up and go the other way. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're going to do that. They're going to try and get a sweeper over onto the open side, but the defence sort of moves over quite compactly. And I think it's one of the things. and I suppose this is more of an opinion of mine rather than something like a trend that you will see. For under 17, under 18s coach, I think they want sweepers, 32s, punishes, quickies, doggies, you know, every single thing that you would expect from an Opens playbook. Whereas if you just go to a 32 platform, you can do counties, shorts, longs, step back. You know, basically, you know, you can attack every area on the pitch with that one profile. It was a really good example there of the Sharks who went for that quickie. You compacted all the defence. If you'd just done the same thing and picked up and gone the other way, you would have had a 3-on-2, 3-on-1 on the open side.
Yeah, I think what, you know, there is overcoaching, isn't there? There's you know, we've talked earlier on today about, you know, you don't want the coaches to be overloading with information.
No.
You know, you give them a good setup and then you let the players make the decision, or the ball carrier to make the decision, and then for every other player on the field to be switched on that the ball might be coming their way.
No, definitely, and you know, I think Taipans doing that better than the Sharks at the moment. It's a nice pass there from Molly Brown, and now Molly receives it back, and we know that she's got wheels. It's a good pass. That one's gone forward. I think that'd be easily picked up there from the ref, and it is indeed.
Yeah, it's a late pass from the Taipans. Now the Sharks, you can see they're starting to run a box move. No, just pin your ears back, just go. And all of a sudden, you know, they've got the Taipans retreating, but they're like in a split frame of mind of going, okay, should we just go for it, or are we going to run a box move?
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? And you know, that's a better setup. There's Hannah Marsh carrying, but again, that's fifth now, so not a lot on. Leela Batchelor has a bit of work to do. Might want to look for a switch. Ball goes to the wing, but it's just dropped, unfortunately, and takes out one of our Atmos mics with it. It's a good example, isn't it, of things that, if they were able to run that play with a good roll ball on fifth and everyone's offside, that's probably a score, but doing it against a set defence, that's much more difficult.
Attacking player needs to initiate there.
Yeah.
You know, you've got momentum going forward, so what are you going to do if you've got momentum going forward? You're setting up a scooper.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, sorry to cut you off there for just one moment, Lucy Henderson on this transition has stepped around that single shooter countless times. I think that's another area where the Sharks need to start to pick up on it a little bit more, because these single shooters, the likes of Lucy Henderson for the Taipans, are either stepping or just throwing that extra pass, and then all of a sudden on third touch, rather than that touch being made on halfway, that touch is then being made on the 10, and that becomes a bit of a mountain to start to surmount for the Sharks. I mean, with all that being said, there's still 7 minutes left to play in this game. It's 3-1, there's 2 tries in it. The Sharks are by no means out of this game, but it's unforced errors like that that just create so much more work to do.
Yeah, pin your ears, but it's just knowing when to drive. You know, if you've got a turnover, it's a great opportunity to get fresh players on without burning touches.
Yeah.
You know, you can just restart slowly, have one player there to roll the ball, while you're then swapping 4 others just really quickly, and or 3 others really quickly, to then get the players onto the front foot.
Yeah.
You know, it's just smart. You know, it's game smarts, really. And you know, they're all under. You know, a lot of these players are still under 15s. Right, so that's a fresh set of 6 there. And those Sharks can now build a good platform. Listen, this is under 17s game. They're under 15s players.
Yeah.
And again, you know, a lot of them are very early in their careers. So you're not necessarily going to have those smart. Well, you don't have those smarts a lot of the time.
Great shot.
Yeah, it was a great short line.
We want to see more of that for the Sharks right now. You know, there's not a lot of proper line attack going on, but that's better. There's another 2-on-1 there on the wing. Could have gone if maybe the hands were a little bit cleaner, but there's no worry about it. I'd like to see them threaten the line a little bit more as well, be a bit more direct. That's a good setup. Diving at the line, that should be ball down and try, because the link was still offside.
Mid was on, but link was off.
At the very least, it probably should be a penalty for an offside link, but no.
Touch count 6 touch.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think it's link has made the touch. The mid who's onside has forced the player into the offside player who's then actively gone in. So that could have been a penalty.
Yeah, and it was great to credit the defence as well from the middle player. Tilly Parnell, another Horsham touch player. Really good work at just shadowing or funneling that attack somewhere that's a little bit more comfortable. But as you quite rightly say, it was into an offside player. As we see the Taipans now pick up, there's a 4-on-3 if they can execute. The defence works really well to get over and make that touch. On this case, Poppy Hitchings.
Yeah, really good hard work from Poppy Hitchings there in the middle to get across. I think what you want is to pick and choose when you want to stand off.
Yeah.
On the 7, if you've got pace going forward, you don't want a standoff. They're giving that as a touch, and that could have been a touch. And it's one of those things, kind of 50-50 call.
Yeah.
But it's knowing when. If you're attacking with pace, you don't want a standoff, and almost they're then slowing it down to initiate a standoff, but don't have the wherewithal to then turn a standoff into the quickie plays and attacking the retreating defence or conditioning. Again, it's a bit of game smarts. There's going to be a lot for these, and I know that these players and the coaches are going to watch the live stream back. I'd want them to think that we're being really constructive on this. I said that we had really high expectations of the game when you looked at where the level that some of these players have played at, and it hasn't reached that. But there is stuff that's, you could turn that into easy wins, and it wouldn't surprise me for either of these two teams to be in and around the final tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I would completely agree. The only other division that might have something to say about that would be the Midlands Tigers, who I imagine will be, sort of licking their lips at the prospect. That's really good sort of catch and transition. That is 6 touch and turnover. And now the Sharks get an opportunity to drive, and I think 3-1 is probably a fair representation of the game so far. That was a nice physical touch coming in. There's Hannah Marsh carrying once more, but half is isolated because of the good midfield press of the Taipans, but that's better. Needs to predict that touch, but
it is. And we're talking about getting fresh legs on early, in which case then your setup as you're driving's got to be a buddy setup.
Yeah.
And you just keep those 2 players on. You then have the half picking up the ball, and because the previous player had taken the touch and then worked her way off into the sub box, rather than making herself available while other players are working their way off. But I think there's, the core skills are there. The core skills very much are there.
Oh, good feet,
yeah, lovely
Tilly.
feet. And, as we've seen at the end of the first half and in the second, when they've played with intent, the Sharks have got themselves into scoring positions. There just hasn't been enough of it.
Yeah, and the Taipans, I think, might go in for one more, but I think it's a good covering touch that's come in. It is indeed.
Yeah, Maya Klutzer there with a great covering touch.
Yeah. And that is
5th touch. And it's just ground to a halt for the Taipans now. I mean, it's always difficult 5th touch when it's static like this.
Yeah,
you're not going to really expect anything. They've done the right things. They've worked on the far side. Ball's been killed on that far side. You know that you can work hard in defence to get the Sharks under pressure on their driving play.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see how the Sharks navigate this drive, because really, you want to get at least one more score, get it within a 1-score game, and almost sort of go into the rest of the tournament knowing that there's a fair few work-ons that are quite simple. Just getting a half there nice and clean, like this will be a good example. One, a couple seconds there on the floor.
That's really good, but then it's all ground to a halt as the players have come on.
Yeah. And that leads to the loss of loss of control in the roll ball. It is, and you've got to say as well, it's tricky. These conditions are not the best for touch. This wind is really blowing now, and the Taipans, with the winds at their backs, are really sort of taking advantage of that. But I think it's the core skills that have been the difference maker in this game, with around 30 seconds left to play. That's a nice pass out to the link, pop back on the inside. There's Hutchins trying to get around, looking to put the ball back on the inside.
6 touch turnover, and that's exactly, again, they've killed the ball in the right areas of the field.
Yeah.
So now they're doing the right thing. You know, 3 players up in defence. They're in the face of the Sharks. Second touch. You know, the Sharks are burning touches. They're under pressure. Puts the Taipans into a great situation.
Yeah, and now this is final. No more touches available. And the Taipans did take a very good win over the Sharks. 3 tries to 1 in a game that was threatening to burst into something. Never really quite found its feet, did it?
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Joe. It's, you know, that sometimes styles make matches, and sometimes you get, when teams know each other really well, you can then get a good game out of it, but also sometimes they negate each other, and that's what's just happened. So Taipans definitely deserve it. Sharks play with a bit more consistent intent.
Yeah.
And then you'll be in the mix when it comes to the knockout stages tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that will be the case. And for me, a lot of learning to do for both teams. You know, this is the junior nationals, but those moments of quality came in the form of the Southeast Taipans. Fully deserved their win. And we'll take a very quick break, around 4 minutes, and then coming up next, we have our first look on live stream at the under-12 girls division, and it is the West Wildcats versus the Southeast Sharks.
Players and officials, stand by.
The games keep coming thick and fast here at Nottingham Riverside. It's the SE Sharks in blue playing against the West Wildcats in black in the under-12s girls category. Joe's taking a break. Chappers, who's just coached the SE Taipans under-17s girls, and he'll be joining us in a minute. He'll be joining us with the Sharks having opened the scoring. Georgia Curry. Wildcats getting onto the front foot, trying to reply, and they will have a penalty, I think. Yeah, penalty to start, perfect position. Getting onto the front foot straight away is Sarah Khatib from Maidenhead, and the Wildcats are now in a great position. So many of these players who are very new to touch. Play goes on, but this is going to be a penalty, I think, for offside. As Libby Farris from Stratford-on-Avon looked for the try. So there's good refereeing there. Talking clearly to the players. Ball comes quickly off the deck for the Wildcats. Diving for the line is Isla Richens. The ball gets turned over. Wildcats can't capitalise on the position. Sharks will get the ball off the floor and look to get going. Some really good coaches on the sideline for the Sharks. Kathy van der Rit, Sonia Lamb, very experienced coaches, exactly the kind of people you want for under-12s girls. Talking of experienced players, as they just really unfortunate as the try scorer, Molly Duncan, she steps in touch, and I'm joined by Chappers. Not Chappers from Match of the Day. Unfortunately, I could say, how is it going with Match of the Day, Chappers? But
yeah, very well, thank you. I wish I had his sort of lilting tone instead of starting to lose my voice already. It's only been 2 games. But how fantastic to be watching this under-12s division. We watched a game earlier today, and some of the footwork and skills on show is, it's terrifying, to be honest with you. I wouldn't want to play against any of these players.
Oh, we've just seen that again. The second time from Sarah Khatib that she's managed to do that. It's set up a great opportunity on that far side. Lovely pace.
And real wheels to finish that. Oh my goodness, that was fantastic.
Nothing complicated getting that play over on the far side to Alicia Harris, but that was just wheels at the end of the day. Quick reflection on the last game as Joe's gone off for a well-earned quesadilla. How would you reflect on that game? We thought that the two teams negated each other, because sometimes when players know each other really well, it can either styles make or break games sometimes, and sometimes when they know each other really well, you can either have a really good game or you can have a game where a really good game struggles to break out. We thought it was a bit of the latter. Well, how about you?
I think it was a real attack versus defence sort of game. I think we were lucky enough to sort of bring that bit more energy in defence. I think we brought a little bit more pressure, and I don't want to say smothered, but potentially smothered a little bit. I don't want to say it, but I did. We sort of smothered them a little bit, and then just held on to that arm wrestle. I said to my girls afterwards, a game like that where you play against your friends is really, really difficult. A tight game against your friends is even harder, and so but it's something that we see to as a region. We put in 2 equal strength teams to produce games like that, and while it's not a high scoring tri-fest that you might want to see, actually to have these players in arm wrestles in tight games is hugely beneficial to them.
Yeah, and to take that away and to learn the lessons from that about how because both teams have got the potential to be in the latter stages of the competition tomorrow. But now we're seeing the Sharks under 12s start to build close to the Wildcats line. That's a half, or there's going to be a penalty given for offside, which is kind of going to be one of those clear penalties that we'll see given quite a lot just because of inexperience. The tap comes in from Molly Duncan.
Absolutely, and that's another score. Was it Molly Duncan who scored earlier?
Yeah, just on this near side.
And just noticing that the defence are a little bit compressed, running hard at the outside and using wheels to finish it off. That's great to see. And what you want to see as well is players playing to space, right? You know, I think when you're first taught touch, you spend a lot of time focusing on carrying the ball in, making your touches, but actually what we want touch players doing, and if Italy has anything to go by, is having players identifying where space is and running hard at it. And that's gotten the South East Sharks a score there.
Sarah Khatib's been one of the main players for Wildcats. She's got the ball in her hands again after another good run. We'll let this play out, but just something to bear in mind, what the players have brought back from Limerick. You know, you got a lot of players who played 15s in Limerick as Wildcats tie things up once again.
Just noticing that space on that outside there, and that's something both teams maybe need to look at, you know, shifting across as a line. But yeah, it was a well worked to get up to the line, and then just nicely finished off then by number 35, Isla Richins.
Yeah, just taking that short play. You were coaching in Limerick as well. You know, what of the players, from a playing perspective, the players who were in the team that you've just been coaching, what have they brought back, particularly the ones who are working with Johnny Liotta?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you saw a few of them play in the game, not the one before this in the under-14s Wildcats team, absolutely full of some of my 15s players. And it's just bringing in that experience, right? You know, I think what we miss... Oh, my goodness. That's Summer Sharp there. A little bit of fancy footwork to look through the middle. And there we go, noticing that the space is on the outside. Oh, but ball just hitting the deck. In terms of Limerick, I think a lot of what you notice, unfortunately, in the UK is that there's not a huge amount of girls' touch. You know, a lot of these girls play in clubs where they're generally playing a lot of mixed, and if I'm being honest, you know, I'm a girls' coach for a reason. A lot of the boys tend to dominate the play, and actually, it's girls having an experience of playing girls' touch, being in the driving seat, and playing some really great rugby where they're not waiting for a boy to pass them the ball. And to see that at this 12s level, that's what's fantastic. But it's that experience of girls' touch where they're the ones, you know, calling the shots and making stuff happen, which is excellent. As a girls' coach, is awesome to see.
Yeah, we've seen some really good approach players. I say Sarah Khatib, been really impressed by her play in the now sitting at link for the Wildcats. But both teams, you know, we're seeing their players grasp the nettle, and the core skills as well are really good. You know, we're not seeing a lot of ball to ground. You know, you see, one of the things we were talking about in the last game was, you know, sometimes, you know, when you've got younger players and you've got a lot of under-15s players in the 17s team, is that, you know, you don't have the game smarts that you would do maybe in a couple of years' time, you know, when they've been in and around National Schools Touch Championships, Nationals, HP setups and so on. You know, you're just going to get a bit more game, just game smarts, like I say.
Absolutely, which does come from that experience, but that's why it's so excellent to get... Oh, here we go. It's another run from Molly there. Absolutely fantastic, getting up to the 10.
And it's given the Sharks a good platform. It's just ground to a halt a little bit. It's understandable. You know, players, you know, unlimited subbing is new to a lot of players at this level.
It is indeed, and having a little bit of structure around the subbing, but it means that these girls get those fresh legs on, and as they get to grips with it, it's going to be really great to see. Let's see what Georgia Curry at number 18 there. There we go, there's Molly again, getting the ball in space, but they just managed to track her down. So it looks like both teams are starting to just cover a little bit more of that wing space that has led to the 4 scores so far.
Yeah,
which is good to see.
Scarlett Thomas there on the touch, just getting across, you know, good covering touch to take the try away from the Sharks, as there's now getting some good go forward ball for the Wildcats. Just how do you start to get the game smarts across to players who are really early in their career?
It's just experience. It's just getting to play. I mean, you know, it's a reminder. It's about trying things, right? I think sometimes it's really easy to come into these sort of, you know, under 12s, under 14s potentially, and try and limit the game so that there's fewer mistakes. But actually, then you take away the opportunity for players to, you know, develop and to try things. And so game smarts really is just experience. It's just throwing the ball around and realizing, oh, when I did that didn't work, but having the space and opportunity to do it, and having a coach that goes, that's fine, we'll get it next time. And that's the point of 12s, 14s, even up to 17s, you know, is really about developing players. It's not about being the finished article, but it's about when these players go up into open setups, they're players who look for space, who, you know, have played a lot of touch and are comfortable with the ball in hand, and also comfortable making mistakes, because sometimes you do.
Yes, to not punish yourself too much for making mistakes.
Exactly. I mean, if you're not making mistakes, you're not trying things. I say that to my players all the time. Like, you know, if you go a whole game without making a mistake, then you probably haven't tried anything. You haven't pushed yourself outside of your comfort zone, and that's the point. Oh, that's a nice step and a great finish.
Sarah Khatib gets the try that her approach play deserves.
Absolutely. Here, let's watch this. Just getting that ball in the link hole. And then a nice, stop and step back out. Put that on the highlight reel and play it on repeat. That's fantastic.
That was a lovely show there. Just to hold the defender.
I wish I had deceleration like that. That's I might need to ask these girls to give me a few tips and tricks. Fantastic.
But it's the thing you see higher up, you know, if you're looking at, say, at Premiership rugby level, you know, the teams that have been really successful over the last couple of years, Bath, Northampton, these are teams where the players are not afraid to make mistakes.
Absolutely.
They're not punished by the coaches for making mistakes.
No, it's all about playing into your process, right? I mean, I often say to my players, sort of, what's another nice run around the outside, but well covered there by the Wildcats. Yeah, you know, I think a lot of coaches want to say to their players, you know, we focus on our processes. So are we doing our processes right? Whether you drop a ball or not, sort of outside of your control. But are you working hard for your mates? Are you know, listening to what the coach says to you? Then you know, dropping a ball, missing a touch every now and again, that just happens, and you roll it off, because if you start getting consumed by those mistakes, you're going to make the next one.
Yeah, if your system's right and your attitude's right, everything else will follow.
I think it was, I had a conversation with Zan Hudson, England Women's Opens captain at the World Cup, and she talked about, you know, in I want to say a bronze medal match, where she tapped the ball off tap-off, picked it up and immediately dropped it. Just happens. You know, you reset, you go again to the next thing. That doesn't make you a bad player, one of the best women's players in the country, because it happens to anyone. Oh my goodness, look at the pace around the edge here.
Show and go and wheels from the Wildcats on that far side. That's Bella Roberts. You know, we've seen show and go on this side. We've seen some lovely individual scores.
We have indeed.
Where's that?
I'm just seeing the touch before here, and then number 14.
Yeah. And then she's just gone. That's
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's really nice pace.
Defensive winger just gets caught a little bit flat-footed. That's Josephine Urquhart.
Yeah, as I said, watch this Wildcats team earlier, and they've got some really talented players. You know, nice steppers who aren't afraid to show what they're about. But here we go. That's a nice step there.
I'm going to credit the referees as well here in the last minute of the first half. They've refereed this game at the appropriate level.
Absolutely.
They've let things not get away, but like with a roll ball when players have overstepped and are going to do it. No, they're taking them back to the mark and letting them keep hold of possession. They're not penalising them. Whereas offsides, they're giving offside penalties when teams have been offside.
Absolutely. It's a learning process. You know, the referees understand that, and actually, you know, a real shout out to every single referee here today, including all the games I've been watching, understanding the level and understanding when to give a penalty, and in fact when to view something as a learning opportunity is a really tricky skill. It's very different. Okay. Ooh, summer shot, hitting a nice little step back there, but still playing a lot down in this corner, trying to get the ball out to Molly, Duncan, who scored so many tries, and now they're working the ball into space. But that's really nice covering. Number 13, Sarah Khatib.
Last play of the half, and the ball hits the deck.
A shout out to the Wildcats defence there. Just held Sharks out when they had a lot of touches, and that's the way you want to finish a half. They'll go in feeling really nice with that 4-2 lead.
Wildcats with a deserved lead, 4-2 over the Sharks in this girls under 12s game. He's Chappers, I'm Chris. We'll be back in just a minute.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured, to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer mile so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this is really kind of showing me using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name, it makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to meet with executives. We get a couple one-on-one sessions where they share kind of their whole career story, and you get a chance to ask them questions too about your own development at Vermeer. So you get to connect with them on a personal level, which is something you don't get a chance to do at a lot of other companies. So I think that was a really unique opportunity.
I just graduated, and I know that working at a company like Vermeer, I'm cared for, and they want to push me to be the best person I can. And as a young professional, it gives me a heightened sense of value in me as an employee, that the company cares enough to build me and my character.
And that's really what this whole process has been. People wanting me to grow, wanting you to do better, wanting to talk to you and make sure you learn the most out of what you can.
I'm just really grateful to be at a company that will invest this time in me to learn more about the company and get more context to really succeed in my job. If I had not had this program, I would not be connected to so many people who help me do my job every day.
One minute to go before the second half, before we see whether West Wildcats can consolidate their advantage over the Sharks from the tap-off. I'm Chris, he's Chappers.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we're having an interesting chat off air, with, as Girls 15's head coach and wanting to stay that way.
Very much so. Sammy Phillips, please.
How important is this division for you looking ahead, say, 2-3 years?
it's massively important. It's so awesome to see. I actually got goosebumps as you said that, because these are the future players coming through, and to see the sort of depth we're going to have. You know, we went this year with 14 players to Limerick because we just quite didn't have the number of players in the training squad. We had a couple of dropouts, which was unlucky. But actually, to look at the 14s division with 4 teams, to look at the 12s division, which I think they have 4 teams as well. You know, it's really, really what you want to see. That England touches in good hands in the future, because the earlier you get these girls playing touch, I mean, you know, women's opens in 6, 7, 8 years time.
The Olympics.
Hopefully. Exactly. You know, 2032. I mean, if these players are 10 or 11 years old, then hold on, quick bit of maths. They're going to be 18, 19 rolling into the Olympics, and that's sort of perfect. You know, if they've been playing touch for 7, 8 years, that's exactly what you want. And again, it's the type of touch you're seeing them play, and that's what's really exciting. Thinking as 15's coach that these girls are looking at space, they're attacking into where gaps are, and they're not afraid to do so.
And also, when we're looking at the sub boxes, the communication that's coming from the coaches. You know, we've seen Claire and Sonia and Kathy break into pods over here on this near side, and they're all 3 very experienced people. Adam on the far side, so
absolutely, Adam
15s.
Thomas. Mixed 18s earlier this year in Limerick as well for England. So yeah, really experienced coaches, and that's, oh my goodness, there we go. There's a turn of pace. Fantastic. Who was that? Willow Gorridge from Horsham Tigers making a little break through the middle there. And now let's see if Sharks can utilise this ball in space.
She turned 9 last week.
You're joking.
Nope.
Don't be saying things like that to me, please. That means she was born in 2016. I'm not old, but if there's anything for junior nationals to make you feel a bit creaky, then it really is looking at the quality of players at the age of 9 in this girls under 12s division,
who were not afraid to back themselves and go.
Absolutely, and
in defence, committing in defence as well.
That's Zara again, just making space.
New to touch is Sarah Khatib.
You wouldn't know it.
She's got and she's got a very promising future. And now the Wildcats come on the inside.
That's a really nice shot from number 17, the winger there, Lois James.
There was Alicia Harris coming in.
Note down all these names. That's all I'm saying. Keep an eye out for them. Nationals in a few years' time. You know, when these players start coming through, I mean, yeah, I sort of worry sometimes that in a couple of years I'm never going to play a game of touch again, just because it's going to be full of great players. That's maybe the shift to why the shift to coaching's already started.
Well, if you're a parent and you're watching this, and not saying that you're old, but I'm older, it's one of the reasons why we're, you know, with England Touch, is we put a survey out for older players. Because then you're starting, because, you know, when you get old, you don't necessarily want to be skinned alive at National Touch Series every week. You know, sometimes it's good to play against people who are as slow and old as you.
Yes, absolutely. Well, they're talking about sort of Opens Cup, and you look at Seniors Cup, and you look at Limerick and how Stirling, and how fantastic an event that was.
Oh,
absolutely.
Brilliant.
You know, it's building touch through the age grades that's really, you know, the fact that you can keep playing the game of touch for years and years and years to come, you know, is what's really exciting.
Yeah, lovely bit of play there from the Wildcats.
Excellent. Number 14 for Sharks there, spotting that the winger got up into space, Rosie James, watching that the winger got up into space, and then actually just looping round the back to cover that touch. Again, it's this almost chess game you're watching these players play, where, okay, there was space in this space, so this is how we cover it, and then, okay, where's the next gap opening up? And the fact that they're doing that and actively problem solving is really, really exciting.
Born in the same hospital as Johnny Wilkinson and defended like Johnny Wilkinson as well.
There we go. I like that. I like all of these
That's
facts.
A great stat.
I only wish I'd done these for my team, but there we go.
Talking of the Olympics, Summer Sharp, England in the Youth Academy. She's been a competitive dancer and ballerina, but she wants to be an Olympian. Just where that chat is coming is because touch is in the running to be an Olympic sport in 2032 at Brisbane. National Rugby League are behind it.
Absolutely.
And in Australia, it occupies a similar kind of place to flag football, and which is in the LA Games in 2028. So if NRL can do their thing, Brad Fittler can do his thing on the board of Touch Football Australia.
Absolutely. Chris Simon's going over to be COO of FIT, you know, with a big directive to get this, you know, get this game more eyes on the game. And we look at the World Cup last year that had so many people down. I think they said on that final day they had 3,000 spectators.
Oh, no.
Was it more than that? Was it way
more than that?
Was it way more than
10.
10,000.
We reckon 10,000 people. We've got the drone footage to prove it.
I mean, I was there. I volunteered up at those games, and I remember being packed. You know, the crowd 10 or 15 deep for those excellent finals. No, it's absolutely brilliant. Wildcats at the line here, seeing what they can do.
And I think, you know, when you see I mean, we'll just refer to Limerick again for a second, because, you know, you're seeing a lot of growth and commitment at the international level. Teams coming up from South Africa, teams coming across from the Cayman Islands. They had one team in Nottingham 2 years ago, had two teams in Limerick.
They did indeed.
South Africa had the similar kind of number, but then you've got Ukraine coming.
Absolutely, which was incredible to see. We played against a China mixed 15s team as the girls 15s, which was brilliant, you know. And it's just more and more nations starting to play. Oh, here we go. Here's Molly, little show and go there, and a firm dump of the ball, letting everybody know she's putting that ball down. Little bit of miscommunication around the box, as we said. Still learning that process of subbing on and off, but again, will massively benefit those players. And something we talk about as well is sort of there's a real idea in opens that you go into tournaments near the finished product because you've trained loads. But actually, the wonderful thing about junior tournaments and junior nationals is that you go in and you learn so much from the amount of game time you get. I mean, these girls will have 6, 7 30-minute games. You know, the amount of competitive touch against teams that they don't know, against fresh opposition, is going to be so beneficial to them learning. And the other thing is, and what we really want, is these girls going away from it absolutely buzzing for the next time they play touch.
And we're seeing a lovely setup here from the Wildcats on the standoff. It was just unfortunate there that the attacker just ran into the defender. You're not going to ever get an offside penalty for that.
No, potentially not, but
it was a lovely bit of setup play though from Ava Whelan.
Ava Whelan, Poppy Whelan, her older sister, playing 14s and I think scoring a few tries, or at least scooping a few a couple of times in the game. 2 games before this, played out in my girls 15s team earlier this year as well. So that's the other thing that you're seeing. You know, boys and girls are watching their siblings play, and then you know, going, I want a bit of that, and stepping out onto the field and doing it. And, you know, touch has a real history of you know, be it siblings, be it couples, or, you know, playing together. And it's cool to see that continuing here.
Lovely bit of play coming in from Summer Sharp there. She, from the England Youth Academy, scooped through, spotted the opportunity. Just it's the one thing where you do get a bit of disparity between the players who've got higher level experience and those who don't. You know, the scoop comes in, the supporting runner isn't necessarily there, but it was a great position there for the Sharks. They worked themselves into a scoring position, and they're going to get a fresh set of 6, just kind of 11 metres or so inside the Wildcats half. It's always the dog days of a game, this. You know, this is their second game of the day. 30-minute games. If you're not used to playing it, you're going to start to get tired.
You are indeed, and it's about how can you keep the energy levels up. And I often find it's a process of sort of wanting it, you know, often it comes from them enjoying it, right? Are they still having fun playing the game? And we've got quite a few smiles in the box here. I think the really exciting thing is these girls are on telly right now, you know, and that's what's really cool as well. The fact they'll be able to watch themselves back, and sort of the pride they get from it means that when they're, oh, here we go. Oh, another good touch. This is nice defence from this Wildcats team, just holding the Sharks out here. Let's see if they can exploit the space out here. You've got Molly calling for the ball out on this left wing. Can they get the ball across to her? There they go back. Oh, and just they get the 6th touch there. So it's just maybe a little bit of the process. If I'm one of the coaches, maybe thinking, okay, how can we get heads up and looking at space? And here we go. Here's a break down this wing here.
Foot race over on the far side. Oh, it's just lovely covering D. Can't see the numbers, unfortunately.
No, but some really nice pace out there from the winger. Oh, and that's a lovely step back.
Wildcats have got touches to play with deep in the Sharks' half. Just need to convert this opportunity into a score.
And here we go. Let's see if there's a foot race here. Nice. That's nice work from Molly there.
Yeah.
Molly Duncan, noted. That's a little bit of scouting jotted down in my brain there.
Born in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, there we go. I love these fun facts.
Also enjoys playing netball, and that's the thing that you can see. It's the girls who are. We were talking about this earlier as well. You see so many of the girls who play other sports.
It's so important. There's a lot of studies done that I've read about the importance of multi-sports when you are, a younger a young athlete. That actually it develops your range of skills so much better. It's just play as many sports as you possibly can, and it gives you that wide-ranging skill set. It makes you more adaptable, so you're not again, we don't want robots. We want players who play with their head up and have a bit of fun with it, and the sort of skills gained from different sports really help that.
Well, that's one thing that Emma Raducanu said when she won the US Open.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she said that she played loads of sports growing up and only actually switched to tennis comparatively late.
Oh, interesting. And there we go, and you look how that worked out for her. Little summer sharp there, commanding players onto the field. Fearsome, some of these girls.
As Sharks get going into the Wildcats half, looking to set up a bit of a good dump in deep in Wildcats. Left and right goes 20. That's Emma Markham. Plays regional netball. Should be glad to be able to run with the ball.
Yeah, there we go. That's a bit of a difference.
But Sharks now again.
Nice pressure.
Yes, good defence there from the Wildcats, just shutting down, not panicking in D, and they're getting players off early, and then just driving up to their own 10-metre line.
A cagier second half. I've just realised 0-0 in this second half. But you're watching these players. Again, it's that problem solving we talked about. Of there were spaces in certain areas of the field, and actually now plugging those up. And the next question is, can we find it? And we've seen a few times when they've started to make a little bit of space. Here we go. Here's some fancy foot. Oh my goodness!
Great footwork from Imi Robinson from Maidenhead, showing the leadership that she's been highlighted for.
Coached by Sammy Phillips over at Maidenhead Rugby Club and Thames Valley Vikings Touch Club, and you can see a little bit of her influence there.
Yes, just asking Sharks to come up to the 7 and just create something, but that was too late in the touch count. Sharks have held out this time. Yeah, I think it's probably a combination of plugging the gaps, but also maybe a bit of fatigue coming in.
Yes, definitely.
We've seen a little bit of a breakdown of structure. And that's the classic case in point.
It is indeed, but this is the learning point for these players, right? They'll know the next time, and it's all about, all of a sudden they're under fatigue. They probably only used to playing, an hour and a half of touch rugby on one evening a week or on a weekend, and all of a sudden they're asked to do it for 2 days, and actually that will be a really interesting learning experience.
And for so many of them, yet you're asking players to play their first competitive touch.
You are indeed.
It's at a regional level. You come to an event like this, the opening ceremony, 450 players, the same number of parents on site, live streaming. It's quite an intimidating environment if you've not been around it. And then you're being asked to play, 4 half-hour games per day for a multi-day. It is asking an awful lot.
It is indeed, and like a testament to every single one of these players out here. You know, what it is it's probably quite scary. And fair play to them that they step up and play touch like this and keep trying and don't worry about making mistakes. And, you know, a lot of these girls still have smiles on their faces. They also look a little bit knackered, but got smiles on their faces, and they're continuing to play and listen to their coaches. And I mean, fantastic for them. And
by the way, we
we
have to just put a. She's not in the field at the minute, but we do have to put a quick shout out, because in terms of the stats, we said about Kathy van der Rit being one of the referees. This is verbatim. Emma van der Rit, number 5 for the Sharks. England Youth Academy, plus Emma has played football and netball at the school and does ballet. She has been roaming touch pitches since the age of 3 months to watch her parents referee.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, one of the best scorekeepers in the country.
She is.
She's absolutely brilliant, gets it right every single time. She is a stalwart of NTSs and nationals, and it's awesome to see her now getting on the field. And it's nice, all of the players shaking hands here. What a fantastic game of touch. You know, well done to all of them. A 0-0 second half. You know, the Wildcats managing to hold out, but the future of England touch is pretty bright when looking at these two teams.
Says the Girls 15's head coach. Chappers, thanks very much for your time over the last half hour.
Thank you.
We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with, well, it's nationals. There's more touch.
Absolutely.
Touch, more touch.
So if anyone attending today's venue has lost their key card, it could be possible for some company or possibly a hotel key card. Please, we can get it too.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
So welcome back, and thank you for Chris Wearmouth and Chappers for taking over commentary for what I've been reliably informed was a very fast and frenetic girls 12s game. First game of the division. It's most certainly not the first game of the division in the boys 17s category, where we have the West Wildcats Orange versus the Southwest Saxons. Saxons, an emerging region that have found a lot of success in recent years, specifically with the Opens Nationals, spearheaded by the new university rule. And there's a good sweeper coming around. Great pickup. Long ball option was there. Missed touch. The long ball does eventually go. Oh, good footwork, but it's a really good covering touch there from Alex Main. And it's danger again for the West Wildcats. Ollie Graham plays for Bournemouth Touch. England Lions, Boys 20 Atlantic Youth Cup. So now, that's a good physical touch coming in from Ollie Graham. Good bit of footwork as well, but now the Wildcats are a little bit isolated. Shoulder ball is played pretty blind and well. Now here's a good bit of momentum coming on from the Wildcats. Great platform. Now there's a good scooping opportunity. Great footwork shown to try and get around the outside. And again, great recycling. Unfortunately, that extra pass couldn't be thrown. I believe that was number 16, Dan Brown, trying to make something happen. If you look down the categories of these teams, there's England mixed 20s, mixed 15s for Alfie Simmons, mixed 18s, boys 18s, and then obviously on the other side of the pitch you've got Lions boys 20s at the Atlantic Youth Cup. There's a drop ball, unfortunate for Lucas Hung, a debutant for the Southwest Saxons. And there's some good momentum again from the Wildcats. And there's a good check away. Ball's on the floor a bit too long. We'll just take the settler. Well, Xavier Conahan. I mean, we mentioned earlier about some good haircuts. Well, Xavier Conahan with the blue hair dye. There's the right footstep and check away, but that ball goes to ground, asking a lot of Alfie Simmons. But they will get the penalty for offside. By far and away the fastest game we've had on live stream as of yet. And there is Xavier Conahan. There's Conahan checking away. Another 32 short. Xavier trying to hit the hole. The wraparound was on there for 23, Will Corbett. That's better. Now the long ball has to go. It goes flat to the link instead. So this is last. And the ball does go to the wing, but that is 6 touch and turnover. Not a lot of opportunity there for Alex Main to try and go down a very congested avenue. Saxons moving laterally to try and get over towards that sub box. Now this is 5th. Scooping opportunity. Oh, show and go, finds the gap. But a brilliant covering touch there from Conahan. Made on Owen Joyce, known as Aoife's brother. Flat pass there to Conahan. Good transition of the ball. Half's a little bit isolated. Here is Conahan. It just has to take a moment. That's good momentum and a really good straightener. There's another one from the Wildcats. However, it's a no touch in the midfield. It's unfortunate for Ollie McDade. Saxons carrying well. Oh, there's great pace shown. A really good covering touch comes in from 14, Josh Tucker. Zero touch for Ollie Graham. Difficult to create something from nothing. And now there's a bit of a defensive nudge needed from the Saxons. That's good for the Wildcats, but he's isolated and half is slow to the ball. Momentum just slowing down, but that's better momentum. A similarly good momentum injected by Noah Thomas. And coming over towards Thomas now are the Wildcats. There's a bit of a mismatch for pace there, but a great covering touch from the wing once more, Lucas Hung. There might be a bit of an injury. I don't think there is, although the refs just want to have a brief chat, make sure that Dan Brown is capable of carrying on, and he is. Good hands on display here from the Saxons, but that's overplaying. And Ollie Brown just needs to take that ball in. They've done really well to work the ball to the outside edge. This is Brown stepping, scoring. That is ball down. And Dan Brown, coming off a successful summer at the England Mixed 18s, opens the scoring. And it's taken us 7.5 minutes, but we do eventually get the score. And now it relies on the Saxons to be able to create something. There is Bunt. Good footwork and a good pass, but that out the back has drifted forward. And there will now be a tap penalty for a late pass. That's good momentum. A really good drive up the box as well, trapping 3 Saxons defenders in a single touch. This could spell danger on the other end. This 5th, a really good drive, great footwork as well to escape a couple, and the pass is away, and that is a stunning try from back to front. If you want an example of what hard driving will give you, well, the Wildcats will provide. So just as quickly as it turned into 1-0, now we are 2-0. The West Wildcats are finding a bit of momentum. That's a good touch coming in. Bit of a pace battle on the outside edge. Conahan marshalling in defence. Now we have 23. Sean Dean. Long ball. Oh, it's a pill. It's an absolute pill, but he's dropped the ball over the line. Then it was a great pass from number 1, Owen Joyce. And there's a good bit of line speed showed by the Saxons to try and pen the Wildcats in. But Conahan at half twice to marshal the transition. And Conahan might have to stay to hit this. Oh, shoulder ball goes blind, and it's brilliant. No touch called on Noah Thomas. Twice now Noah's created space off the back of this transition. Here's Brown, try scorer. Looking for the wrap, finds it, now over to Thomas, 2-on-2. Blind shoulder ball goes, and now over to the wing. Can they finish? They will indeed, and the Wildcats, twice in a row, crucify the Saxons in transition. The pick of the bunch was the blind shoulder ball when the half looked isolated to Noah Thomas. And the Wildcats, well, it took them a while to get going. 7.5 minutes for the first score. Now we're at 11 and it's 3. And it's worrying signs here for the Saxons. Can they make something happen? Ollie Graham might have something to say about it, working alongside Charlie Ward. Here is Graham. Graham might look to set for the 32. He does. There is Ollie Graham. Ollie Graham's trying to step around Conahan. I think there's no touch call. There isn't indeed. And Ollie Graham single-handedly dragging his team through the mud to make the scores 3 tries to 1. Still in favour of the Wildcats, but that's a bright spark shown and dancing around the fast feet of Xavier Conahan. And that really was a battle of the footwork. And on this occasion, Ollie Graham comes out on top. Well, here we go again for the Wildcats. There's Ollie McDade wearing number 4. Ollie McDade trying to get around the outside, passes away to the wing, but the wing has marshalled well. There will be another penalty and a fresh set of 6 for the Wildcats. Great width on display, big hole in between the link and the wing on this side. If they could look to identify. Danger, links offside, that'll be try time. It is indeed this time. Hayden Chambers, another one for the mixed 18s. Apparently thinks Malaysia is a continent. Well, the less said about that, the better. Although, as I'm giggling at the commentary notes, the try has been disallowed for a forward pass. So it remains 3 tries to 1. I think the sideline ref spotting something they're not happy with. So we go again. Unfortunately though, for the Saxons, another unforced error surrenders possession to the Wildcats. And it's that same pod that just got over. Taking a lot of confidence from that. Great step, trying to get through the gap. Maybe a dive would have seen him over. Ollie McDade trying to provide a bit of width. Bouncing around 1 though, bouncing around 2. Ball to the wing goes. It just sort of strikes him in the face. No 6 more, not played at. And it's unfortunate for Gabe Nicholson. And great footwork on display, but that final pass not sticking and Saxons getting the ball back. Big show and go on display from Owen Joyce. And that's better momentum. That's a good roll ball as well. Here is Joyce. Oh, but there's a bobble at the roll ball, so another turnover. And unfortunately for the Saxons, not really been able to get over that halfway line for the past 3 or 4 minutes. The field position has been all in favour of the West Wildcats, and it seems like this pod is going to have a 3rd crack at it. There is Ollie McDade, looking for the long, hits the long, stepping now. That's 6 more. Hayden Chambers trying to bounce around a couple defenders, but unceremoniously denied. Ollie McDade to Chambers. Chambers going hard at the line, but taking the touch. Chambers once more. Ollie McDade to his left. There is Ollie McDade. Back to Chambers. Stepping, diving. Is that try time? No, Charlie Ward makes the touch, and that will be half time. Oh, aside from the one last play, there's Ollie Graham. Ollie Graham wants to try and create something from nothing. Trying to bounce around a couple, surrenders the touch in the end, and that does take us to half-time. Whereas the West Wildcats orange leading 3 tries to 1 over the Southwest Saxons in the under-17s boys competition.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 metres, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change of possession and the defending team then receive the ball. To start the ball, when it's just a change of possession, i.e. it's not been a penalty, you put the ball on the floor and perform a roll ball. Despite it saying roll ball, it's better to put the ball down still on the floor and just step over it. You must only pass backwards in this game, which means you must run the ball forwards and pass the ball backwards to a teammate. There are a number of ways you can give away a penalty. 1, you could be offside. 2, you could throw a forward pass. 3, you can make a hard touch. There are lots of other different variations, but those are the main ones. A touch game can last for whatever length that suits you. In a full game of touch, it's 6 aside and it's 20-minute halves for a 40-minute game. However, at many events, the duration of the games vary. If you are playing a boys or a girls team, it will be 6 of the same gender or sex. If you are playing a mixed version of the game, it will be 3 and 3. If you want to be inclusive, you can play with any combination of different genders or identities that suit you.
It's fantastic. Having so many schools and so many mixed grades and also girls rugby involved within this development scheme, it's fantastic. It's something that I think needs to be developed a bit more so that we can see a lot more skills and a lot more development within players in schools who have never played rugby or who are looking to improve their skill set. This has been a fantastic experience for us as a first timers coming to the competition to see the different skill sets within all the different schools. It's been fantastic. It's allowed our school to improve on their skills and allowed us to see where we could get to in the next few years when we come.
So, welcome back to the second half, where it is the West Wildcats asserting their dominance in this boys 17s competition. It's up to the Saxons now to try and create something and get back to within 1 score. The Saxons just surrender that 6th touch. That's a really good momentum. There's Xavier Conahan with a great roll ball up the middle. Textbook subbing so far. Brilliant platform, good step. Ball goes to the wing, maybe went the wrong way. That near side looked to be an opportunity. And now the Saxons go through their own roll ball. That could have been an infringement. Yeah, the referees have spotted it. Well done. So quick turnover here for the Wildcats. It's just a little bit stop-start at the moment for the Wildcats. They need to try and create a little bit of momentum. They do, but the hips aren't square. So that's a turnover, and this first half has started. There's a bit of a turnover competition. I'll just slow the play down to take the ball all the way back to the mark. But again, that first touch momentum from the Saxons, leaving a lot to be desired. Wildcats doing a really good job of holding them up in the touch. That's better momentum coming on the field. That's a really good shot. That's half court for Owen Joyce. And yet another turnover. As the sun graces us with its presence for the first time in an hour or so here at Riverside. You might be able to tell from the flags in the background of the pitch. This is a windy day, and unfortunately for the Wildcats, there's yet another turnover. Oh, there's great speed and feet on display there from Ollie Brown. First year of playing touch. Well, he's doing what he needs to do in transition, that's for sure. Here's Ollie Graham. Oh, there's a really solid contact there. Both players running hard at each other. That was number 3 for the Southwest Saxons, Sid Wiltshire. Ollie Graham looking for the switch, looking for the wraparound, but it's really well marshalled there. But there is another penalty for offside. Oh, that's really well worked from the Southwest Saxons. But unfortunately for Danny Bunt, well, it sort of hit the breadbasket, but the breadbasket was faulty. And that one just goes down. Maybe a bit of white line fever creeping in, but here we go again from the Wildcats. But Ollie Graham says no. Gets up and makes touches. Here is Xavier Conahan. Oh, lovely ripper of a pill and a great grab in the corner. And it's a beauty from the West Wildcats. Going really hard at the line. And then the ripper to the outside edge. Great finish from Alfie Simmons, but a ball from George Norton. And now we see maybe some of the coaching staff wearing full shirts and rugby boots in the sub box of the West Wildcats. Less said about that one, the better. It's Seb Conahan and co in the sub box of the West Wildcats. Brother Xavier is currently playing with the blue hair. Sweeper play now for the Saxons, but another unforced error alleviates all pressure, and for the Saxons it feels like they've been at 6s and 7s. Another penalty against the Saxons, but it feels like the Saxons have just not found their gear. 1% away from scoring on more than a few occasions, struggling with a bit of momentum in the midfield, and maybe feeling a little bit hard done by some of the referee decisions. But then you've got Gabe Nicholson just dancing around a few players. And that won't make things any easier. Both players offside. That should be try time. It is indeed. And it is all so simple for Hayden Chambers. Lincoln Mid were up with not very good post-touch momentum, treading water a little bit, and Chambers just takes the advantage and gets that ball down. And once again, Wildcats started a bit slow in this half, and now starting to click into gear. Yet to see one of their electric sub-patterns that we saw them get 2 scores from in the first half, but their line attack more than making up for it. Ollie Graham trying to make something happen for the Saxons, trying to maybe do it all himself a little bit. And 1v6 is a really tough game. And then just surrendering that touch in the end. Xavier Conahan with a wonderful drive up towards the box, followed in suit by his teammates. It is brilliant. Noah Thomas then straightening. Oh, a couple bobbles at the roll ball there for Noah Thomas, but we've got to mirror the sentiments of Xavier Conahan coming onto the sub box. Boys, that was excellent, and it was indeed terribly difficult to defend a transition that is operating with such fluidity. And that is reflected well in the scoreline. However, Owen Joyce trying to make something happen. But again, another bobble at the roll ball. Here is Ollie McDade. Oh, good pace on display, and they'll get another one from the transition. This time, Hayden Chambers turned provider. Because it was Josh Tucker. Oh, apologies, not Josh Tucker. Gabe Nicholson, who ends up getting over for that score. And this West Wildcats team looking brilliant in line attack and defence. 6-1 against the Saxons. It's pretty convincing. And to be perfectly honest with you, I know Theo might end up watching this back. Left a lot of scores out there. Sweeper play, step back. Holding, finding a bit of space, throwing it a little bit unceremoniously. There's Conahan. Now in acting half, popping away. Good momentum shown. And the referee's just slowing it down for a moment. I think that might have been an offside penalty. I'm not too sure. No discernible hand signal came in there from the referee. There's a really good touch there from Ollie Graham. Great snipe, but a really good roll ball to navigate it as well. That's a good ball away. There's another good ball away. And then there's a flat one to the wing. And now there's a foot race, and it is beautiful once more. And Alfie Simmons has the easy job of just hanging out and providing width and benefiting from the slick pass from Ben Phillips. The coaching staff are happy. I don't quite know why they've had some of their coaching staff turn up in shirts, ties, nice trousers, and pairs of rugby boots on the feet. But each to their own. As long as they keep it by themselves, it'll be pretty fine. That's a good touch coming in there from the Saxons. There's Xavier Conahan back trying to bounce around a couple touches, but it's good endeavour from Sean Dean. That'll be 6 more. Oh, no, it won't be. That's going to be just a turnover. Referees not deeming the player to have played at the ball, just hands out to make the touch, which is fair. And Xavier Conahan trying to go and grab Ollie Graham. There's Ollie Graham once more. Bright spark of this Southwest Saxons team. Oh, a bit of a bobble. Another bit of a bobble. Playing a bit of juggling at the moment of the Saxons. There's Ollie Graham. Long ball could be on. Able to bounce away from a few. And now they set up for the 32. It's a really good setup. Bobbly roll ball. Good pickup from Bunt. Can he find the spare player? He does end up finding number 8, Charlie Ward, but the touch came in first. Much better setup. A nice level of creativity in that setup to get onto the 32 platform. Once again, Ollie Graham involved in all things positive, working with Ollie Freeman, Danny Bunt and Charlie Ward. That pod has a lot going for it, but the issue is they're up against a team where all 3 pods have a lot going for them. Checking back on the inside, good momentum into the roll ball. Step, delay of the pass, and again, ball's away. Long ball to the wing is on, but Ollie Graham just eats up the ground. In behind Dan Brown. 2.5 minutes left to go. Saxons, 90 seconds left on the clock. Want to try and get at least 1 more score on the board. There's Owen Joyce trying to get over. A little bit of a nudge going on. That'll be a penalty. And I don't think the Wildcats will be too unhappy with it. They'll back their defensive prowess. Might feel a little bit upset that the Saxons got 1. Joyce stepping, popping, great touch comes in there from number 3, Charles Ganashaw. His commentary notes just says gallops. Owen Joyce stepping into the in-goal area. He's half, needs to find the spare player. Backs up on the outside, but that is just ball down. Great mirrors defence coming in from the Wildcats. And Charles gallops off the field. Unfortunate there for Noah Thomas. Yeah, in a team full of brilliant performances, for me, it's the work rate of someone like Noah Thomas that, you know, underpins all of the good work that you see on the other end of the field in line attack. Players like Noah Thomas is what keeps teams together. Allows maybe the more potent players in line attack to have the freedom to do what they do. They're what we call a grinder. Just get through their work efficiently, provide depth, provide speed. If we did man of the matches, I'd maybe give it to Noah Thomas, to be fair. Him or Dan Brown. I mean, to be fair, you could give it to any one of these West Wildcats boys. They've been brilliant. It's been a brilliant game. Game of the day so far, performance of the day so far. Special performance and a bit of a marker on the division for West Wildcats Orange. A emphatic victory of 7 tries to 1 over the Southwest Saxons. And if that's a marker on how the rest of the day is going to go, then we are in for a treat going into the back end of the day. Well, we're going to take a very quick 5-minute break and we'll be right back with you, this time with the under 12 boys. And it's the Midland Tigers versus South East Sharks. So welcome back, where we have the Midlands Tigers versus the South East Sharks under 12s in the boys division. And that is 6 touch already. The Midlands trying to go through their transition. The likes of Lyndon Hall and Co. It's a pass away, but it's unfortunate for the Midlands and number 88, Max Taylor. That ball just drops to ground. Midlands with a very healthy looking team sheet. Big squad for the under 12s division. There's a good roll ball. And good core skills on display here. Good footwork. From number 10, Oliver Darlow. And the Midlands look to go pretty quickly with Harvey Brown. Played under 14 boys at the Junior Touch Cup. Under 12 England Academy. Oh, he's just come back from his holidays. Where he completed a bungee jump from 50 metres. Harvey, you are braver than I will ever be. You can put that one on your CV. It's like a middle play setting up as the wind picks up a lot. That's a good pick up. Looking to try and get in the in-goal area. Does. That's a good catch and ground as well. And that'll be the opening score for number 88, Max Taylor. And that's a replay from the game before. I mean, what a score that was. I don't mind seeing it again. Here we go. 98, Max O'Dell. Oh my word. Max O'Dell ran a 5K in 21 minutes at the age of 9. You're joking. Well, Max O'Dell, hats off to you. That is 1-0 to the Midlands Tigers. As the South East Sharks look to try and go over themselves. Ball to the wing was a good option, but just didn't quite execute. And we're at that age where we want the boys to try some things. We want them to have a bit of fun. I'm liking the standard that the referees are setting, where we want this to look like a touch game, but we're not going to be too meticulous on little errors that creep in, like potentially overstepping the mark. No benefit to the game at this age on being hyper strict on these things. That's a good 32 shot. Now there's an opportunity to go down the wing. Oh, dummy attempt came in from Edward Rorison. Again, under 12 England Academy. Once again, the Midlands Tigers boasting their prowess in this division. A lot of under 12 England Academies. Fraser Pearce, flew from Sri Lanka a few days before the tournament. Played in the mixed NTS this season with his older brother Rory and dad, the Pearce pod. I like that. I also got a message from Chris Simon saying I kept getting Ed and Rory mixed up. That was fun. Always good to know when you're going wrong. Cheers, Chris. If you're watching this somewhere, yeah, I will shout you out. And the Midlands Tigers looking to go over again for their second score. Well, that was a nice dive, but just a little bit short, unfortunately, for Edward Rorison. Once again, the Southeast Sharks trying to go over, make something happen. There's Max Harris. Once again, Harris passing away, trying to step away. Was 13. Unfortunately, I've not got a 13 on the team sheet. That's good momentum showed from the Midlands Tigers boys. Nice bounce as well. Opportunity to go on the outside, 2-on-1. Oh, it's good cover there from the Southeast winger. Made sure he always had his hips facing outwards. Convinced the Midlands Tigers middle that it wasn't going to happen. And now, here's 59, Harvey Brown, trying to bounce around and make something happen, and it looks like he has. Harvey Brown playing for Nomads. Bravest player on the pitch. Oh, nice snaking run through the middle from Harvey Brown. It's well executed. Oh, with the England flag on his face. Go on, Harvey. Oh, that's really great momentum. Oh, the middle there from Kit van Drime. Drime? I'm going to go Drime. And unfortunately there, Luca couldn't quite get over. He's been playing rugby for Blackheath. He's moved to London from Amsterdam, age 5. He's been training touch rugby with Wolves. Amazing. Also, I've got to compliment Southeast Sharks for their commentary notes. Kit is half American, half Dutch. Speaks both languages fluently, but that's two more than I speak. Well, that's one more than I speak. I was about to say two more than I speak, then that would have been true. Kit loves playing rugby. He hopes to have more opportunities to play when he starts secondary school next week. Unreal. Jealous of the athleticism of people being displayed in primary school. Shows just how bad my knees are. And I've got a feeling that no one is going to catch 27 Rufus Hersey. It just bounces around the outside. Oh, once again it's Harvey. Good step away, good roll ball, and then here comes Rufus. Big stride length, just gets out quickly. And it is really well executed, and again, this is the benefit that the Midlands Tigers team has. You see structure going all through their divisions in every single team, and now even the under-12s are at it. And here come the Sharks. They're looking to try and go down the wing. That's half court.
Yeah. Give me a roll ball on the 7. Do it now with me. Yes, now.
And once again, the Midlands Tigers bouncing around the outside. This time, it's Charlie Smith. Out of Peterborough touch. So here we are with the Southeast Sharks getting us back underway, and it's a rare occasion for me because I'm not joined by one co-commentator. I'm joined by 3 boys. Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Hello, it's Ethan here. I'm with my friends
Seb Hillebrand. Seb Connor, I'm playing the same guitar.
And we just saw you as the you know, the coaching staff of the West Wildcats Orange team.
Yeah,
we got you on the live stream in your shirts and your boots. It's unique. I do just want to ask what inspired. Why are we dressed like this?
We were talking plans on the Coach GC, and I was looking forward to it, and I just went, you know what, why don't we suit it, make it serious?
I think it's such a professional competition, and at this level we really want to raise the standards, and the first way to do that is how we coaches come to the competition.
I think it's fair. I think there's a lot to respect, and I'll pick your brains. You know, three boys who've played a lot of touch. What do you think of the under-12s competition? First time it's in the junior nationals. It's good for the sport.
I think it's really good. I think the standard here looks really promising, actually. Coming up through the ages, it looks really good.
I mean, just watching them dump the ball, it already looks like they've been playing touch for ages, and they can't have because they're so young. But coming onto the ball here, number 59, I'm not sure of the name, but
oh, that's Harvey Brown. Harvey Brown is dominating
lovely,
at the moment.
The dummying, the stepping, and they've got all the flair, and they're getting their processes right too.
Yeah, we were saying as well, just as I think another one might end up going in, yeah, and I sort of show and go and dive over. And once more, it's Rufus Hersey who gets over for his personal second, and the Midlands Tigers 5th now. I mean, you boys all know, the Midlands are a bit of a powerhouse at the moment of England, so it's sort of unofficial home of touch in England. I mean, is there any surprise that all of their teams are really good, considering they have over 200 members at the Nottingham Touch Club?
Yeah, Nottingham is a powerhouse, I'd say. Best touch club in the world, really. Really good. I mean, I go there myself. I really enjoy it.
So no bias coming there?
No bias at all. But yeah, real powerhouse. Lots of Midlands players will be involved in that Nottingham setup.
And I think it's one of those, you're seeing it here. This is an under-12 division, so these boys will be average age of around 11, 10, which feels a bit mental. Some of them still in primary school, going into high school in the new term, which is, again, similarly mental. Have we kept an eye on things like Tri-Sport UK across that's been going on? Do you know about all the junior comps that's been happening?
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable. I volunteered at one recently, and the number of juniors there, the number of schools there was absolutely unbelievable. And I think you can see that it must have filtered in some way into nationals, because this one, is the biggest one that I've ever seen, and it's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, well, I've been doing junior nationals for 5 years now, 4 or 5 years, and yes, it is most definitely the biggest one out there. I'm going to pass this second mic over to you three, and I'm gonna treat this, because seeing as you're all suited and booted, I'm gonna treat this as your formal sort of application to join me on co-coms for potentially one of the bigger games later on. How does that sound?
Yeah, pretty banging.
Sounds good to me. We're tangled up here. Wait a second. Right, good momentum coming here for the Midlands Tigers.
Through
really
the hands,
good.
there's a 2-on-1 there, but it's well covered by Sharks defence.
5th touch, what can they pull here? Kicking around the outside, can they find the space? No space there, really good defence.
Max Odell just caught by the Sharks defence, and Sharks look to drive up the pitch again, getting momentum up.
Sharks need to find their momentum here, really good yards.
Just listening to the ref and playing through the offside player. And you've got...
Little no touch coming in there.
It's just a ball down as Midlands take the restart, and they're looking to shift to their box. Yards from Austin Logan coming as they keep going up. That's a lovely step to get yards, and he's made some really good meters there. And Tigers just flowing onto the pitch now, looking to see what they can do in this transition on. Edward Rawson just taking the ball in. It's pretty cramped on the left. Has he made something?
Dive. What a lovely dive.
That's a great covering touch from the Sharks defence.
Once again, Midlands with the ball at 5th touch. What can they do here? Can they find the space? Little show and go as half. He's through.
Lyndon Hall is through,
Great
and he's found
finish.
Finton
Wow,
McChristie.
what a try.
That's an unbelievable try. What a link up between Lyndon and Finton.
What a nice little breather for the three boys in suits and rugby boots. But what a way to finish the half. Vincent McChristie with a brilliant diamond score. And we will take a very quick break, but going into half time, it is 6 tries to 0 for the Midlands Tigers.
With these ones.
Start with that focus and you'll be all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks bad, yeah.
Don't type like that. Go into the toilet to wipe your thing. I'm going to start out the top. All the juniors like that.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action. Words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way.
Players and officials, stand by.
So welcome back to the second half of this under-12 boys clash between the South East Sharks and the Midlands Tigers, and Tigers with a very comfy lead going into this second half, partly by Rufus Hersey and partly by Harvey Brown. Two players who have really sort of grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck. Here's Harvey Brown working alongside Charlie Smith. There's Rufus Hersey. Let's just go around the outside and some missed touches. And that is a third for Rufus Hersey. Just taking a look, as there's a little bit of delay to get back underway, just taking a look at the games that will wind us down for the rest of the afternoon. After this, we have the under-14 boys. West Wildcats versus Northwest Bulls. Northwest boasting a really strong contingent in the under-14s category with a couple teams. And then at 5:20, we've got the under-17 boys, Midlands Tigers versus Southwest Saxons. We've already seen the Southwest Saxons. We've not seen the Midlands Tigers yet on live stream, so that'll be an interesting affair. History tells me that Midlands Tigers might edge out there. And then we wind down the rest of the day as we see a really good score come in. And that's brilliant work. As we hear the calls are finally coming for the sub box. It's beautiful sportsmanship coming in, and it's Max Harris, first season of touch. Well, making his mark against one of the strongest teams in this division, and applauded by Rufus Hersey. A great bit of sportsmanship. Rufus recognising a bit of quality when he sees it, and Max Harris, well, he possesses it and gets over for the Sharks' first score. Tigers now, nice show and go. Getting back onto the middle. There's a nice 32 short from an under-12s team. There's a great bit of footwork, but the touch comes in just before the ball is down, and Max Harris is affecting the play on both sides of the ball. Coming out of Wolves Touch Rugby Club. First season of touch. Well, it looks like he's played a lot of touch, and obviously that can't be the case. That's a nice long ball from the under-12s boys. The skills on display, well, they're beyond the years of the players on the pitch, but there's another good bit of play from Max Harris. Good hands. There's Max Harris again. And there's good momentum coming in from the subset. That's really good direction coming in from 14, Victor Dobson. I love that. PJ, Victor's team manager here at the tournament, affectionately nicknamed him Captain Chaos for the amount of chaos he causes at ruck time at rugby. Amazing. Victor's sister Stella is also playing in this tournament for the girls under 14s. Family affair here for the Dobsons. And a bit of defending here to do, but it's really good play there. This time from Lyndon Hall. England Boys 15s at the Atlantic Cup. Coming out of Norwich Rebels. And Lyndon Hall takes this tally even further in the favour of the Midlands Tigers. It is 8 tries to 1 now in this boys under 12s game. And once again, joined by Chris Wormuth, you've taken the place of the 3 boys in suits and rugby boots. There's a bit of a tall order for you here.
Feel woefully underdressed, mate. They're showing up every other coach. Although I do like the Southeast coaches' t-shirts.
Yeah, they're nice. They are nice. I've spotted those. Looking very sharp are some of the coaches. I did pick their brains while they were in the commentary box with me. I was saying, you know, what inspired the choice, and Seb Hillebrand said, well, we want to start raising the bar of coaches at the junior nationals, and we believe that starts with our attire. I've got to respect it. You've got to respect it.
Oh, we're all teenagers once. But it is great that you've got, I think we said it already today, but it's so good to have young players who are not that much older than the players who they're coaching, do the coaching, and passing on everything that they've learned through multiple years in high performance.
Yeah.
You know, it raises the bar, B, it increases your pool of coaches, and C, it's an inspiration to the kids who are coming through.
Yeah, no, absolutely that. And you know, some of the boys in suits coming out in Nottingham Touch Club, so part of this Midlands Tigers sort of setup, and you can tell that the quality is sort of seeping through, because we had probably try of the tournament in this game just on the hooter at the first half. I suppose we can see if maybe at the end of the game, or if something slows down, we can get another replay of it, because it was a diving catch, like swan dive, salmon dive finish, coming off someone being able to ghost through a gap maybe no bigger than a pencil. So it was, you know, it was a stunning bit of skill on display from the 12s boys.
Talking of interception and ghosting through, Tigers. Harvey Brown, all the way from Norfolk, races the equivalent of down the A47 just there.
And I tell you what, Harvey Brown has been probably my pick of the bunch so far. Maturity beyond his years on a touch pitch, and has had his hand in basically everything positive. It's really been a case for this team. It's been a case of Rufus Hersey got a first half hat trick. Harvey Brown, I think, got a first half hat trick of assists and 2 scores himself. And Finton McChristie scored what I'm going to peg as try of the tournament so far. So, you know, this under-12s team, littered with talent.
We'll have to screenshot that later and stick it up on the gram.
Yeah.
Or the TikTok, or whatever social media.
Yeah, whatever the new thing is.
Whatever the new thing is.
It feels bad to say that. I'm only 26.
Mate.
And I still can't get on board with how fast social media moves.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, that, because people will you'll get it. So my generation of Facebook, and will always be Facebook with a bit of Instagram.
Yeah.
Bit younger will always be Instagram. It'll always be there.
Yeah.
Bit younger will always be TikTok.
Yeah.
And then you kind of get into what you're getting, and then you kind of grow up with it.
Yeah. Well, there was a nice check away there, but I think there's going to be a penalty. It's either for offside or retreating early. I can't quite lip read from this distance. Maybe I shouldn't have left my glasses at home. That one maybe would have helped.
What's interesting to see is, we've seen a few Midlands teams today already, is that how well coached and how well structured they are.
And I think it's the benefit of having a club like Nottingham with, I want to say a safe guess is probably over 200 members signed up to the Nottingham Touch Club. I'd say is a pretty safe guess, and then you combine that with the likes of Nomads, Rebels, the other teams in and around there, Peterborough, Loughborough. You start to think, can any other club or region start to compete? And I think we're seeing that here, because the Midlands Tigers team, goading in some no touches, taking advantage of maybe a little bit more of an in-depth understanding of the rule book. I think that's sort of where this Tigers team has had the edge in this game.
Yeah, and it's when you look at their club coaching. Nottingham have a massive group of coaches who have all coached and played at a really high level. Nomads, we mentioned. Big shout out to Sol Phoenix.
Yeah, big shout out to Sol Phoenix. I always do this with Sol, because I feel like it's undersung just how much of a nice guy he is. And I always say he might be the nicest person I've ever met associated with touch. He's just the most lovely geezer.
Speaking of Norfolk and Norwich, not Nomads, but Norwich Rebels, Lindenhall ghosts over for another. Just hitting a short line. You can tell, again, this is, we're starting to see fatigue start to really play a part. Second half, you've got a team that's clicking. It's understandable, 5 minutes to go, that players' heads might drop a little bit. you know, and then your structure starts to fall apart, and scoring just becomes that little bit easier. You know, we've seen obviously there was the interception, but then that one is just hitting a basic short line on a defender who's half a foot in front of the try line. You know, you're going to have a try every day.
Yeah, and it's the simple stuff done well, isn't it? At this age group, it's the simple stuff done well. And what's nice as well is, and I think you touched on this of the under 12 girls as well, that it's nice that it seems like the coaches are just really happy for these guys to do what they want and try things and experiment and express themselves in a way that feels natural to the players on the pitch. And you know, it's lovely to see. It's sort of, I suppose it goes back to when we did the coverage of the Trisport games. I was saying to Dom, at a certain level, when you play any sport, you forget that it's just a game. And we first started playing it because it was fun, and we tried new stuff, and 90% of the time it didn't work, but that 10% we lived on it. And I think the under 12s category is a really good representation of that. Like, it's a game and these boys are loving it.
Two things just to back that up. First one, Tom Davis, the bearded wonder, is coaching part of the Midlands coaching setup.
Yeah.
He was playing with the Deutschland Select men's 40s, I think, in Stirling. And, you know, he signed up for it a week in advance, just went up there, no expectations, threw the ball about, had a lot of fun. He said he had the best time at a tournament in ages because of no expectations. So they just gathered together and just wanted to have a good time.
Nice.
So there's that. But then the other one is, you know, have you seen the latest series of Welcome to Wrexham?
Yes.
This is the last episode where Rob McElhenney is giving that exact talk to their first team before the promotion game.
Yeah.
By the way, I've just realised how slack my posture was there for a second. Mudgy's on the socials for Next Gen.
Mudgy, best director in the business.
He is best.
Although Bailey will kill me for saying that.
Bailey will kill you, but Bailey, you're not here, mate. So
Mudgy is furiously nodding his head at us, being like, continue.
Mate, just let me put him up beer belly, and then you're all right. Anyway, but coaching and the approach is, as you say. I was having a chat to Chappers about that as well, actually. You know, they're coaching very much.
Great pass.
That if there's a great touch there coming in from the winger. Number 7, Bertie Murphy from South East London. He, you know, he was saying that, you know, if they make a mistake in the South East Taipans team, the 17s, the girls 17s, but you know, it's no worries. You make a mistake. Mistakes happen all the time.
Yeah.
It's just to not wallow in them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the best teams do that, and the best clubs foster it. You know, and I think you can see some clubs sort of get really pent up with being perfect, and actually, if you chase perfection, you fall out of love with the game. Which is why, you know, I had I can't overstate how much of a good time I had at the Trisport National Schools Cup final. It was such good fun because not at any point did you see anyone with a frown. Everyone was having a great time. Everyone was enjoying it. People were trying new stuff. We saw some amazing scores because of it. And, you know, a part of me thinks the rest of England Touch could probably take a little bit of a leaf out of that book, you know, just expressing themselves, having a bit more fun, because we get the best touch when people out there enjoy it.
Talking of great touch, that's a lovely finish from number 88. Keep on going. That's Max Taylor from Not Listed. that well-known touch club. But
to be fair, they've got a lot of Not Listed, so it is a very popular touch club.
It's a talent pool from which clubs should be selecting.
Yes.
On this one, Noah Hoadley showing something that we've mentioned a few times today is the patience and the ability to identify an opportunity for somebody else and not have the white line fever. That's exactly what Noah Hoadley did just there. You know, he went round the outside, drew the last player, gave the pass, try.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's sort of what we need. And one of the things that I really like as well, you know, because this game is sort of coming to its natural end, around 20 seconds left to go. If you look at the South East team, tri-sport summer camps in his own way. Touch rugby is way more fun than cricket. Wonderful.
Another
bit of tri-sport.
He can do a 4x4 Rubik's Cube. Fair play.
Yeah, also, there was one earlier which blew my mind. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Was it in this game or was it in one before? No, here we are. We're on a 21-minute 5K race at the age of 9. Max Odell.
Well, that's just obscene.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need all your run coaches. You just copy Max Odell's regime and you get a 21-minute 5K.
Impressive time that, and an impressive win for the Midland Tigers.
Yeah, it finishes 12 tries to 1 in the end over the South East Sharks. It's as comprehensive as you like. Lots of positives to take, though, from the South East Sharks. I've got to big up their try scorer and probably their best defender, Max Harris. First season of touch. If he stays in the game, there's a lot more to come from him. But coming up next in around 5 minutes' time, we have the under-14 boys, and it is the Northwest Bulls versus West Wildcats.
Couple of songs that she's put forward.
My name's Jade Walker. I'm a PE teacher at JAG School. I think touch is a great sport. I think it's very inclusive and the girls have to work together in order to play the sport. I think women's rugby is growing so much. It's a great way to get the sport into girls' schools, start them from young, and then they can slowly transition into women's.
Had any of the girls played any oval ball sport before you introduced touch?
I think some of them have played before, but they don't have much knowledge. But since that they've played, they are absolutely loving it. And I think introducing it into the curriculum will really help get more girls involved.
And in terms of a competition like this, for them to come up against fellow schools in this kind of age group from across the southeast, how good it is.
Players and officials, stand by.
Hello.
So welcome back. And this time it's the under-14s. Northwest versus West Wildcats. And the Northwest boys get us underway. As we see them just try and go round the outside straight away. No touch is cool. It's an easy score in the end for Josh Hughes. Once again from Not Listed. Not Listed is a very hot talent pool at the moment. But it's a great opener there for the Northwest.
Yeah, perfect start. Nothing else to say to that, really. Although, name to look out for, I love having had Johnny Liotta coach the boys 15s. Rocco Luluai, whose dad is a very well-known rugby league player.
Yeah.
Also in the Not Listed club, by the way.
Yeah, and speaking of Johnny Liotta, I think I spy a wild Johnny Liotta over in the sub box of the Northwest boys. So they'll be getting all the benefit of one of the best to do it, and playing almost I'd hazard a guess at pretty much every code of rugby imaginable. As we see the West Wildcats try and go for the line. That's a good touch though. Getting off the line was Ethan Sharp.
The irony is I know he coaches with Sale Sharks Academy and Community Team, but it is just ironic that Johnny was just about the hardest hitting centre when he played, and now he's coaching touch.
Yeah, no, genuinely, Johnny used to take ribs for breakfast, and now he's coaching kids on how not to take kids for breakfast. So there's a bit of a high contact there, a bit of a hand in the face. I think it might just be judged to be an unfortunate collision. I don't think there was any malice to it, but I also imagine that'll be the only one that's allowed to go. It's like you get one for free, your next one will cost you.
Yeah, and referee Cara Edwards is not going to take anything. Oh, lovely bit of handling and attacking play coming in from the 76. Rocco Luluai. Showing the awareness.
I also love how, because obviously I'm originally from the Northwest.
Yeah.
Played in Crewe for a few years, played at the Mixed for Northwest. You could say I've been about a bit. I love how the Northwest has grown from what, the connotation of the Northwest used to be, well, they're a bit bitey, they're a bit nibbly. It's not going to be a very nice game to play against. And now, you can see even from the under-14s boys, it's just about going through their processes. It's about playing with the hands, moving the ball, being expressive, fluid passing. I mean, what a left-hand little rip that was. And again, the core skills from the Northwest, that's a great little step as well. And now there's a bit of trouble brewing. That was number 2, Leo McMullen. Plays for Oral St. James. I love that nickname is Leo the Lion. I've been trying to get through as many of these commentary notes all day. There's some of them are great, and also some of them make me feel really old.
Well, we were commentating on a girl who was 9 in the girls' 12s for the Sharks previously, which makes her born in 2016.
It's so bad that you said she was 9, and my brain instantly went to, oh, that would be like 2009 then. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely score. Coming in once again from the Northwest. It's just catching hands around the outside.
Sawani Cocker. Oh, talk about a Jews. Tongan, New Zealand and English heritage. Sawani Cocker.
I tell you what, it's a great name and a great heritage, and I don't know what I'd rather choose from Tonga, New Zealand or rugby. Or England, sorry, at rugby. That is...
and here's one which is showing how much I prioritise food over sport.
Yeah.
Is got to be Tonga. So when Tonga played in the 2011 World Cup, Rugby Union World Cup, is everywhere they went.
Good fly, and a really
hands.
good score coming in from number 33, Aaron Langton Paxton from Oxford Touch Club. What is up with these boys doing crazy physical stuff? Walked 192 miles across the country in 14 days this summer and still running.
Yeah, but he only kind of was about 2 meters for that score. But that was all created by William Ganesho, whose brother's playing in the boys 17s.
Yeah.
Because he as textbook, 2 hands, eyes fixated. The defender doesn't know what they're going to do, and then gives the pass again. Yet again, another example of unselfishness. Saw it there with the Northwest previous try.
Yeah.
seen here with the Wildcats.
Bit of a theme in this Northwest Boys division. Here is Lualawai. Oh, it's lovely. It's a great score. And once again, Rocco Lualawai getting over. And it was number 61, Frankie Wheeler, gets over. Won the Nationals last year in his first year at touch, and now captains his school at St Anselm's. Go on. Does Paul Walton plays the saxophone?
And he could have ambled down Baker Street for that one. But that was a great. But again, it's the unselfishness of the player, of Luluwai.
Yeah.
Fix, ball in two hands, fix the defender, give the pass, try. Core stuff executed really, really well on both sides. This is shaping up into be a lovely humdinger game. I'll carry on the Tongan one quickly. Anyway, wherever they went, there was the local Tongan expat community who put on a barbecue, but and put on a suckling pig roast.
Oh!
But every player got their own suckling pig.
Oh!
With support like that, and when Tonga play in New Zealand, play rugby league in New Zealand, when you see that support, who are you going to choose?
Yeah, it's Tonga.
Every day of the week.
It's made me very hungry. Very hungry.
Lovely quesadillas here. Here goes Luluwai up the right wing.
Good awareness to get that ball down nice and clean, and now here come the reinforcements. This is 4, so 5th coming. They do have an extra touch if they want to use it, but they look to just go flat to the line. It's unfortunate because Jamie Watts gone out of Chester Cheetahs. Well, there'll be more than a few of Chester Cheetahs, and also, just to touch on it quickly, this under-14s boys team, well, this obviously isn't the only one, because they have also the Northwest Broncos. Now, that is littered with Chester Cheetahs, and it's a bit of a testament to how the sport is growing in the Northwest. For them to be able to enter 2 under-14 boys teams in this division.
Yeah, just used to be really Crewe and Nantwich who would have the youth set up.
Yeah.
With Julian and Shani Gilding running that. And now, as you say, Chester, Wigan, NQ, but particularly Chester and Wigan, they really proactively bring through their young players to play National Touch Series, to get the experience.
Yeah.
And then it starts to pay dividend at a level like this.
Yeah, and you actually bring up a really good point. It is very rare to see a junior nationals without a Crewe and Nantwich player represented, but I can't imagine that there is, at least not in this under-14s category, as we see another one go over this time.
Ethan Sharp going over. You know what, he ran, I love it. He ran a 5K race dressed as a banana, raising money for the Wigan and Lee Hospice, and he threw a banana shape to get through that gap.
Nice.
There's definitely no skin on him of what going through that.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Completely split the defence and tops it off with the cream and sprinkles by finishing the try-off in the corner.
And that's Chris Weymouth, everybody.
Here all week, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, only here today.
I was going to say, you've only got to put up with it for the next 3 hours. And then it's done. I promise. Although I'm not much better, I'll be honest. I suppose it's the 2 hours sleep that I got last night that's stunting my ability to come up with really awful jokes.
Oh, amen to that, brother. My son's brought a bug home from nursery. And sleep is a struggle at the minute, just because your sinuses swell up. And anyway, it's always good to be in the open air. Touch is good for your soul. Here comes Rocco Luluwai.
Oh, great fixing of the players. It's just catch and pass. And Alfie Wheeler gets over very easily. Oh, I remember this. I apologise and not apologise at the same time. Alfie Wheeler, highlight of his touch career so far was when he was called Little Horatio Price at the school's final. You're welcome, Alfie. You're welcome. I remember that.
That is a compliment.
Yeah, yeah, it absolutely is.
The thing I'm liking about the Northwest is they're playing good touch interspersed with core rugby.
Yeah.
So, so they've got this mixture, and you can see Rocco Luluwai, the way he's defending, he's making it back to the referee. you can see he's talking, he's listening to Kara Edwards in midfield there in terms of whereabouts the offside line is. They're playing a really good Pistons.
That's really good. That's really good. Can they finish?
But the way that the wingers were and the link and the wing were able to defend was set up because they can trust Rocco Luluwa in the midfield.
Yeah. And I think it comes as well, not just from the physicality, but the level of communication. You can hear them talking whilst they're on the pitch. It's so important. And the one thing I really liked, actually, from the game beforehand, the boys' 12s, is I was listening into the South East sub box that was right in front of me. And rather than over-coaching, which we've spoken about today, the one thing that kept coming back was, guys, the most important part of this game is communication. And it's so true. And just knowing where everyone is at all points on either side of the ball is so important. And if you start that young, well, I mean, by the time they hit the 14th division, the 17th division, it becomes second nature. Good hands.
Yeah, lovely little juggling skills, lots of patience there from 25. That was Dominic Chambers from Revolution.
Another good roll ball there as well. Been really impressed with the Northwest core skills. Like, the roll ball is just so crisp, and they go over once more. This time it's Henry Addyman, once again from Not Listed. So, high performance coaches, there's a club somewhere called Not Listed, and it is littered with talent.
Especially in this Northwest outfit, as you say,
Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where Not Listed. I wonder if it's maybe teams like Warrington that aren't quite like an official touch club that sort of have these young boys littered in and amongst them.
What I do like about it, though, is that, I mean, let's take Luluwai out of it. It comes from a family that plays the sport.
I think this should go the other way, ref. This should go the other way. I know you can't hear me, but this should go the other way. It was planted on the northwest foot. There's no infringement there. That's harsh.
Is that you'd expect them to be aware. The professional players community and ex-professional players will know about the sport growing.
Yeah.
In that neck of the woods. But for other players who don't play at a club to have their parents put themselves forward to represent speaks volumes about the awareness of the sport outside the traditional structures.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking from experience, back in the day, I used to coach the boys under 18s for Northwest. One of the things that we noticed straight away was the amount of players who were playing.
That's another harsh. Actually, no, that's good honesty there. I thought that was going to be a harsh call for for the ball being not played at by the Northwest, but it was absolutely played down. So that's the right call there for a fresh 6 for the Wildcats.
Yeah, great honesty, as you mentioned. But yeah, the amount of boys who wanted to get involved in touch who didn't know how, and their entry level to touch was the Northwest training sessions. And hopefully that isn't, that's no longer an issue in the Northwest, because some of those teams are quite few and far between. Crewe and Antwich really sort of take up the large majority of that sort of central Cheshire area, and then you've got Wigan, you've got everything in Manchester, which is brilliant. But outside of that, you struggle outside of Chester. So, it's hopefully that's no longer an issue. And I mean, considering the amount of boys that they've been able to bring down in this division, I highly doubt that it still is, which is great to see.
As the Northwest come and put the Wildcats under pressure.
Oh, what a ball! What a ball! It's unfortunate. It has a couple of great passes there from Harry Brown. Played league and union since he was 4. That'll do it. That'll do it. Won MVP in the National School Rugby League final at Wembley last year.
What an experience for a young player.
I'll tell you what, it's great preparation for Highfields, isn't it? For
or even Riverside.
Thank you. Those couple hours really catching up. Coffee time.
Yeah, they're just finding it. It's we're hearing the call from the Wildcats sub box in front of us in terms of pressing. I think the Wildcats are letting the Northwest make those meters a little bit too easily.
Yeah.
You know, they need to just step it up in D, be a bit more aggressive, get in their faces. You know, aggression doesn't have to mean physical aggression. It's just cutting off the options, making them really, really work hard.
Oh, it's been a couple times down the short side where the pass just hasn't quite stuck, and if they had, I tell you what, it might be 4 or 5.
Yeah, Angus Chadwick just played at the ball when he could have just left it, but you know, Northwest firmly in control at 6-1, which is a fair reflection of the score.
It is indeed, and we're going to take a very quick break of 5 minutes. I'll be right back with you for the second half, where the West Wildcats have a bit of problem solving to do.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
So the hooter gets us back underway in this under-14s boys game. And Chris, you know, I'll pick your brains. We've watched a lot of touch over the years. I would hazard probably combined much more than most.
Yeah, I thought so.
This under-14 boys category, it really sort of acts as a springboard towards the the rest of the career in touch. What do you think these core skills are going to be like? You know, from a coach's perspective, are you just trying to get them to put the ball down efficiently, or is this the age where you start to think about, well, here's a little bit of conditioning, here's a little bit of pattern work, or is it still sort of embedding those good quality basics? Speaking of,
I was just going to say, just as the Bulls score their 7th try, going to 7th heaven, through some lovely attacking play, I've really, of the games I've seen today, theirs is the best team performance. It's not necessarily the best touch performance, but it's the best team performance because they've got the skills. They're playing touch when they need to. But now in the 14s, you are, Carrie Thorpe as head of medical sports science and performance.
Well, look at the work rate, by the way. Just going to shout out Leo McMullen. He did start that set at far link.
Yeah. The really, Decry, really wants players to start to work on their core strength. You don't have to be a gym monkey, but you need to have it so that your legs, your knees, you start to get strong rather than being a beanpole. Yeah, you do have to have some conditioning to be able to last long games, multiple games in a day over multiple days. But then you're looking for, we've seen really well from this Bulls outfit is they're getting touched, the ball's going down, it's not being rolled. You're stepping away, the ball's quickly off the deck, and it's accurate and it's sympathetic. So that's what's making this a really good team performance, because your core skills in terms of not dropping the ball, which you can hone, anybody can hone by learning to juggle.
Yeah.
All of a sudden your hand-eye coordination becomes massively better. But your just awareness, you're unselfish, you're aware of what's around you. So kind of you'd be looking at core skills followed by a bit of conditioning, followed by game awareness, because the game awareness really comes as you get fitter, as you get stronger, as you get better in terms of your core skills.
Completely agree, and we see West Wildcats go over for their first score.
Of the half.
Of the half, thank you very much. And that's number 24, Noah Miller, coming out of Oxford Touch Club.
Yeah, he just, he spotted that Angus Chadwick just hadn't made the line.
Yeah.
And the referee will be screaming it to be able to play through.
Yeah. Yeah. The one thing that I like as well, I've just picked up on, so honestly, Angus Chadwick, AJ.
Yep.
Jasper Hesselwood, son of Phil Hesselwood. So there's a couple, there's a couple Northwest sort of stalwarts from a touch perspective that are now starting to pass on the passion.
That is a proper Northern name, that, Phil Hesselwood.
Yeah, yeah. Great little player. Great little player. As we see Northwest maybe look to go over once more. Throws an intercept. And good awareness to get that ball down. So that's touch 0. So this will be first. And now I wonder if the Wildcats can get off the field effectively or if they're going to stay for an extra couple of sets.
I think they're staying on by the looks of it.
This is third. They made really good ground. That's 4 on the 10. 5th is coming. If they can get a good scoop.
Let's get some pace onto it now. Oh, just really. That's that accuracy, just letting them down at the crucial moment.
Yeah.
And that's accuracy by 6 inches.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate, that.
And it was great endeavour, because I think a lot of teams will expect that subset just to come straight away, almost on pattern. Whereas we didn't see that there. There was an endeavour, there was a desire to go up and potentially score. However, now a bit of a tired pod is defending a very fast pod, as we see the Northwest try and go hard for the line. That was 21, Ethan Sharp.
That's the downside of doing that. of driving up through that is that you do end up being very, very tired on defence.
Yeah.
And, you know, Northwest have got the quality. Harry Brown from the Warriors, from Wigan. Mr. Wembley. We'll just call Harry Brown Mr. Wembley.
Mr. Wembley.
Mr. Wembley.
Mr. Wembley. Sounds like a maths teacher. Mr. Wembley.
But yeah, I mean, if you're going to drive up like that, you need to either finish it off or at least kill the ball in a place where then players can come on and defend really quickly.
Yeah, I agree. It was, you know, especially against a team like Northwest, who are very, very athletic. You can tell that there is a bit of a speed difference across the board.
Yeah, there is.
So, you know, you from a Wildcats perspective, you always got to approach it a little bit more tactically than anything else.
I also think the Bulls have actually got more speed in their locker.
Yeah.
It's fast, but it's not frenetic.
Oh, great finish. Great finish from the Wildcats. It's wonderful hands going around the outside and just trying to spot a number.
Fast but not frenetic describes that try perfectly.
Yeah.
Actually, you see the hands there.
Well, it was, first of all, 25, Dominic Chambers. He's had a hand in everything good. And I believe it was Cameron Barden of Trophy Panthers that then went all the way over, I want to say 33, Aaron Langton Paxton, who is our walk 500 miles boy.
As Luluwai dives for the middle. Second try for Langton Paxton. Combined distance, not 192 miles.
Oh, what an offload. What an offload.
That is silky smooth.
Jamie Watts to Sawani Coker. But this is all about Jamie Watts, and I thought we had tried the tournament earlier. Well, this sort of through the gate offload is filthy. Around the back of the winger. And a great finish and great hands from Sawani Coker.
Lovely hands all round. That kind of just sums up this Northwest Bulls
and a little bit of a stretch after his score. Just like, oh, this is all in a day's work.
Yeah, it's just, it has kind of just summed up the Bulls. You know, they're playing, their core skills are really, really good. Their awareness is good. Their execution levels are high. You know, they're getting the rewards for it. I mean, that's the Wildcats. You know, it's not to say they've played badly, because they haven't. There's loads of positives to take out. They're getting into good positions. You know, their skill level's pretty good as well. You know, they've scored a couple of really good tries. That's a third. Is that a try? No, sixth touch, unfortunately.
Yeah. And you know what? Just to mirror your sentiment, the Northwest Bulls are top of the under-14s leaderboard at the moment on 12 points, not dropped a point. On 8 points, sorry. 12-point difference, which is pretty large. Followed by Midlands Tigers, and those two are yet to play.
What are they playing today?
Well, I'm going to have a look. If so, we might have to send some sort of correspondent over and try and find out.
As the Bulls go.
The Midlands Tigers and the Northwest Bulls play tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. Our opening game.
Is that on field 1?
On field 1.
Ooh, watch for that.
That'll be very interesting.
I will be tuning in.
And I suppose it'll depend on which team wakes up the brightest.
Yeah. Who's not going OTT with the Nottingham nightlife?
Yeah. On the J2Os. Although I suppose that's very old of me to say. There must be something other than a J2O nowadays, right?
Yeah.
Like
orange squash, mate. Anyway, here come the Wildcats. They're getting some pace going forward. Actually, it's, you know, it's just that there's the turnover there, because there was the mother of all forward passes in the previous phase off the base.
I'll tell you what, it's been a bit of a theme. Oh, he's a good bit of pace. Does he have the legs to go all the way? Oh, absolutely he does. There is no one who's going to stop Josh Hughes. He just puts the hammer down.
Josh Hughes, one of the few players for whom we have no notes, apart from he quick.
Yeah, well,
we just had that in.
Yeah, we'll add a commentary note for you. Rapid. A brilliant score, and this game is 10-3 at the moment for the Northwest, and it reminds me of something that you said earlier on. There's still more to come. You know, this team doesn't, you know, this will probably be their biggest win of the day. I think they beat their other Northwest team 10 tries to 4, 10 tries to 3. We've still got 5 minutes left to go, and to be honest, they look pretty comfortable.
They're very comfortable. What I really like is that they're putting in a massive amount of effort in defence there.
Yeah.
You know, you've got double player Pistons getting aggressively into the Wildcats' faces. You're forcing them to burn touches, even though this game is hosed.
Oh, that could be a
good
score.
Yeah, they've scored. It's a nice finish by the Wildcats, but you know, it's not for the want of trying with the defence of the Bulls. But you know, we'll see that finish there.
Yeah, Dylan Ketley. That's a good dive again.
Yes, it is, yeah.
It's identifying that someone is going beyond the try line. Also coming from maybe my favourite name in the business, Maidenhead Mohawks. There should be a rule there.
Mitch for any event.
Yeah.
Our lovely friend Mitch.
Oh,
Won't hear a bad word said against Mitch,
no.
except that he did call Maidenhead Mohawks Maidenhead Mopeds. That's from Sammy. Sammy Phillips told me that one earlier on.
Oh,
here comes
Luluai.
Nothing slow about Rocco Luluai. Doesn't quite have the physical stature of his dad.
Not yet.
Who could bench press 225 kg.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm so impressed. And yes, Harry Brown gets his score. But I think one thing you don't see all that often in junior rugby, in any code, is natural depth. And every single score that the Northwest have scored like that, where it's just simple hands, is because they're all running at depth and they're all running at pace. The ball is out in front, they catch it in stride. It is so impressive, so impressive. And to be perfectly honest, I know they've got John Leota over there in the coaching box. I imagine that Johnny's only done 5% of the work in regards to that. The rest of that will be through their rugby league playing and their school playing, their club rugby. It's just boiled into just a really impressive performance.
Yeah,
Speaking of
impressive, that was a really, really lovely work try there by the Wildcats. Driving through the middle, putting the defence in, opening the space up for the winger, and the execution to finish out wide. Just to go back to the Bulls, I've been also really impressed by, you wouldn't, as no-look passing.
Yeah.
Almost, ball in two hands, head straight, awareness of where the player is, and then the ability to give that pass. And that's, talk of execution level. That was such a lovely finished try there by the Wildcats.
Yeah, Max Gurrud throwing that nice pass, identifying where the space is.
Here comes that rain.
Yep, unfortunately so. And all of a sudden, I watched some very panicky parents try and get all of their stuff under some cover. It was like the rain started to come down and there was a bit of a sort of unanimous movement as if to say, well, no, we're not doing this. And to be perfectly honest, we might have to go get a tarp for all of our commentary stuff.
Well, it's not so much rain, drizzle. Anyway, talk of silky smooth skills once again by the Bulls. There's really one to watch back and savour. I think, you're not going to, Johnny as coach, you watch this back, are you going to learn that amount in terms of any kind of analysis? Answer, not really. The team's gone and done what you've asked them to do. They've executed really well. There's not a massive amount to really highlight and improve. You can just watch it back and enjoy what your team's done. Again, for the Wildcats coaches, they've scored some lovely tries. They've just come up against the form team of Saturday. But they've carried on playing. They've shown really good attitude. They've kept their heads up. They've scored some, a couple of really, really nice tries in the second half on the wing. Still tried to keep their structure. Still tried to play some good touch. Can't fault that. It's just that they've just been undone by an absolute belting team.
Yeah, and it's one of those where you don't mind losing games like this. You don't. It reminds me of when I used to play for Crewe and Nantwich, you'd draw someone like London Scorpions, and you'd say, just make them play the best touch they have to, and that's what we were happy with. And I think that's what the West Wildcats will be taking from this. You know, actually very rarely have you conceded a score through that middle channel. That's a really big positive. These scores have come around the outside, and actually your scores have come through the middle channel. So, you know, you're winning that individual battle, which from a coach's perspective is really important. You want all those scores to have to go around the outside. So actually, you know, as much as the scoreline is very emphatic in one way, there's so many positives to take for the West Wildcats. They've done really well, especially, and I've got to shout him out because he's done a lot of sort of unsung good work. Aaron Langton-Paxton has had a really great game, and Dylan Ketterly, really great games, but as you say, just undone by a class outfit.
Yeah, there's no bull in a no China shop itis there from the Bulls.
No.
Just some silky skills, lots of pace, and deserve their win.
And it gets me excited for the game tomorrow morning, our opener against the Midlands Tigers, because that could be a bit of a division decider. However, coming back to present, coming up next for you in 4 minutes, and I will take a very quick break. It is the Midlands Tigers under-17s versus the Southwest Saxons.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup. Mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch.
The hooter goes and the touch keeps coming in the under-17s boys this time. Southwest Saxons in the blue, playing from right to left as we look against the Midland Tigers. We're getting on the front foot straight away, getting fresh legs just on that first set of D, getting the start of the day. You might stay on this part of the day. Rotate, rotate, and rotate as quickly as you can. And that's the first try. Honesty there in the defence from the Saxons. That's Theo Oxford from Nottingham, who's gone over to open the scoring for the Tigers. And Saxons hit straight back. Already it's 1-1. Please excuse the camera work. The rain is about to come. And our lovely camera boys upstairs are just putting the covers on. And the Tigers at 1-1, already building up pressure close to the Saxons line. Fifth touch. This time there's no finish from the Tigers, and Saxons can make their way up that far touchline, get some fresh legs in, playing into the wind, and they're going to get a penalty for offside. Just 2 minutes gone, but it's already 1-1 between these two teams. Saxons, great opportunity to play. Plenty of touches deep in the Tigers' half, and that's a lovely ghost through on a rat play. But grounding early from Hamish Henderson. That's a touch taken, and Saxons keep it alive. No try. That's a touch and pass. No try for Ollie Graham. Who played England Lions boys 20s at the Atlantic Cup. Tigers having escaped. Goes through the middle. The attempted goes through the middle anyway. From try scorer Theo Oxford. And Saxons, there's already got a good pace. Fresh out of 6 there for the Saxons. Well-matched game, and that's going to be a penalty for kicking the ball away, potentially. No. Restart for the Tigers. Get the ball over onto this near side. Get some fresh legs on, even though they're playing with the wind at their backs. Here comes the attack. Charlie Samble gets the ball in, and here comes... Oh, just goes dead. The pass from Jack Hughes. Just hits the ground. And that's a loss of control on the deck. So these two teams, Saxons haven't won a game yet. Tigers have won one of their two. Tigers having lost to West Wildcats Orange. And then beaten West Wildcats Black in their second game. And here they are building pressure. Last touch. Ball goes out wide. Interception though. There'll be a zero touch whenever that comes in. Attempted pass from Jack Hughes out to that far side. Intercepted by the Saxons. And there they go up their touchline, trying to get some fresh legs on. Not playing too much complex stuff, but trying to play it at pace. Getting onto the front foot, over half line. Here comes the scoop. And the goose step, and the show and go. Rory March gets shut down though. Tigers now starts to get a good roll on. Going over halfway just about. Into play, gets the ball to Rory Pearce. Which sets up a scoop on the final touch, but Saxons shut that down. Scoop coming in from Eli Bingley, whose dad Josh is a well-experienced England international, multiple World Cups, and now coaching as well. Coaching in Limerick and coaching here. Inside ball. What a unlucky for Owen Joyce, getting pulled back there. Looked to have ghosted his way through. And here comes Joyce. Gets the ball back and takes the touch. Gets the ball back off the floor quickly. Plenty of patience from the Saxons. Just really unfortunate there on that far side. Ollie Brown's pass to Freddie Higgins just couldn't be caught. And here come the Tigers. That's a penalty for playing the ruck. And after a shootout to open this game, it's settled down into more of a game of chess rather than checkers. So Oxford takes the touch, try scorer. He looks to set up a play on halfway as the fresh legs come in. Here's one of those players, Henry Turner. And now Oxford. He gets the ball back. Scoop off the deck from Charlie Samble. And now Oxford. Last touch. Does the touch come in there? Nope. Lovely finish there from Henry Turner. Great skill for a tall young man, getting the ball from above his head and grounding it really, really quickly. Puts the Tigers back in front. Five minutes to go in this first, or 6 minutes to go in this first half. The Saxons tie things up really quickly. Are they going to do so again? Answer is yes. Dive comes in from Ollie Freeman from Nailsea. It's his third year at Nationals. He's showing that experience with a good dive, attacking the space, attacking the ground. Ties things up again, 2-2. Tigers keeping it simple. 3-player drive up through the middle, gets them up to the 7-metre line. Setting up a split play. Ask questions of the D. Touch, great touch there from Charlie Ward. Really critical in shutting the Tigers there. Saxons. Is that a late pass? No, but the ball hits the deck. Saxons have shot themselves in the foot, but they've done the right thing there in terms of getting the fresh players on, ignoring the ball, leaving it to the Tigers, who nevertheless get a good set of 7 deep in the Saxons half. And here they come to set things up through Eli Bingley. And he finds Rory Pearce, and Theo Oxford takes a touch. Back to Oxford, who dives. Defending player is offside. Hamish Anderson couldn't get back to the try line. 3-2 Tigers. Saxons scored straight after conceding last time, and they're already in a dangerous position with touches to play with. Lovely bit of interplay from Charlie Ward and Sean Dean there. Sean Dean is really enjoying playing in the Bristol League, honing his skills. Also a rugby union player, and that's fine. Completely rugby agnostic here at England Touch. If people want to play touch and full contact, we don't mind. Especially at this kind of level. Tigers work their sub play, get back into midfield and take the touch. That's Jack Hughes. And now Charlie Chalkley, 6-touch turnover. Just couldn't turn that rolling momentum into anything much more threatening than that. Charlie Ward, one of Saxon's main men, takes play up to halfway before he works his way off the field. There's a penalty for offside. Will give the Saxons exactly what they want, which is a set of 6. Threatening position. First touch comes on the 10. Owen Joyce takes the touch, gets the ball back. That's only 3rd touch. Plenty of touches for Saxons to play with. That's 4. But Joyce can't keep hold of Ollie Graham's pass. Everything slows down just a little bit for the penalty. Tigers get some fresh legs on. Don't have to run their sub move. Get the ball quickly off the deck. That's Rory Pearce, takes the touch. Rocco Kent. And now Tobin Hill, number 60. Shows some dancing feet. He feeds Eli Bingley. And Tigers get themselves a penalty for a heavy touch. Bingley on the 7. Takes the touch, and lovely bit of play coming in from, lovely short line from Rory Pearce. The touch is there though, and this is no try. Pearce gets the ball back on the 7, sets up the play, makes himself available on the left. Ball comes right. Slows up again, Tobin Hill, his patience. And Bingley, he takes the touch, gets the ball back again. Diving over. Penalty for offside. Owen Joyce didn't make the touch, but he forced the player into an offside position. But that is the last play of the half. Midlands Tigers leading this one. 3-2. We've had some shootout. We've had some fast checkers shootout. We've had some chess. We've gone back to the fast play. All in all, to have a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with the second half very soon.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 metres, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change of possession and the defending team then receive the ball. To start the ball, when it's just a change of possession, i.e. it's not been a penalty, you put the ball on the floor and perform a roll ball. Despite it saying roll ball, it's better to put the ball down still on the floor and just step over it. You must only pass backwards in this game, which means you must run the ball forwards and pass the ball backwards to a teammate. There are a number of ways you can give away a penalty. 1, you could be offside. 2, you could throw a forward pass. 3, you can make a hard touch. There are lots of other different variations, but those are the main ones. A touch game can last for whatever length that suits you. In a full game of touch, it's 6-a-side and it's 20-minute halves for a 40-minute game. However, at many events, the duration of the games vary. If you are playing a boys or a girls team, it will be 6 of the same gender or sex. If you are playing a mixed version of the game, it will be 3 and 3. If you want to be inclusive, you can play with any combination of different genders or identities that suit you.
Massive thanks to Don Tripp there for his explanation for how to play touch. Right, we'll just run you through the standings. In the under-12 boys, Midlands Tigers lead the way with 2 wins from 2, followed by West Wildcats, and then Northwest, Southeast, Midlands Panthers and Southeast Sharks. In the under-12 girls, it's West Wildcats who are 2 wins from their 3, followed by the Southwest Saxons, then the Sharks, then Northwest. Under 14 boys, all these teams have played 3. Northwest lead the way, we've seen them. They're leading the way from Tigers on points difference. And then Southwest Saxons, then the Taipans, the Raiders, Panthers, Wildcats and Northwest Broncos. Under 14s girls, 4 teams in that. That's leading the way. The Southwest Saxons are leading the way in that one. Followed by the Wildcats, then the Sharks, then the Tigers. Wildcats and Sharks, both on 5 points. Southwest Saxons on 8. In the under-17s boys, this is the division that we're watching at the moment. West Wildcats and Northwest and Southeast Taipans all tied on 8 points, only split by points difference. Wildcats on plus 15, Northwest on plus 13, Southeast Taipans on plus 12. Which Northwest team is that? We've got 2 Northwest teams in that one. So Northwest Warriors. followed by Tigers on 5, West Wildcats also on 5, then Raiders on 2, Wolves on 2, Northwest Wolves and Southwest Saxons also on 2. This game, the Midlands Tigers leading 3-2. Been an entertaining game so far, but Tigers are now playing into the wind, and we'll find out from Tom Davis, one of their coaches, as to whether that's impacting the way they play. To start off with anyway, it hasn't, because Theo Oxford, although, no, that's not been given. That's a penalty. Still 3-2, Theo Oxford denied a try. Penalty call from this near side by Mike Davis. Forward pass. And if you're passing a fault, and if it's forward pass into this wind, then it's definitely a Tom Brady special. Saxons just, ball getting caught in the feet there, just taking momentum out of their subbing players. They look to get some momentum going through the middle. Charlie Ward, one of their main men, gets the ball back again. Although this is a penalty for so a penalty. Ward takes the touch. Good D, pressing D, aggressive D from the Tigers, forcing the Saxons to be burning touches. Hamish Anderson takes the touch there, and it comes back up for Sean Dean. And Dean again, there's a bit of space. Can he dive, capitalise on it? Oh, lovely show and go. What a bit of play from Sean Dean, except that the winger puts his foot on the sideline and no try. Turnover instead. Really unfortunate there for Rory March. But Saxons will get the opportunity to try again.
I mean, to be fair, I've done that once or twice.
They set play up in this near side. Just burning touches again, really a good aggressive defence. This time from Rory Pearce. But here comes the Saxons getting some good momentum. Good go forward ball from Owen Joyce. He takes the touch, 5th touch to play with. Ball comes, oh, what a lovely pill. What a pass from Ollie Graham. What a pass. Gets the ball back inside. And then takes a scoop. Absolute fizzer. Wingers stepped inside. Opened the way for Rory March. He was denied a minute ago by the touchline. There is absolutely nothing stopping him that time. Lovely score to tie things up at 3-3. Game on.
Links good, forward. Forward.
Bingley gets the ball from March, and he gets the ball out of a fresh set of 6 for the Tigers. And they roll the ball over on the far side. Bring it back into the middle for Pearce. He takes the touch and then gets the ball back as Tigers player Quickie. No way through the middle. Sean Dean among the touches. But here comes March. Sorry, Rory Pearce. They're having a chat. Was the defender back to the goal line? That's the question. Yes, he was. Pearce, not the intended player. Is that a fresh set of 6? Yes, it is. Another fresh set of 6 for the Tigers. Pearce and Bingley. Pearce gets the ball off from the short, stops, goes. Touch, just by slowing up there, just allowed Dean to come make the touch. Oh, there's no touch at all. Bit of conversation there between Sean Dean and Mike Davis, the referee. Question is whether the touch is being claimed or not. And the touch has indeed been claimed. No try. Still 3-3. But here's a penalty for not advancing. At some point this pressure's got to break. Tigers have had all the pressure for the last few sets. Dive comes in from Pearce, but so the defender is there. Pearce again, and Bingley. Pearce feeds Tobin Hill, and here comes Bingley on the dive, through the middle. Sean Dean there to make the touch again. He's working really, really hard in that middle D. Bingley takes the touch, and here comes Pearce. Touch again. What a fantastic defensive set there from the Saxons. 3 sets of 6 defended on their own line, and they did not break. Massive credit. Important thing now is to get upfield. Second touch, and they're already up to the 10-metre line, and the pace is coming on. Sean Dean up on the far side. Just hit the bleachers and give himself a round of applause for that one. The Saxons have done all of the hard work on their own line, and Sean Dean spots the opportunity, turns on the afterburners, and runs in a good 50-yarder for the Southwest Saxons to put them in front. That is definitely one for the personal highlight reel. TikTok, here we come. Theo Oxford, scorer of the opening try, gets the ball back quickly off the floor. Makes some good meters, gets the ball back as the Tigers just run a couple of quickies up the middle. Oxford steps outside this time. There's a 3-on-2. Owen Joyce, though, has got go-go gadget arms to make the touch, but he didn't make it back to the line, and now Tigers have got the 6. This time they're trailing for the first time. Oxford takes the touch, his second touch. He's going to dive for the retreating player. Did he get back? Yes, he did. Ollie Graham made the try line. Oxford off the deck, dive comes in. Ollie Graham again was offside, and that is a try to tie things up for the Tigers. All this pressure deep in the Saxons half has finally paid off. Henry Turner got the ball back quickly from Theo Oxford. Ollie Graham claims a touch but hadn't made it back to the try line. 4-4, 6.5 minutes to play. This is about as tight a game as we've had all day. Saxons set up camp on the 7. Bit of a standoff. Last play, rat play comes in. Runner comes in from that far side, that's Sid Wiltshire, but Charlie Chalkley is there to make the touch. Great defence from the Tigers. Rory Pearce takes play into the Saxons half. It's a heavy touch. Heavy touch, and Rory Pearce takes the tap. Eli Bingley takes the touch. Pearce off the floor to Tobin Hill. Hill finds Pearce. And Bingley. What's being given? That's playing in the ruck. And Bingley will look to capitalise, sells the dummy and scores. Tigers back in front again. Took them 4 sets of 6 over the course of 2 possessions to score, but this time just the one. And Tigers are in front 5-4 with 4 minutes and change to play. Saxons main man Ollie Graham gets the ball back from Owen Joyce. Graham and Joyce once again. Graham trying to ghost his way through. A little bit of frustration coming in from the Saxons. Tigers bring the ball over to this near side. Touch on the 10-metre line. And it's taken the momentum out of the Tigers, but it's also used up valuable seconds. And the scoop. Off the deck from Jack Hughes. That's a 6-touch turnover. There's lots of discussion about the heavy touches coming from Ollie Graham to the referee. Graham gets it back from Owen Joyce, sorry. And then up to the 10-metre line, and he works his way off. And there's going to be a penalty for a heavy touch there. He's just letting his frustrations get the better of him there. Heavy touch applies in attackers as much as it does in defence. And actually he's been sin bin for that. Tigers. Get onto the front foot deep in the Saxons half. It's Rory Pearce and Eli Bingley and Tobin Hill. Finally been picked up by the officials that Saxons need to be down to 5 players, not 6. And now the 6v5, can they take advantage? Pearce takes the touch, Bingley shapes to go. There's the extra pace to play with. The players buy the dummy. And now we see Bingley just step back inside, didn't even do a dummy, it was literally just that step off his right. The defending players were heading left, and with a minute to play, Midlands now have that a 2-try lead, which you get the feeling is going to be unassailable. Joyce takes a touch. Did the Saxons score? No touch just came in on Hamish Henderson. And that's a 6-touch turnover, and that is that for the Tigers. 1 possession. Nice and calm, bit of patience through the middle. Oxford works his way up to this near side. Tigers up to halfway. And then into Saxon's half comes Ewan Rorison. One touch left to play with. Scoop comes off the deck. Is there going to be the support? just to seal things off. No. Sid Wiltshire made the touch. It's a turnover. Last few seconds of this game, but there's too much for the Saxons to do. With the last touch. Are they taking that as a touch or as a late pass? They'll just take that as a touch, and that's full time. Midlands win this boys 17 6-4 against the Saxons. Coming up in just a minute. Deserved win, you have to say, for the Tigers. Just about, but that was a really, really interesting game. That had a bit of everything. Some good attacking play, bit of needle, good defence, some quality scores, but ultimately that Simbin made the difference. Eli Bingley's finish took the Tigers 2 tries in front. Coming up at the top of the hour, that's just 3.5 minutes away, is Under 17s girls, Northwest against West Wildcats Orange. Joe will be back for you for that. Thanks for your company.
I really enjoy being like equal to the boys and doing the same kind of sports as the boys do, and just this opportunity to have lots of fun. I think the sport is just a fun sport to play.
So I think being able to play a sport like this and be able to kind of play it after school as well, you know, turn up on a football or an outdoor space and join a touch game is amazing.
Oh, it's really nice to see them playing. He goes to a very small inner London school where there are no sports facilities as part of the school, so to have him running around outside and competing in a proper competition is so important, and it's been great to watch them be trained. I mean, it's all credit to their teachers for actually even getting them this far. It's sport, and I think it's an accessible sport. If you don't have the facilities, it's something that you can learn and participate in and then actually compete at a reasonable level. And that's quite important, because if you've got all the space and all of that, you can learn other rugby more effectively, I imagine. But actually something like touch I think is great. It's good, it's fast, and they like it, I think.
Well done, Link. Thank you, Link. Come back, Rita. Yeah, good stuff there. Yeah, you're on. You're looking good to me.
Okay. You enjoying it? Great try save. Oh no, you literally had pumping those arms. They were just on it.
It's the girls' 17s. West Wildcats orange, scoring straight away against Northwest. Joe's not made his way back from the far fields yet. The fields of Avalon, you could say. I'm Chris, but I'm being joined by the bearded wonder from the Midlands Tigers Boys 17's coaching staff and the Touch Deutschland Select team in Stirling at the the Seniors Touch Cup recently. Tom Davis, welcome to the commentary box.
Cheers, it's good to be here. It's a fantastic tournament that we're having at the moment, so it's really good to see all the youngsters enjoying it.
Just walking back now.
We'll just let this play out with the Northwest looking to hit back straight away after having conceded in the first possession.
Playing the same guitar stream
As the ball comes on this near side to Fionn Wheatley. And there's going to be a penalty given by Crystal Ravenscroft, the on-field referee. Wheatley takes the tap and then sets play up, comes back again, looking to dive.
Yeah, that was unlucky. There was a good bit of space awareness there.
But they've got a fresh set of 6, do the Northwest. Wheatley gets the ball back. As the Northwest build up pressure, Wheatley, their main player at the minute, their playmaker, takes the touch. Dive comes in from the short. It's Isabel Jones from Crewe and Nantwich on the short play. Good defence there from the Wildcats. Northwest asking plenty of questions. This time there are no answers. Amelia Harris from the not listed club.
Yeah, it was really good how they worked it all the way to one side just to create the space, and then just put on the burners and beat them on the outside. That was really, really good from the West there.
Just quickly about that last game, as a coach, midway through day 1, was that the half hour that you wanted to have in terms of the challenge?
Yeah, so we had a really tough game to start today against who will probably be near the top somewhere, and then we had a second game that, you know, we came out with the win. We had to really up ourselves after the first game, and then that was a grind. And you know, everyone loves a game where it's a grind, and midway through it was 4-4, you know, and it could have gone either way at that point, you know, and it's a testament to our players that they kept their heads more than anything, and I think that's really what won the game, you know, because it wasn't about just scoring the most there. The refs were getting, you know, really firm on certain decisions, and at the end of the day we kept our heads the whole time. So, you know, yeah, it was hopefully a really good setup for our last game, and then, you know, tomorrow where we hope to eventually make it to the final.
Yeah, it was had a bit of everything, you know. Had a bit of shootout at the start, and then kind of almost checkers, then chess, and a good bit of needle in there as well. It's always good.
Yeah, to be honest, they're favourite games to play, and the ones where you have to grind it out. You know, it's more enjoyable when you don't know what's going to happen. It's a different experience for me as being a coach rather than a player. I can't just step on the pitch and help, you know, and, you know, it's a testament to the players that, you know, we can tell them anything, but they've still got to be the ones that go on there and perform and do it. And, you know, for most of our squad, this is the first time they've played at this sort of level. So, you know, it's a real test for them, and they're showing they've got what it takes.
Wildcats showing what they've got in the middle, although they've only got one touch to play with. Scoops come in, so has the touch. That was Jess Watts from the Chester Cheetahs Club. Keen pianist is Jess Watts, and she showed her dexterity with her hands to shut that play down. This is turning into a bit of a grind as well, really, isn't it? It's the thing, you know, as the coach then, what are you saying to the players as they come off in terms of how to set it up and the kind of things that you're looking for?
Yeah, so a lot of it goes down to the error count. You know, if you're the team that's every time using all 6 of your touches and getting to the 7, the other team have to then work hard to get back on the other end. You know, but we see they've lost the ball on their 10. Then within 2-3 touches, they're going back and they've conceded a try now. So, you know, that's all just down to that one error, you know, midfield.
Yeah, just the Matilda Palmer. There was just a little bit too much of a gap there over on that far side. And Palmer puts the Wildcats in front once again. Also a bit of a coach killer that far out, just from a straight drive. Can Northwest reply once again? Fionn Wheatley, their main playmaker so far, is back on the field. Only 1 touch to play with though, do the Northwest. Wheatley gets the ball back. Oh, that's the 5th touch. And that's the 6th touch away.
Yeah, so they moved the ball around well there, but they didn't get the initial strike really. So, you know, creating space off of that can be quite difficult.
Yeah, we've seen for their try, they'd been really aggressive in trying to condition the defence there. Wildcats, though, have held out, and now they've got a straight try. Is there going to be support? Yes, is the answer. No!
Oh, touch first. That was close.
That was a great run through the middle there by Kate Edwards. But it's just showing that sometimes that bit of class or that bit of experience, the differential, in the experience, really shows where players on the field aren't necessarily used to a scoop like that, and they're not there to support.
Yeah, it's the off the ball movement there. I think they all kind of ran towards the ball, which then just took all the defenders towards the ball as well. So, but you know, it's great to see that they're getting through the line, and so those opportunities will start up. Oh, she's through here,
and that's how to scoop, and that's how to support. And that's how to tie things up for the Northwest. So you see the scoop coming through from number 10, that's Isabel Jones. And that's textbook there in terms of the support, where the players, just of what you said before, whereas the Wildcats players had run towards the ball, the Northwest players stayed away, and it kept that space open for the try.
Yeah, and it was a nice low and hard pass, which then means that the player's not got far to put it down to the ground. You quite often see on the scoop someone will throw quite a high pass to you, and you've then got to jump up and try and get it back down, but that was quite textbook.
2-2 between Northwest and West Wildcats. Turning into an intriguing game. This now 6 minutes to play in this first half.
Yeah, it seems very much that one team scores, the other scores, one team drops it, the other drops it. You know, so it's going to be a close game, and it's probably going to be more of a mental challenge of which team can stay in it now.
How's the training been for this? In terms of, you know, when you say you've got players for whom this is their first time playing at this level, you know, how have you been preparing them?
Yeah, so we've had a number of training sessions. You know, we had 2 trials near the beginning of the year, and then we had to, lovely bit of pace there. And she's round us in.
Yeah, lovely bit of pace. We saw some pace earlier on in the half on this near side for Northwest. This time Faye Wilkinson. That's just all about wheels there, but some lovely passing from Amelia Harris to put her away. Makes it 3-2 to Northwest. And we've seen some really good core skills. Yeah. Been really impressive.
Yeah, so, you know, that was made by some open play, which a lot of the times they're the tries that look the prettiest, and you know, you can really work with them. But, you know, a lot of that came when we saw on the replay there that the winger was a little bit deeper, you know, and it created that dog leg, which then when you've got a bit of gas like this winger has, you know, if you give them a bit of space, they're going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, we saw that with the Northwest boys 14s Broncos as well earlier on, you know, that they're running from depth.
Yeah. But yeah, on the training side of it, it's always a challenge, particularly in the age group. You know, these are now the oldest out of all the age groups. So when we're training, having other teams to play against can be a bit of a challenge. You know, but we're quite lucky that the 14s in the Midlands are also reasonably strong, and they give us a good challenge. You know, but you never really know what you're going to get until you get here. You know, it's. But you know, we're happy with the squad we've got, and they're showing on the pitch what they've got. So we'll just have to kind of wait and see now and see if they've got it for the end result.
Wildcats looking to tie things up. On the 7, got a couple of touches to play with, but this time it just breaks down in midfield.
Yeah, so that was a really nice gap that the link could run a chop hole into. Unfortunately, they just ran it a little bit too early. You know, so it's just that little bit of patience, you know, when you're running those strikes, and the spaces are there, you've just got to use them.
And we see really good comms from the referees and the midfield defenders in particular, because that's really helped the Wildcats put pressure on. Loads of communication in terms of getting back on side, running your pistons in D. Credit to the Northwest, and now they've got a set of 6 deep in the Northwest half. Get some fresh legs on.
Yeah, so the storm's just about coming in as well now, so it's going to be a real good test of those core skills in the passing and the catching. You know, it's unlucky.
There's a penalty there for offsides. But yeah, that's one where if you're the winger, you've got to anticipate the ball is going to get blown by the wind, haven't you?
Yeah, so it's all about keeping your depth, and you really want to be running onto that ball to go in front of you or behind you. Nearly got off then.
Fleeces get chucked up to the camera. We're quite lucky here, actually. All we've got is wind. That sounds pretty dodgy, doesn't it? As Eloise Hillebrand ties things up for the West Wildcats, one of the most experienced players. It's been in the international setup for a fair few years at age group level. So it's, you know, we just get a bit of breeze. The boys upstairs, they've got the rain to contend with as well. But in terms of identifying an opportunity, that was absolutely textbook from Hillebrand.
Yeah, I think it came down to multiple sets, you know, so they had a couple of repeat sets on the line, and that then just creates, you know, a little bit. Okay, we've got a player gone down now. Hopefully everything's okay.
I think there might be a call being put in for the medics for this one. Just as the just to explain, because this is the first injury that we've had, significant injury that we've had. Play does not stop. Time does not stop. The hooter is going to go in a minute's time, and this looks like already it's going to be the last action of the first half. Tie things up. Question I often ask is, you're the coach of each team. One thing in attack and one thing in D for each team.
So for the attack side, it's got to be your intensity and going forwards. You know, what we quite often say to our teams is, if you don't get to the 7, you don't deserve to score. You know, you've got to earn that right to get into into that try area, and you know that comes from the intensity. You know, in defence, again, it's that attitude of, I want to make a touch, I want to get up there, and I want to get in the face of the attackers. If you give people space, as we've seen in this game, you know, people have pace, they have ability, and if you give them the time, they'll use it.
20 seconds left to play in the first half. Northwest will get one set to really attack the line. They had a fresh set of 6 just then. And can they capitalise on that and hit the half-time? Fionn Wheatley, she's been a really good little playmaker there for the Northwest team, hasn't she?
Yeah, they're doing really well at collapsing the team down to one side. They seem to have a chosen of collapsing it down to the left. And they're just then trying to work it into that open space, and they almost were through then as well. You know, it's just that little bit faster in the ball, of the hands, and you know, I think there's a lot of tries to come on that.
Tess Jacob makes the touch on Faye Wilkinson. This second half will start as the same as the first one will, with everything tied up. We will be back in just a couple of minutes' time. Do not go anywhere, because this is a really intriguing matchup between two very evenly matched teams.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
Second half imminent here at an increasingly rain-swept riverside in the heart of England, part of the University of Nottingham sports facilities, which we're very familiar with. University Touch Championships, Nationals, Seniors Nationals, Junior Nationals, Touch World Cups.
Yeah, I didn't get down this site for the World Cup. I was lucky enough to stab on one in Highfields, but this is now going to be a real test of all the players here. The rain is starting to come down. It's getting very windy, you know, and so this is now going to be a test of can people play simple, you know, and still come away with those results.
Yeah, half answered what I was going to ask you in terms of keeping it simple. What do you mean by keeping it simple?
So it's making sure that we get those basics right. So when we're dumping the ball, if you can't hold it in one hand because it's a wet ball, hold it in two hands. You know, go slightly slower into that touch. What you don't want to do now is start giving away error after error with roll balls and drop balls. You know, unfortunately for the wingers, the long ball is now going to become increasingly unlikely. You know, because of the way the wind's probably blowing against it. We saw one earlier where the wind almost pushed it a good metre backwards. You know, so it's now playing smarter and trying to create those gaps in the closer holes.
But also, as we'll see, as the ball comes out to this near side and the frustration's clear from the winger, Wildcats also now are playing with a player fewer. And, you know, we're playing with a middle fewer as well. You know, that was the injury that took that minute out at the end of the first half. You know, what's that going to ask as well?
Yeah, so most teams will play with either fixed pods, so sets of 4 in the middle, or at least fixed mid pairings. And, you know, your mids are your most crucial players on the pitch in terms of a lot of the time she's off there. That is some really, really good pace.
Eloise Hillebrand is both pacey and a very good player, and also, I think, a little bit fortunate on this. It's just before that replay cuts in. I think she was fortunate in that the referees were interchanging because there was a boot that went on the sideline.
Yeah, it did look really, really close there. A lot of things can be missed in that interchange, you know, and also she seemed to outrun the referees a lot there as well. So, you know, you kind of, if you get away with it, obviously to you it's a try's a try, you know, a score's a score. But that does then open up the scoring for the second half.
It does, and Wildcats, almost against the run of play there, have hit the front once again to make it 4-3. And, you know, it's one of the things, we don't have VAR, we don't have referee replays. That's one of those things that happens, and you miss things as a referee. There's no skin off anybody's nose on that one.
Yeah, it's like any sport, you know, things can be missed. And as a player, if you've spotted it, it can be frustrating. But that goes back to the mentality side of it. You know, you've just got to move on, and the saying that I don't like, but next job. You know, that's what you've got to try and switch on to.
Next job starts now for the Northwest. Fionn Wheatley gets the ball off the deck to 53. That's Ellie Connor from Wigan.
So that's some really good ground, getting to the box on first touch. You know, they've just got to make sure they now keep the momentum.
Have you heard of the Courtineers?
No.
No, neither have I. But apparently her nana knows down from the Courtineers, whoever the Courtineers are.
Sounds like a band?
It does sound like a band as well. It's either that or it's the Courtineers could be a masquerade troupe from Central America.
It could be. It's
not.
I'm going to have to look it up after the game, I think. I'm intrigued now.
Hillebrand, the try scorer, sets Wildcats up with a good opportunity, but they have ruined it by dropping the ball, and Northwest get some go forward.
Yeah, so this now, I think both teams now, I could see after passing that, trying to dry their hands on the shirt, you know, it's getting slippy out there. And this is just trying to play smarter. Is there a shorter pass that's on? You know, that's a really nice step to create some momentum.
Yeah, the step comes in from Matilda Palmer.
Yeah, unfortunately there, you know, it's that I've beaten the first one, I've beaten the second one, I need to take that touch. But tried to beat the third one and unfortunately then overstepping the mark. So, you know, that's again, it's the touch IQ side of it.
The pace comes in on that far side and the ball comes back into Sophia Lawton. One of the more experienced players in this Northwest setup. Just over the top of Lawton, ball hits the deck.
That was a really nice injection of pace and definitely then hitting the right hole in terms of the option. It was the shorter pass. You know, it was just unfortunate that couldn't quite capitalise on it. It's another slippery ball mistake there from the Wildcats as well. You know, so this is then where we're getting repeat sets on the line. Defenders get tired, but attackers get tired as well. but we'll just see if the West can capitalise on it.
And there's also the frustration element. If what you're trying doesn't come off, you know, it's like, how mentally can you respond to that? It's one thing that we'll let this play out, but we saw, you know, repeat sets of your team on the Saxons line and just couldn't convert it. But we'll let this play out, as I say. That's a forward pass. So, yeah, so how impressed were you with the way that your players, I mean, they then came back and scored again, but the mentality in terms of not letting their heads drop in that circumstance? You get 3 repeat sets on the line and you don't score, can really hit you for 6.
Yeah, so one of the things we talk about a lot is conversion rate. You know, so when you get to the line with 6 touch, how often do you score? You know, and yeah, there was a point in that game. I think it was Eli and Rory's pod that were on at the time, and they were getting the strikes they wanted, but what the moves they had in their toolbox just weren't working for them. They normally work, you know, and so they were getting a bit frustrated in the attack, but then they've got to turn around and defend. And to be completely honest, all we just we're shouting at them at the moment. It's then the turnover is, guys, you need to focus now, and they did, and they held them back out. You know, it can be demoralising for those players, but again, it's all to do with that mentality of not switching off, because they've also got tired in that period. You know, they've probably been on there for 2, 3, 4 minutes. If you're running sweepers and that links had to sweep round 6 or 7 times, that can be exhausting, you know, and then you're told you got to stay on and defend.
In terms of pace in attack and tiredness in defence, there's a lot of pace that's just come in there from Ellie Connor to tie things up once again.
Yeah, so the West seem to have a lot of pace across the field, you know, and yeah, so they've used a really good touch there. They've set up another touch, and then they just seem to have pace spread all across the field, and they're just using it to hit those gaps on the open side.
Yeah, it's just Sophia Milligan just wasn't able to shut that space off. And the Northwest deservedly have tied things up once again. It's a really interesting game, this, isn't it? We'll double check the score. We think it's 4-4.
Yeah, because it was 3-3 at half time. Yeah, we know it's 3-3 at half time, and I believe there's one either way, so we'll just have that checked.
Northwest having just scored. Yeah, confirmed at 4-4. Controversy time. We've got a different score that we think than the referees do.
Yeah, so we've actually got kind of 3 scores going at the moment, haven't we?
Yeah, 4-4.
So yeah, so it is 4-4.
It is definitely 4-4.
And these are the games we really want to see. So this is where the grind really starts to kick in. You know, we're midway through that second half, and there's all to play for.
A good preparation for knockout games tomorrow.
Yeah, so I don't know what. Well, there's a firm touch gone in there, but I'm not sure what the format of the girls 17s is, because for the boys 17s it just goes straight into a final. There's no semi and quarter. Puts a lot of pressure on the pool games to, you know, you have to come second. There's no other option to get to that final, you know. But yeah, it does make it interesting when you have some close results in there, and it can really start to mean that points difference comes into play.
Yeah, they just have, yeah, it's first v second, but because you've got 17s in the pool.
Yeah, I think that's a testament to the amount of teams that have entered this year. So normally there's 6 regions. In the adult nationals, we might only get 5 in a pool, sometimes only even 4. So it's really good to see this sort of numbers across the board in all the different divisions.
The Wildcats going to the front again, 5-4. This is so evenly poised. Before this round, we had the Tigers on 12, the Wildcats on 9, Taipans on 8, Northwest on 8. So really, really finely poised, and it's reflected in the score of this game with only 1 try in it, with 5 minutes to play. Oh, it's nearly good handling there on this near side.
I think all of those passes now, when it's getting that ball's getting a bit wet, a bit slippy, it's going to be a challenge, and there's another unforced error there. You know, so West now have that opportunity, 6 touches in the opposition's half. You know,
Keris Rowland sets up the play in the midfield on the first touch. Sophia Lawton gets it wide, going out to Zara Allen. Lawton's there as the half, gets the ball back quickly, up to Allen, gives the ball. Is that a score?
That's close.
Ball
Looks
down.
like they're giving it.
That's given. Oh, what a great finish on that far side.
Yeah, so I think that was just the wing bit in quite heavily there and then not retreated back into their space. By the time they've recovered, unfortunately, that's the check-off pass there to the wingers. You know, really good space awareness, and again, it ties us up there, so it's going to be a really close finish.
Isabel Jones gets her ball on the floor, gets her hands on the ball as it hits the floor. That is a try. Lovely finish, great awareness that she didn't let it die. Is really good.
Yeah, so ultimately it's the same rules as normal rugby, so it's downward pressure on the ball. Quite often you see with things like a scoop, someone will throw it almost at the floor in front of you, and you've just got to get your hands on it before it touches the floor.
Good low pass. Although that one, I don't think it was a low pass, it just died.
Yeah, I'm not sure which way the wind's going, but maybe it was into the wind, so it kind of lost all its momentum. That's a close call.
Yeah, this is turning into a bit of a shootout.
Okay,
now,
touch first.
But if there's a couple of players that you want, there's a player that you want on the field for the Wildcats, it's Eloise Hillebrand, and she gets the ball and comes left. Touch this time comes in on Maya Ayres from Faye Wilkinson, but that's a second penalty in the 7. There's another one. The Northwest will lose a player temporarily to the naughty step.
Yeah, so this is now where the West, and it's testing their IQ. So they've just done a move, and the winger bit in really hard there to make the touch. Really good touch from the winger, but the winger has bitten in. So can they now? That's a really good dive.
I think, yeah, ball was down. So Fionn Wheatley's claiming the touch, but she hadn't made back the try line before she did that. Ball was down first. Crystal Ravenscroft gives it. Wildcats up by 1 again. So you should see she's just calling the player up in front, isn't she?
Yeah, she's really patient in that build up to it. She knows what she wants to do. She knows it's the quickie, and to be completely honest, I think she's already identified the space that she's going to go into.
That puts Wildcat 6-5 up. We make it.
It's not long left now at all
No.
either.
Minute and a half to play.
So this is now composure from both teams. Can the West get that try back, but also can the Wildcats keep? Oh, that's a big collision.
Yeah, it's a massive set of 6 from the Northwest now. Sophia Lawton, Zara Allen, been their 2 key playmakers. Lawton gets it out on this near side. Oh, lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely show and go from the 37. That's Faye Wilkinson.
That was really good handling there. Really good catch. You know, it's a wet, slippery ball, and then a really nice step. Yeah, just fronted them up and then just stuck on the burners on the outside. You know, that was really, really good.
Great play from Sophia Lawton in the middle there. Ties things up once again, 6-6. Less than a minute to play.
Yeah, so a draw in like the pool time as well can really make things interesting. So that could be a big error there. So a turnover with 30 seconds to go, you know, gives West that opportunity. Okay, so it's turned back over again.
Yeah, it has. That was just well spotted by Bronwyn, the referee. She was running away from it, but saw that there was a fumble on the floor there, and now there's a heavy touch. Hillebrand takes the tap, and Wildcats have the ability to finish things off now. Kate Edwards takes the touch and gets the ball straight back from Hillebrand. They are looking to condition the Northwest. Patience again. That ball is down from Edwards.
So that was almost a carbon copy of what they did before. It looks like they've sent that pod back on. You know, we need a try, let's get the job done. And that's a really good finish, you know, identifying the space, exactly the same hole as before. Oh, the ball's still live.
Oh, what a finish there by the Wildcats. Just that little bit of class from Hillebrand and Edwards there have just secured that win at the death for the West Wildcats. What a fantastic game of touch that was.
That really was. It end to end, you know, lots of tries going either way. Considering the weather, you know, the quality stayed high all the way through the game, and you know, it's really good to see that all regions are competing and the games are all close, and it'll be interesting to see who makes it to that final in the end. But you know, whoever does it, we know it's going to be a good game.
Thanks very much for your time over the last half hour, Tom. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. We'll be back in 5 minutes time, or give or take, with... It's now getting to the stage where you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling to see what is coming up. But at 4:40 we have... I'm showing my age when I say it's like, reminds me of Apollo 440 there. But 4:40 we've got Southwest Saxons under 12 girls against the Northwest under 12 girls. Joel will be back with that one.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning.
So welcome back. The hooter has gone to start this game, but you might be able to tell that the rain is cannoning down, and this girls under 12 side. Well, this game will get underway in just a moment. As soon as we've got 6 on, we are ready. And that's an accurate representation of the conditions. Early turnover, surrendering possession to the Northwest. It is Northwest versus the Southwest Saxons. And once again, the Northwest affiliate dominated by Chester and Wigan. As we see, unfortunately, another bit of a turnover, which I feel might be a bit of a theme. And actually, I think they've identified that there might... Is there a... Yeah, wrong size ball. That might help.
About 7, 8 minutes. 6, 7. Yeah, over here.
Oh, good hands on display, and then the ball is passed away. And I believe, for the Northwest team sheet, I've got a number 113. I believe that probably should just say 13, Ruby Voles. And Ruby has never been into sport until she found touch, even though she was born in rugby, so some would say it's destined. There's a bit of a foot race going around the outside, but it's a good covering touch that comes in from 21. Nice, and then similarly, Northwest trying to go around the outside with number 5, Neve Rowlands. But unfortunately that one hits the deck as well. Here's another good bit of pace from Ali Simkut. And the referees just providing some feedback for these young women playing the sport that they love. And now there's a really good bit of pace shown by Francesca Orchesno. And now the Northwest are right up to the line. They might try and be the first ones to go round, although they just look like they might go all the way around the outside. And that is Ruby Voles.
They are looking for SE Taipans. Under 17 and under 12 girls.
Oh, unfortunately, that ball just goes to the deck. And now the Saxons will have an opportunity to try and find an outside edge.
Under 13 boys. These teams are the only teams that have not had...
Great support shown from the people on the sidelines. I love it. Parents will do anything for their kids out here in the wind, in the rain, in the middle of a field in Nottingham. And yet the support has not died down. We are coming towards the end of the day. Some teams have finished their games, but for everyone remaining, the support is still there and strong. This is touch 5, and the Southwest Saxons want to try and find an outside edge. Oh, it's a nice pop ball. That was to number 8, Cora Puddy, new to touch this year, North Somerset School's footballer. So trading the round thing for the oval thing. Could step a defender in a phone box. Not a big fan of the next bit. An avid Man United fan. Don't check Sky Sports at the moment. In the Northwest. Nice ball out to the wing. And once again, Northwest just trying to find that outside edge, this time through Harriet Cole. And what I love about this team sheet, and you might have been able to tell, we get loads of commentary notes with it. And so many players here. It's the first year playing touch, first national tournament. Yeah, this is Harriet's first year of playing rugby. It is amazing to see so many people showing up for their first experience of playing touch rugby, or rugby in general, and showing the commitment to put up with what is quite atrocious weather. And what started a really lovely day that has turned into something not so nice. And that's good footwork, but a really good touch coming in from Ali Simkut. And good instructions provided here from the referees. And this is what we love about the under-12s division. It is, you know, people are still learning, still getting to grips with the game. As I mentioned earlier, so many of these players, it's their first opportunity really playing touch, or rugby in general. So the refereeing is really important to provide a bit of support, a bit of structure, and also foster a bit of an enjoyment for the game. Great footwork on display on more than a few times, then a nice pass away as well. And Southwest Saxons avoiding the touches pretty well at the moment. The calls from the sub box, I'd just go for it. I love it so much. Oh, great feet. Carving a big hole through the middle. Unfortunately, just doesn't quite have the legs to get to the line. That was Esme Down, currently playing contact rugby at Western-super-Mare. And that's 6 touch and turnover, but Esme Down almost manufacturing the opening score of this game. Oh, unfortunate for the Northwest team. They got a player doing shoelaces. Oh, now there's a bit of a race to the line, just trying to go all the way around the outside, and will they get there? I think that was touch first.
Great touch, great touch.
And the referee seems to be in agreement. You can have a look on the replay. Oh, she's gone all the way around the outside. Had Scarlett Holland. Here is Holland, showing a good bit of pace. And she was tracked down by Ruby Voles. Trying to go round the outside. Good pass away. Trying to get round. Showing a good bit of patience to just sort of pull out of these touches. And now there's a bit of a 3-on-2 here. That's a really good touch though that comes in from Harriet Cole over at far wing, although now there's a foot race to the line, and that will be the opening score. And it's really well taken. Good pass away from half, and it was number 6, Alia Custin, that just spots the space and puts the gas on to get into the corner. And it is 1-0 to the Southwest Saxons. 9.5 minutes into this game. We'd have our opening score, and I think, oh, apologies, not Alia, Ayla. I did mention earlier I've not got my glasses on. I think Ayla wanted to sub, but the coach says no, you've got to stay and defend. That's good evasion from Northwest. And then again, trying to go all the way around the outside was 21. Francesca. There's another good touch coming in there. This time from Scarlett Holland. And Francesca's got Niamh Rowlands in support. Here is Niamh Rowlands. Might look to try and just go around the outside, but reeled in by the try scorer, Ayla Custin. And you might start to pick up through different mics that this weather is turning pretty unsavoury very quickly. But here is Ayla Custin, not satisfied with one, wants two, and might just go all the way if not for a really good covering touch by Francesca. Orashnik. Oh, carving a nice line through the middle again. This time was Cora Puddy. Oh, and there's a foot race once more, and I think Southwest will win it. Oh, is the ball down safely? It isn't. That's so unfortunate. The try line was begging for Ali Simcoot. Done all the hard work. Tries to go with one hand, and unfortunately the conditions get the better of her. But if you get over once, you can get over again. And there's another turnover from the Northwest. So Southwest Saxons have a prime opportunity to double their lead. Trying to go around the outside once again. It was the try scorer, Ayla Custin. And unfortunately, on this occasion, Cora Puddy can't quite reel that one in. And now Northwest trying to run out of their try line, but it's really good defensive pressure from the Southwest Saxons. They're doing really well at just penning in Northwest, and Northwest just need to go forward a little bit more. Stop trying to go around the outside and just go forward. It's tricky. Now they do end up getting some fresh legs on, which will help their cause, but I believe that this is 5th. It is indeed. So they do start to make some meters. I wonder if Northwest will just try and play around some players. But that is 6 touch and turnover on their own 10. It's really good work here from the Southwest Saxons. And it's extremely commendable given the conditions. Oh, whistle goes. Unfortunately for Ali Simcoot. Trains for touch at 7:15 a.m. every Wednesday with Hans Price Academy. Commitment. I don't know many Opens players will be getting up at 7:15. There was Emma Fadulu, who's one of the 3 players in the Southwest squad that won the National Schools Touch Rugby final in Oxford, which me and Wilf will be here with us tomorrow, and the pleasure of commentating. I can't. Ali Simcoot trying to go around the outside. A bit of a nudge coming in from number 10, Alyssa Close. Now this is first year of touch. Plays for the Sirens, and our coach encourages her to try touch. Well, good on you, coach. Oh, there's 2-on-1 hit for the Southwest Saxons. but good covering defence. There's more good hands on display from the Saxons. And this will be last play. And they give it to the try scorer, Ayla Custon, who once again tries to go round the outside. And just sort of slowed down a little bit for a moment, but that is half time. In what is unfavourable conditions, to say the least, in the under-12 girls division between Southwest Saxons and Northwest Touch. It is the Saxons with their try lead through Ayla Custon. And we will be back with you for the second half in around 5 minutes' time.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
This is your 30-second warning. Please take to the pitches ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
So welcome back, and I was about to say, before the second half got back underway, it seemed like the rain had just let up for a little moment, but I am not so happy to report it definitely hasn't. The rain is still pouring, and this under-12 girls side from the Southwest Saxons have a 1-0 lead to see out, and for the Northwest, it's mission equalise. But at the moment, struggling to find much momentum, and unfortunately that's quite indicative of the weather. And it's a really good score. And a nice little celebration as well. A little celly to top it off. And the Southwest Saxons, and it is Ayla Custon getting her second, and I think she shows the A to the camera. And a nice little celebration again. Ayla Custon, the difference maker. Yeah, she shows the A. Important player for this Southwest Saxons team, and it is 2 tries to nothing. And then another bit of a unfortunate handling error, this time for Harriet Cowell. And the weather is most certainly playing its part. I mean, when we did the university touch series, the final was torrential downpour. And we do like to say it is the ultimate leveller, is the rain. Handling errors are plenty. And that was just in the university series, and we're seeing it here in this under-12s game. And the girls might feel a little bit hard done by, but here we go again. And there's a great bit of wheel shown to get into the corner. This time it's Scarlett Holland taking a leaf out of Ayla Custon. A great celebration basically on the midfield line. But now it's 3. This time Scarlett Holland goes round the outside. I've got the cameramen above me begging for a celebration.
Can we just put a shout out for the player who's just come off from the winger on this near side on the Saxons, the number 10. Sienna Holland, part of the Hornets Rugby Club in Weston-super-Mare, the youngest player in the history of the Southwest Saxons, and probably at any nationals, 7 years of age.
Wow.
We had a 9-year-old earlier on. We've got a 7-year-old, just showing, just even at, you know, the level that you can play.
Yeah, yeah. And she's got a 0 to her name. There's no scores going against her. You know,
That's
she's
quality.
got that shutout.
She has.
And it is amazing. I was talking earlier and saying that this under 12s girls division and the under 12 boys division just didn't exist a year ago. And the amount of people on these team sheets where it's like first year of rugby, never played touch before, first year of like, it is amazing. And it is a bit of a baptism of fire to be playing rugby in these conditions, but there's smiles everywhere.
There are. You know, from inside track from one of the other teams is that it was the opening ceremony, for example, was challenging. You know, we said that at the time. You know, it's like You know, big atmosphere, lots of people, lots of music. If you're not used to this, and you know, there are very few kids at this age who are used to this, you know, all of a sudden it's, you know, massive baptism of fire. But
yeah,
I just want to say as well, I don't know if her grandparents are, you know, obviously you don't know somebody's family circumstances, but it's the kind of thing where, you know, you would take a photo for your newspaper and all your grandparents would buy every edition.
Yeah.
Hello, if you're watching on YouTube. All her family and friends at home.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you know what? It's been such a theme of my time commentating with England Touch, is people coming up and saying, oh, my grandma is watching this, or my granddad is watching this. This is just, it's so good. And your analogy of, you know, when you get in the paper is so true. Like my school was in the paper for doing a survival camp at some point, and my granddad went and photocopied it and sent it to all of our family members. Oh, good touch comes in.
Yeah, great bit of defence there on this near side.
It was number 3, Amber Dyer. And Amber plays with Caldy and Chester touch team. Amber loves to play tennis and beating her brother at touch. Wonderful. That is bragging rights. And I assume that your brothers aren't at nationals, so there's another one you can hold over them. Have they been on YouTube? And I've got to say, compliments to Amber Dyer. Oh, good hands. Well, compliments to Amber Dyer. She is barking instructions at the players on the inside of her. That is a dream as a middle player, to have a winger who is nice and vocal. And you know exactly where everyone is. Oh, good footwork. Another good bit of footwork.
The thing is, this is really, I was having a chat to one of the referee coaches before about, you know, the level of refereeing at particular games. Just unfortunate there on the attempted interception coming in from Izzy Pickavants. Is, you know, when you're refereeing this level, your role is really, really important, because you know you need to be sympathetic to the level of the game, to the conditions, and to be encouraging a good flow. And we saw that in the under-12s girls game that was on this field previously.
Yeah.
You know, that was refereed superbly. And I've done a couple of school sports games in Northamptonshire where you've had players who are a little bit older than this, you know, they're maybe year 9, year 10, but they've not played touch before. And you can see them visibly growing through the course of the day. They get to grips with the sport.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is compounded by the conditions today. I mean, you know, it's one thing to be in a nationals, which is the biggest junior nationals ever.
Yeah.
But Riverside this morning was perfect conditions, and now it really, really isn't.
Yeah.
You know, the rain's gone, but the wind's there. It's pretty bleak here sometimes when the weather gets like this.
Yeah, and you know, well, I mean, we know that better than anyone. University Series springs to mind. We had one.
No. It's perfectly balmy, tropical.
We had one with snow. We had one with when me and Dan Powell were coining the bottom of the pitch cow corner, because you couldn't see any of the markings anymore. It was so muddy. But what I find in that sort of weather is you get some of the most entertaining games of touch, because it is like the survival of the fittest almost. As we see Cora Puddy just put the hammer down on, can she get the ball down cleanly? Yes, she can. And Cora Puddy makes it 4 for the Southwest Saxons.
Good step at defender in a phone box, says the commentary notes.
I know. I did say to avoid the second part, because an avid Man United fan.
Oh, we will quite happily praise and also take the mickey in equal measure.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's got to.
She's got better sidestepping than Harry Maguire. Man United had a bad day in the rain at Grimsby this week.
They did. As our director has just let us know through our headphones, chanting Grimsby Town at us. Absolutely.
But Cora Puddy does better in the rain than our Man United heroes.
Oh, she absolutely does. She absolutely does. And I did say as well to keep off Sky Sports, because they were drawing 2-2 to Burnley. Fortunate for a Bruno Fernandes last-minute penalty. Nice handling there from Northwest. Good roll ball as well. We'll see if they can get over the line. Stayed in the game well. I think it's just a case of some of these Southwest players have had maybe a little bit more experience. I mean, and I'm just judging from the team sheet. you know, there's some that have come through try rugby, try touch, which is amazing. They absolutely love that. There's some that have been recommended touch by their contact coaches, which is again a wonderful sort of representation of the sport. But then if you look at the Southwest Saxons team sheet, it's, you know, national the school's national championship, playing touch with different clubs. So it does seem like there's a bit of a difference, and also there's 2 Hollands, which reminds me of a specific someone who's played, you know, around 200 different tournaments.
Who's also in the sub box, who we can see.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, I think there is a difference of experience, but considering the conditions, both teams doing really well.
Yeah, they are. And 4-0 up, you know, in this. You're playing it with the wind at your backs, which is a big difference in the second half.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I did explain earlier the reason why we had handling area after handling area for the first few minutes was because we were playing with a bigger ball.
It's always tough, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I was going to say it does feel even more of a mountain to climb if the ball is bigger than both of your hands put together.
So I've got a story about a big rugby ball.
Go on.
So in 2015 or 2014-15. Northampton Saints played Saracens at Stadium MK in a World Cup test event. It was also a Premiership game.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there because it looks like there might be a try on the go, but is that...
Oh, what a step.
It's a great step. But I tell you what, and this is what I mean, the pace of the likes of Scarlett Holland, you know, there was a clean gap there for Ruby Voles to go through, but Scarlett said, no thank you.
And anyway, so at the start of that season, we did a bit of a promo session with the Heineken Cup, Premiership Trophy, Anglo-Welsh Trophy, Rugby World Cup. First time they'd all been together. We did it in Stadium MK. Anyway, one of the first people to have their photo taken the World Cup. Now, you couldn't touch the World Cup. And one of the first guys had brought along his toddler. And the person from Rugby World Cup who was there to do the promo side of it, in their wisdom, gave the toddler a size 10 replica ball to hold. Obviously,
oh no.
Dad's holding toddler next to Rugby World Cup.
Yeah.
Toddler, with ball in hand, sees Rugby World Cup. Toddler throws ball at Rugby World Cup. Dad, massively impressive. Ball hits the deck. Toddler stays in one arm. Rugby World Cup caught in the other hand.
Sign him up as a player.
Absolutely. Person from Rugby World Cup turns white.
Very nice.
Considering that when they did the Rugby World Cup tour, it was in a Perspex box. It was like David Blaine. It was in a Perspex box that did a national tour in the back of a Land Rover. So it was kind of, we had none of that. It just rocked up in a flight case. And, you know, you had to have gloves to touch it. You can't touch the World Cup unless you've won it, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
And,
Toddler had other ideas.
Toddler had other ideas. It was priceless.
Well, it looked a little bit like that earlier on with the too big a ball, although it is a good bit of pace shown. Is that Scarlett Holland again? It isn't. It's Cora Puddy who goes for her second of the game. And that is brilliant. And a cartwheel in the midfield to boot.
Fair play to Harriet Cowell there. You know, it's her first year of touch. Supports St Helens, and St Helens are known for not giving up, and she didn't give up in D, but Cora Puddy just kept on going. Had wheels to take her all the way to Matlock.
Indeed. I wonder if we did get a clip of the cartwheel in the midfield. I imagine that we didn't, but it was a great celebration.
Screen grab it. Screen grab it for Insta later.
Exactly. Exactly.
And on comes Sienna Holland on this near side wing. Been sent on for this final minute. Can Saxons hold out the Northwest for one? Holland coming back to make the touch.
It's got to be. Nice, good score, and Northwest deserve it. Well stayed in the fight. This time Harriet Cowell
deserves that for her defence at the other end, the attempted defence at the other end. You know, that effort really deserves it. Northwest deserve a try.
Yeah. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. And it's a great representation of just how much the sport is growing to see under 12s girls no zeros on the board, everyone's scoring, everyone enjoying it. Granted, the weather's not helping. And we have the benefit of being underneath a scaffolding, and I still think it's pretty bad. So
I do feel sorry for the lads up above.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the last play. Ball hits the deck. And fair play to the Southwest Saxons.
Yeah, they had a really good game of it. Never stopped, always kept going. And I think it's a really apt way to sort of bring to the end the penultimate game of day one. The under-12 girls putting a really good showing out there. Special shout out, I feel, is required for Ayla Custin. Throwed up a really nice celebration, having a bit of a boogie out there on pitch, and scored 2. Really great performance. But that is all there is, aside from the under-14s girls, who will round out our first day at the Junior Nationals, and it will be the Southwest Saxons versus the Midlands Tigers.
The rain is coming. We are getting ready for the final game of day 1. So if you are to play, this is the final game of day 1. If you haven't got yourself any photos of either tomorrow, no photos being taken, all photos are being done. I think last one's been done now. So if you miss out, unfortunately, you're going to be too late. 20+5, last game, chap off. We are approaching 2-minute warning. Remember, if you are moving any structures up overnight, they must be strapped down. Obviously, if they are not strapped down, they'll be in the river. Could be tight tomorrow. Ladies officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Ladies officials, this is your 2-minute warning.
So welcome back to the final game of day 1 at the Junior Touch Nationals. It is the under-14s girls, Southwest Saxons versus Midlands Tigers. The Tigers with possession and the tap-off, wearing white. And that is 5th. That's a good pass. That's a really good diving touch that comes in from number 20, Ruby Matthews, captain of Hornets under-14s girls. And this year, Ruby was offered 2 academy places for football and then Saxons. Ruby has played football since she was 4 years old. This summer, dropped football to focus on her rugby. Good choice, Ruby. Good choice. Oh, great bit of pace. Really good touch, though, comes in to stop Imogen Cornter getting round the outside. There is Ruby. Ruby Matthews. There is Cornter once more, trying to get around the outside. Good pass out to the wing. And now there could be a bit of a foot race. I think that is an easy winner. It's number 31, Laura Smith. When Laura was little, her ambition in life was to be a rhino. Well, the rhino couldn't go around that, couldn't get over that try line as swiftly as you did, Laura. When she finally understood that this wouldn't be possible, she said fine, she'd be a mermaid instead. Set your sights high, Laura. But that is the opening score. And the Saxons force the turnover again. And they go back out there to Laura, and Laura might double up. And I tell you one thing, Laura, neither Mermaid nor Rhino could score a double in a minute. That is Southwest Saxons 2, Midlands Tigers 1, 0. I should say.
Yeah, I put on 5 days. They're both too big.
And it is a lightning start for the Saxons and Laura Smith, coming out of Nailsea Touch. And now the Midlands Tigers have got to stop the flow of scores going against them. More specifically, they've got to stop Laura Smith. There's a good turnover. The Midlands Tigers have the ball back in hand now.
Good, find the line, keep finding that, yes, good move, you're on.
They really want to get the next score. Nice, that's a good setup, but just taking their time. And the Midlands Tigers, that's a nice quickie though. Ball wants to go long and it does, but just falls short of the supporting player. Now 67, Alana McChristie, coming out of Bedford Eagles touch. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite reel that one in. And the Saxons now work it over to this near edge quite well and get quite a nice sub move going as well. There is Ruby Matthews. Oh, and Laura might just go again. It looks like she might just go again. Oh, it's a really good covering touch that comes in from 59, Ella Hallett. Been playing touch for 1 year, just back from a 4-day residential led by Dom Tripp at Tri Sports. Well, we've sort of been singing his praises all junior nationals because I think it's grown exponentially because of the hard work done at Tri Sport to get more juniors and schools involved in touch rugby and growing the sport on that front. Really enjoy the newfound confidence from the residential. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. And building on that confidence at the junior nationals, making a try saving touch because no one else was catching. Laura Smith. But on this occasion, it's not Laura Smith they've got to worry about. Because on this occasion, it's Daisy Taylor coming from Bredon Star Ladies. And you'll see this here. Tap goes. And then one touch taken from Laura Smith. And then here comes Daisy. Daisy Taylor just carves a very nice line through the defence. Southwest Saxons, I've really got to compliment you on your commentary notes. They're really making me giggle. Daisy Taylor stopped doing ballet aged 8 because it hurt too much. Then she started playing contact rugby with an all boys team. Priorities, Daisy. I absolutely love it. Midlands Tigers picking up, trying to get into the in-goal area. Does very well. Really good covering touch though that comes in from number 23. That was Imogen Cornter once more. Oh, once again. Oh, Laura's going to have a hat trick. The calls from the sub-boxer. Oh, wow, this guy. Well, Laura Smith has got a hat trick. First off hat trick in the junior nationals. There's not many players who'll be able to say that they've got that to their name, especially this one that goes at least half the length of the pitch. It's really nice show and go there. Good delay of the pass from Elizabeth Hutchings. Oh, Southwest Saxons, these just get even better. Elizabeth wrote to her cousin to decline being a bridesmaid at his wedding to be at the Nationals this weekend. Southwest Saxons, girls under 14s, you all have your priorities in the right place. Absolutely. There's a bit of a bobbly roll ball, but we'll get away with it. There's someone gets a lace stuck on a tent peg in front of me. That was funny. Open side quickie here. That's better from the Midlands. Looking to get to the line, but Ruby Matthews makes a good touch. And that is 6 and turnover. So Southwest Saxons really sort of in the driving seat at the moment. Some really good core skills on display. And just to say that the ball goes to floor. Might be the first example of a commentator's curse though today. That's good. That's a really good touch coming in once more from the Southwest Saxons. And Midlands Tigers back in their attack for a bit too brief of a moment as that ball hits the deck, and it's an easy turnover once more. And surrendering possession to the Saxons. That's good momentum though. Oh, the middle here is Ruby Matthews, a little bit isolated, checks the ball away nicely and brings her supporting cast into play. There's Daisy Taylor. Oh, and they might just look. And once again, it's Elizabeth Hutchings. Has one assist. Now getting on the score sheet herself. 5 minutes left to go in this half. And Southwest Saxons, well, rather running away with it, following in suit to their under-12s team. And Hutchings with the blue in her hair. And potentially quite a sad / proud cousin declining to be a bridesmaid, but scoring and assisting on live stream at the Junior Nationals. Also played for Saxons in Nationals last year. And for England 15s at the recent Atlantic Youth Cup, that was the one up in Limerick. Elizabeth Hutchings having a bit of a time of it at the moment. That's nice from the Midlands Tigers. It's not quite able to get over the line efficiently. And that'll be 6 and turnover. So Southwest Saxons finding a lot of strength in both their attack and defence. They'll look to hold out the Midlands Tigers. Unfortunate there for Elizabeth Hutchings. And that's another good touch coming in. This time from Tilly Townsend. Is possibly the world's biggest Bluey fan. Nice. Good job you're playing a blue kit. Midlands Tigers, line attack, diving at the line. That is ball down. That is good. And they do get their reward. And it's a really nice open side quickie for number 51, Talia Dean, under 12 England Academy. Playing out of Nottingham Touch Club. With 3 minutes left to go in this first half. Midlands Tigers do get a score on the board. However, it is obviously the Southwest Saxons in the driver's seat. That's great hands coming in there. That was number 12.
Move up, White. Moving forward.
Nice, going for an open side quickie themselves now. Oh, and there's another foot race to the line, and I believe there will be only one winner, and it's the person who's neither Rhino or Mermaid. Laura Smith with her 4th in this first half. It's a good finish, good sliding finish. Taking advantage of the wet conditions. The rain has stopped. And so has the wind for just a moment. Although it is very wet and miserable out there. The wind brought some cold, so it's going to be chilly. That's a good touch coming in from Ruby Matthews. As you see, Eleanor Clark wearing 57. Here is Clark with Sophie Whitmore wearing 41. Unfortunate that for the likes of Whitmore, Buggy and Clark. There's Ruby Matthews making good touch. Bit of a shake of the shoulder. And a good check away once more from Ruby Matthews. And now there's a little bit more impetus coming on. There's Tilly Townsend wearing 18. Working alongside Daisy Taylor. The Midlands Tigers will really look to get the next score on the board. That was Eleanor Clark taking the ball up wearing 57. And here is try scorer Talia Dean. Back to Talia Dean. There was a bit of an overlap on that left edge, but unfortunate that they can't quite manufacture the hand speed to get the ball there. And that was 65. Ruby Smith trying to find an outside edge to exploit. Around 20 seconds left to go in this half. Things have just slowed down a touch. But Laura Smith will be looking to change that if she can get back on the ball. There's Daisy Taylor, and now they do look towards Smith. This time she is stopped before she can get going by number 65, Ruby Smith. And that does bring us to half time. Southwest Saxons take quite a comfortable lead. Midlands Tigers showing some good endeavour and getting their score for it at the half. It is Southwest Saxons 6, Midlands Tigers 1.
It's fantastic. Having so many schools and so many mixed grades and also girls rugby involved within this development scheme, it's fantastic. It's something that I think needs to be developed a bit more so that we can see a lot more skills and a lot more development within players in schools who have never played rugby or who are looking to improve their skill set. This has been a fantastic experience for us as a first timers coming to the competition to see the different skill sets within all the different schools. It's been fantastic. It's allowed our school to improve on their skills and allowed us to see where we could get to in the next few years when we come back.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer mile so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of shown me using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name, it makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to meet with executives. We get a couple one-on-one sessions where they share kind of their whole career story, and you get a chance to ask them questions too about your own development at Vermeer. So you get to connect with them on a personal level, which is something you don't get a chance to do at a lot of other companies. So I think that was a really unique opportunity.
I just graduated, and I know that working at a company like Vermeer, I'm cared for, and they want to push me to be the best person I can. And as a young professional, it gives me a heightened sense of value in me as an employee, that the company cares enough to build me and my character.
And that's really what this whole process has been. People wanting me to grow, wanting you to do better, wanting to talk to you and make sure you learn the most out of what you can.
I'm just really grateful to be at a company that will invest this time in me to learn more about the company and get more context to really succeed in my job. If I had not had this program, I would not be connected to so many people who help me do my job every day.
Players and officials, stand by.
So welcome back to the last half of touch on day 1. Day 2 promises to be another dry morning, and then there is a worrying forecast for a lot of rain in the afternoon once more. But the under-14s girls making a really good go of it. Here is Ruby Matthews. And Chris, I'll update you on some of my favourite commentary notes so far. Where is she? Where's she gone? Elizabeth Hutchings. Elizabeth wrote to her cousin to decline being a bridesmaid at his wedding to be at the Nationals this weekend.
Sweet.
Priorities in the right area.
And who's just scored there for?
Imogen Cornter, who swims competitively for Clevedon Swimming Club.
And played touch rugby since April for her school.
Yeah.
And that's where it's at. National Schools Touch Championships. Contact Try Sports, just have a search, or go to englandtouch.org.uk/schools. Couldn't be simpler.
No. Or if you're at any touch comp ever, find a big blonde bloke called Dom Tripp, and he will chew your ear off about it, because it is his passion project at the moment, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, 100%. And but also the is that the resources that are there are from core skills upwards.
Yeah.
So you don't have to go straight into needing
to... pace on display from number 16, Imogen Webber. I love it, honestly. This Southwest Saxons Girls 14s team have their commentary notes down properly. Love of rugby.
Want the worm.
Love of rugby, closely followed by an addiction to dystopian novels. Favourite dance move, the worm.
We want the worm.
Give us the worm.
Tell you what, if she scores a winning try in the final.
Yeah. Watch this back, and you'll know what we're asking for. We want the worm. We want the worm.
Kind of, we've got both actually now, haven't we, in terms of a love of rugby. We've got a love of rugby and dystopian novels, and you know what? This kind of weather is a bit dystopian in itself. So, yeah, so we've got all of the core skills sessions on the school's website, which were developed with Boyne. And, can the Tigers score?
Yes,
they can.
Yes, they can. This time it's 55, Lily Buggy. Mark Cavendish in the 2024 Tour de France stage at Troyes. Wonderful.
What a random place to meet Mark Cavendish in Troyes.
Great finish. And Midlands Tigers equalise in this second half. Still down. But in the scoreline in this second half, it is 1 apiece. Overall, it is 7-3 towards the Southwest Saxons. And the other one that I wanted to bring up with you that I think you'll get a giggle of, Daisy Taylor. Daisy stopped doing ballet, age 8, because it hurt too much. Then she started playing contact rugby with an all-boys team. I love it. I think team managers, coaches, take a leaf out of the Southwest Saxons Girls 14s book, because it is so good. It is so good.
Well, even just
when Laura was little, her ambition in life was to be a rhino. When she finally understood that this wouldn't be possible, she said fine, and she'd be a mermaid instead. Laura has scored 4 in the first half, and I said neither rhino or mermaid could score 4 on a nationals competition. So
she's making a splash.
Stampeding through the splash zone. There we are. There's a poor attempt at combining both. Speaking of, there is...
Oh, that's going to be given as a late pass.
It is. And it seemed like, to catch you up on the first half, it seemed like the Southwest Saxons had one play. Work the ball over to Daisy Taylor or Laura Smith and let them run. Laura Smith has wheels. Proper wheels. And I think if the Midlands Tigers are going to get anything out of this game, the main aim is stop Laura Smith running around the outside of you, which is easier said than done.
But in that case, it would be the interesting thing to see if they can adjust their style in defence to stop the ball getting to her.
Yeah.
Rather than stopping her running, is to really put that pressure and work in that middle link channel.
Yeah.
To really put the Saxons playmakers under pressure and then forcing them to play.
Yeah. And that would be exactly how I would approach it. The only thing with the Midlands Tigers is that they're struggling just with a bit of field position. You know, they're struggling to find momentum cleanly, and I think that's where the issues are lying. But they've got a nice midfield turnover, and that's much better. That was 65, Ruby Smith.
Yeah, and they're getting the ball off the deck pretty well. Again, sympathetic refereeing. It's good to see.
Yeah.
That although this is nationals, this is as we've highlighted a lot with the 12s and the 14s categories. They've, a lot of these players have not played a massive amount.
Yeah.
And, so in terms of refereeing, to get them, rather than penalised for being over the mark, be slightly different if it's the final tomorrow.
Yeah.
But, in a pool game, day one, rubbish weather, you just want people to play. Here we go with the pace.
Great touch that comes in from 61. Florence May Cooper. Awarded a trophy for commitment at her club last year. Showed great commitment in defence.
It's good driving play from the Saxons, just that it hits the deck. Unfortunate there. So Lily Dean was that was a really good drive from Lily Dean and Laura Smith.
No, it was Laura Smith. Scroll up. We've both touched the laptop at the same time, and it's gone haywire.
There we go.
Daisy Taylor.
Yeah. What's been really good to see in these less experienced teams is they're not letting their heads go down.
Yeah.
You make a mistake, ball hits the deck. Right, next job. Let's move on. Let's not. We've only really seen one player get really, really riled up, and that was on the back of, it's as a player, it's understandable. You're on the receiving end of a couple of touches that you think are heavy.
Yeah.
So you are going to get wound up. It's understandable to get wound up, but that's the only time we've seen that all day.
Oh, and neither Mermaid nor Rhino, Laura Smith, couldn't get over on that occasion for her 5th. Oh, that's a good touch coming across once more.
Lily Buggy.
Well, they might just try and go back over to Laura Smith. That'll be given a late pass, so it's nice that some of these things are starting to be called, especially when it's super obvious.
Yeah, and you kind of do want it to be. There are, you want some things to be refereed sympathetically, like getting the roll ball back to the correct position, but some things which are black and white, so a late pass, offside, not advancing in the 7, things like that. You need to penalise them. Tigers get a roll up to halfway, just losing a little bit of momentum there. See if they can regain it with the fresh legs they've got on the field. Start to put pace on it here in the middle. Soldiers ground to a hole, although pointing the way is Ella Hallett.
Half was just a little bit slow, and it was a good bit of contact, and that's coming from Elizabeth Hutchins, maybe taking out taking her frustrations of not being able to go to her cousin's wedding on the Midlands Tigers players. I joke, obviously. Oh, and that ball just drops to the deck. I'll tell you what, if Midlands roll it quickly, there's an opportunity here.
There is, they spin it wide.
Then you can come back over to this side because everyone's overcommitted. Calls from the sub box saying forward, forward.
Yeah, you just want to get somebody just to get their head down, don't you? And just or just to shout, to call a three-player drive or an arrows or just something just to get you onto the front foot.
Yeah, and I think that's the key here for Midlands Tigers. It's just trying to get onto that front foot is a bit of a task at the moment.
I think they're overplaying.
Yeah.
They're desperate. It's the end of the first day. They've all played multiple games. A lot of them, this will be their first time playing multiple games in the same day.
Yeah.
4 seasons in one day. And it's understandable that at the point where you want to just simplify it, it's really difficult to simplify it.
Yeah.
As a player. You're going to want to try a Hail Mary. You're going to want to try something special, to the absolute glory, the glory moment. But you just want to get right now, stay on the field, drive.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, get some pace on it, get through the defense, force the defense to scramble, and hey presto, you're more than likely going to get over the line. No, I think with today, it's going to be
good feet.
A day of plenty of analysis tonight and learnings from it.
Yeah.
And from the Saxons, you know, they're Tilly Townsend, this far side. By the way, this is relevant. I would love it if her nickname was Fruit Bat, because she's quite possibly the world's biggest Bluey fan.
Yeah.
Fruit Bat is the episode, I think it's called Fruit Bat, where Bandit plays touch.
Is it?
It is. And what it is that Bluey wants to be a fruit bat, and there's a great scene where Bandit's having a nap on the sofa, and he's kind of like, he's holding a rugby ball, and, you know, his legs are kind of going. And Bluey says, what's the matter with Dad? And Chili says, oh, he's probably just, you know, he doesn't get the chance to play much touch footy with his mates anymore since you guys came along. And so he's dreaming. So then Bluey then falls asleep when she's gone to bed. She dreams of being a fruit bat and is up there with the floodlights. And she's dreaming of Bandit playing touch with his mates. And he scores a try, and he calls up to her as being a fruit bat, say, hey, you scored my try there, Bluey? Yeah, Dad.
Tilly Fruit Bat Townsend has a bit of a ring to it.
It does, doesn't it?
It does have a bit of a ring to it. Speaking of a bit of a ring, here comes some more wheels. And it's not Tilly Townsend, it's Imogen Webber.
Touch called here on this near side. What a fantastic dedication from Sophie Whitmore.
Oh, now there's an opportunity on the far side if they can find it. They give it to the wheels, and that will be all she wrote. Laura Smith gets over for her 5th. And it is oh so easy when you've got wheels like that for Laura Smith.
There is absolutely no stopping the stampeding Laura Smith on that far side, is there?
No, there isn't.
I do think the Fruit Bat sounds like that is a really good, good nickname. We'll have to pass on to Martin Wright.
Yeah, and also Tilly the Fruit Bat Townsend, that's got a ring to it. That's got a ring to it. I like it a lot.
I do have to say, Bluey in sport is really, really good. Have you seen much Bluey?
No, I haven't, because I like, for me, it's not the top of my pile of evening viewing.
Mate, you need it. 7 minutes. We'll let this play out for all the Tigers to see if they can score. They can't. It's just touch. Anyway, quickly, Bluey. There's an episode called The Decider, which is about state of origin and supporting Queensland versus supporting New South Wales. And it's really good. And how kids can get when two parents, one supports a different team, and how do the kids choose who to support? So they get what it means to be a fan.
Yeah.
And then also the episode Cricket.
Oh, I think I've seen clips of that episode. I have. If
you watch both of them, mate, it's 15 minutes of your time. You will not. They're on the iPlayer, or on Disney Plus, and you will not regret it. They absolutely get what it means to be a sports player and a sports fan, and also in Fruit Bat, just actually how almost you can be consumed by touch because Bandit's dreaming of it, even though he can't play anymore.
I know many a player probably find themselves in those shoes. Absolutely.
But it's something when you've got a small child. You know, we've got Ashley and Natalie Grimsey here.
Yeah.
You know, they've got a 3-year-old. You know, we've got other coaches who've got young children. It is really difficult to find that balance.
Yeah.
You know, so it's understandable when players have to stop for a while.
Yeah.
But I think the great thing about touch, and this is, you know, in all seriousness, is that you then can pick it back up.
Yeah, of course.
As you get older.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I had a year and a half with not playing through different injuries and the like. And it was like I never left when I came back. Yeah, I might have been 5 kilo heavier, but the skills stay the same, and you can only improve. Very rarely in touch will you end up going backwards. And we have 10 seconds left to go in our final game, and the scoring just sort of slowed down for a moment there. It will be the Southwest Saxons taking a very well-deserved victory. I wonder if we will get the worm when the final hooter goes.
I don't think so today. I think we'll get the we need to go and refuel. But if they win tomorrow, and you've got to say that they'll have a pretty good chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in this division, it's a very talented team. And I mean, when you've got the pace of someone like Laura Smith out on the wing, who scored 5 in that game, then it becomes a much easier affair. But that does bring us to full time, and it is Southwest Saxons 9, Midlands Tigers 3. It also brings us towards the end of day 1. Chris, what is day 2 looking like in your eyes at the moment?
I think that the girls 17s is really close to call.
Yeah.
In the boys 14s, it's Northwest Bulls to lose. They've been really, really impressive. They play a lot together as a team. We've talked about cohesion an awful lot. I think in the girls 12s, they're doing the worm.
Yeah,
they're doing the worm.
We've got the worm.
We've got multiple worms. Fair play. Fair play.
I had a feeling. I had a feeling.
Fair play to Tilly, the fruit bat. I think we'll have a lot of, especially if the weather is pretty decent through the day.
Yeah.
We'll have a lot of good vibes.
Yeah.
That's been my budding takeaway today. The vibe has been fantastic.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the game that I'm looking forward to is West Wildcats versus Southeast Taipans in the boys 17s. Got a bit of a horse in that race with some Horsham players playing, but also I want to see Archie Pennicett. I want to see what he can do in the junior division. It's a really good opportunity for him to be the orchestrator of the team.
Yeah, the boys 17s has been really impressive today. It's been really fast. It's been really accurate. It's been been fantastic games to watch. But the boys 14's first one tomorrow morning. That's
Midlands
Bulls Tigers.
Yeah,
that'll be a really
first second in the pool.
Yeah, that'll be a really, really good game. So fair play. Thanks for your time today, Joe. It's been really enjoyable. I haven't done a full day of commentary for a while.
Yeah,
it's been really good.
It's throwing it back. I mean, this is how I first got into commentary. You dragged me off the pitch after Crewe and Antwich beat London Vipers 1-0 in the rain, and we did 20 minutes. And you went, "Do you want to come back for nationals?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely."
And here you are now, multiple Euros and a World Cup later, and one of the international voices of touch, Mr. Joe Wright, ladies and gentlemen.
You are too kind, but that will bring us towards the end of day 1. It has been an absolute pleasure, and we'll be right back with you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to bring you finals day of the Junior Touch Rugby Nationals 2025.
turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 meters, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change of possession and the defending team then receive the ball. To start the ball, when it's just a change of possession, i.e. it's not been a penalty, you put the ball on the floor and perform a roll ball. Despite it saying roll ball, it's better to put the ball down still on the floor and just step over it. You must only pass backwards in this game, which means you must run the ball forwards and pass the ball backwards to a teammate. There are a number of ways you can give away a penalty. 1, you can be offside. 2, you can throw a forward pass. 3, you can make a hard touch. There are lots of other different variations, but those are the main ones. A touch game can last for whatever length that suits you. In a full game of touch, it's 6-a-side and it's 20-minute halves for a 40-minute game. However, at many events, the duration of the games vary. If you are playing a boys or a girls team, it will be 6 of the same gender or sex. If you are playing a mixed version of the game, it will be 3 and 3. If you want to be inclusive, you can play with any combination of different genders or identities that suit you.
It's fantastic. Having so many schools and so many mixed grades and also girls rugby involved within this development scheme, it's fantastic. It's something that I think needs to be developed a bit more so that we can see a lot more skills and a lot more development within players in schools who have never played rugby or who are looking to improve their skill set. This has been a fantastic experience for us as a first-timers coming to the competition, to see the different skill sets within all the different schools. It's been fantastic. It's allowed our school to improve on their skills and allowed us to see where we could get to in the next few years when we come back.